The December night was still and bitterly cold. In lower Manhattan's Chinatown, usually alive with chatter, neon signs, and late-night stir-fry, the streets were unnaturally quiet. The usual scent of steamed buns and roasted duck was absent, as if the neighborhood itself held its breath. The maze of narrow roads, lined with crooked signs and tightly packed buildings, sat beneath a sky of muted stars. Tucked between these aging facades stood a weathered, three-story brick building, its windows dull from decades of city grime. Behind the third-floor curtain, a shadow shifted. A figure watched in silence as a lone yellow cab glided by. Its headlights skimmed over the ceiling before vanishing around the corner, the hum of its engine swallowed by the darkness. Inside, Eren lay back on a creaky bed, his eyes tracing cracks on the ceiling. A single beam of moonlight slipped through the drapes, washing the room in silver. The silence, the cold, and the surreal stillness pressed against his chest like invisible weights. His thoughts drifted back to the moment everything changed. One day earlier, he had been hunched over his desk, immersed in a coding project for a freelance client. The clatter of keys, the glow of a monitor, the comfort of familiarity. Then, suddenly, a wave of dizziness. By the time he opened his eyes, the world had shifted. A new room, a different body, a younger face, and lying beside him, someone impossible. Gwen Stacy. Yes, that Gwen Stacy. The golden-haired prodigy of Midtown High. Even with her hair disheveled and partially veiling her delicate face, her beauty was unmistakable. But this wasn't a dream, and it certainly wasn't romantic. This wasn't his girlfriend. This wasn't even his life. Fragments of memory flooded his mind. Not his own, but those of another Eren, the original owner of the body he now inhabited. The two had merged in name, but the soul was entirely his. From what he could gather, this Eren had been ordinary. Not unpopular, not disliked, just invisible. A face among many. Gwen, on the other hand, was the crown jewel of Midtown High. Brilliant, admired, and unattainable. Their worlds should never have collided. And yet here they were, lying side by side in a dingy motel room. Panic clawed at his chest. A burning heat flooded his veins. His breath quickened. Something was wrong. His gaze snapped to the blinking red light in the corner of the room. A camcorder. Recording. That's when the realization hit him like a thunderclap. They'd been drugged. An aphrodisiac, potent, fast-acting, and meant to stage something grotesque. He forced himself upright, struggling against the haze clouding his mind. Gwen stirred beside him, dazed but unaware. Her vulnerability struck him like a slap. He stumbled to the door, pressing his ear against it just in time to catch muffled voices from outside. Boss wants us to use the girl to trap the kid. You sure? She's a stunner. If it were me. Shut it. That girl's father's NYPD, precinct captain. Boss has cover, but even he wouldn't touch her without a plan. Still, why this kid? He owns a 3-story building in Chinatown. Boss wants that territory. Control the kid, control the block. Eren's heart pounded. It was a trap, carefully orchestrated and far from random. He had to act. Dressing quickly, he approached the window. The alley below was strewn with trash. No welcome mat, but survivable. A fall from his second floor might bruise him, maybe sprain something, but he'd live. But as he placed one leg over the ledge, his eyes drifted to Gwen. Peaceful, unaware. He froze. Could he really leave her here? Could he live with himself? If he did, he bit his lip, made a choice. Dragging a nearby cabinet, he wedged it under the doorknob to slow anyone from entering. Then one last look, and he slipped out the window. Outside, the cold slapped him across the face. He found a nearby payphone, hands trembling as he dialed. The NYPD. He told them everything, anonymously. Where she was, what had happened. He didn't have the strength to drag her down the fire escape, but he knew who she was now. Captain Stacy's daughter. Help would come fast. By dawn, Gwen's kidnapping had already made headlines. The motel was swarming with cops. Cameras and crime scene tape surrounded the building. But Eren didn't watch the news. He sat in the shadows of his own 3-story building in Chinatown, hood pulled low, eyes burning with one truth. Someone had marked him, and the game had only just begun. It didn't take long. Minutes after Eren's anonymous call, the night air of Chinatown was shattered by the howling wails of sirens. Police cruisers converged on the rundown motel like a pack of wolves, red and blue lights painting the brick walls in flashes of urgency. Then came the gunfire, brief, controlled, and lethal. Moments later, 2 body bags were wheeled out beneath the flicker of emergency lights. Gwen Stacy was carried out next, unconscious but alive, quickly whisked away to the nearest hospital. From his hidden vantage point across the street, Eren exhaled slowly, but no sense of triumph followed. 2 bodies, but he'd heard 3 voices. His blood ran cold. If only 2 were down, that meant one had slipped through the net, unscathed, unknown, and out there somewhere. That one survivor now posed the greatest threat of all. Eren didn't know their face, but he could already imagine the implications. The criminals might not have entered the room before the police arrived, but when being rescued without a trace of him, that would only lead to one conclusion. He had escaped. They'd know. They'd connect the dots. And when they did, they'd come looking. Eren had 2 options. The first, seek protection from the NYPD. He had saved Gwen, after all. Surely, her father, Captain George Stacy, would be grateful. He could vouch for him, shield him, maybe even offer sanctuary. But doubt gnawed at the edges of that plan. If someone powerful enough had orchestrated Gwen's abduction, the daughter of a precinct captain, then George Stacy clearly had enemies with reach, possibly even allies embedded within the NYPD. And if that was the case, going to the police station could mean walking straight into another trap. Eren shook his head. I can't leave my life in someone else's hands. He hadn't survived the last 24 hours by being naive. He was new to this world, still adapting, but one thing was already clear. The only person he could truly trust was himself. That left one option: handle it alone. But first, he had to go home. He returned to the 3-story brick building that had once belonged to his mother. Quietly unlocking the front door, Eren slipped inside and paused. A warm lamp cast soft light across the room, and there, sitting on the worn sofa, wrapped in a blanket, was Pepper Potts. She looked up as the door opened, her expression a blend of relief and exasperation. "Staying out all night?" she said, rising to her feet. "That's not a habit I want you picking up." Eren blinked, momentarily caught off guard. She had waited. A name flickered to the forefront of his fragmented memories. Pepper Potts, personal assistant to Tony Stark, trusted business partner, his mother's closest friend. When his mother, Carrie, died in a car crash, it was Pepper who had kept the vultures from tearing his life apart. She arranged the funeral, shielded the inheritance. Without her, even this old building might have been lost. She'd even gotten him in a Midtown High. Looking at her now, Eren felt something click. Maybe he wasn't as alone as he thought. "I need to tell you something," he said quietly. And he did. Everything. As the story spilled from his lips, Pepper's face drained of color. She'd assumed he'd been out with friends, maybe a girl. Something foolish but harmless. But this? Kidnapping. Drugs. Gangsters. Shootouts. This was no misadventure. This was war. When he finished, she stepped forward, hands gripping his shoulders. "You can't stay here. It's not safe. Come with me, just for a few days. We'll keep things quiet. I'll talk to George Stacy. I'll make sure you're protected." Eren shook his head. "No, I appreciate it. And Pepper, I really do. But staying with you would only put you in danger." Pepper's brow furrowed. "Eren, please," he said gently. "If what I overheard is true, they've already marked me. And if they find me with you, it won't end well." She hesitated, torn between reason and instinct. He smiled softly. "I'll find a place to lay low. Chinatown's dense. I know it better than they do. I'll be fine." Pepper frowned, but didn't push further. She had known Carrie long enough to recognize that same fire in her son's eyes. "All right," she said reluctantly. "But let me help however I can." He nodded. "One thing. Can you call Midtown and explain my absence? Just say, family emergency." Pepper sighed. "Done. But you better be careful." "I will." As he turned toward the stairs, The cold from outside seemed to finally settle in his bones. The motel was behind him, but the game wasn't over. Now it was personal.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Convincing Pepper Potts was no easy feat, but in the end, Eren managed it. The compromise was that he had to check in with her twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, to reassure her of his safety. For Eren, this was a small price to pay. Before anything else, he needed to buy a new phone at the nearby mall. His original phone had vanished when his former self was knocked out and abducted. Whether the thugs had stolen it or discarded it somewhere, he couldn't be sure. After seeing Pepper off in her car, Eren returned home and secured the building's entrance with its lock and deadbolt. While Chinatown wasn't as chaotic as Hell's Kitchen, it wasn't exactly safe at night. Getting ambushed in an alley before was proof enough of that. And now, with a potential enemy after him, extra caution was warranted. Back in his room, Eren quickly packed a few sets of clothes before sliding his bed aside and peeling back the carpet. Using tools he had prepared, he pried up a loose floor tile. Beneath the tile lay a hidden stash, a bank card, and 3 rolls of cash. These were the lifelong savings of his late mother and grandparents. Eren's mother, a hard-working Chinese-American businesswoman, had died in a car accident a year ago. With Pepper's help, the inheritance, after taxes, had left Eren with enough to sustain himself. $300,000 in savings and ownership of this 3-story building on the edge of Chinatown. As for his father, he was a nonentity. According to Eren's mother, she had used a sperm donor to avoid pressure from her parents to marry. Her choice had nearly caused a rift with her family, but was ultimately accepted after Eren's birth. Growing up, Eren had lived with his grandparents while his mother worked tirelessly to support them. Tragically, he lost his grandfather to illness at age 10, followed shortly by his grief-stricken grandmother. The building, originally left to Eren's mother, had been handed down to him after 2 rounds of inheritance taxes, which had drained a significant portion of the family's wealth. Still, Eren's assets far exceeded the average person's. With $30,000 in cash reserves at home and a building whose ground floor could be rented as a storefront, he was relatively well off. This wealth, however, was likely what had drawn the gang's attention. With the cash and bank cards safely stashed in his backpack, Eren restored the floor and bed to their original state. Next, he retrieved a key from his drawer and descended to the building's basement. The old wooden door to the basement, worn from years of neglect, resisted his efforts to open it. Only after several heavy kicks did it finally budge, dislodging a New Testament calendar from the wall in the process. As dust swirled in the air, Eren pressed a switch on the wall, illuminating the room with a blinding array of incandescent lights. His grandfather, wary of the dark, had once meticulously outfitted the basement with an abundance of lights. The result was almost overkill, but undeniably effective. Once the air had cleared, Eren descended the creaky wooden stairs and searched the hidden compartment in a drawer near the entrance. From it, he retrieved a pistol wrapped in oilcloth. The weapon, a well-maintained Beretta 92F, gleamed in the light. This was his grandfather's prized possession, a gun that had protected the Lin family for generations. Stories of this pistol had been a part of Eren's childhood, passed down as a symbol of resilience. Holding the firearm in his hand for the first time, Eren felt a surge of confidence. With the money and pistol in hand, Eren wasted no time. He left home and rented a room at a small Chinese-run motel several blocks away. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, Eren reflected on his eventful day. "This life is already more thrilling than my last," he muttered, turning over. As he reviewed his predecessor's fragmented memories, a peculiar weariness settled over him. The more he focused, the heavier the fatigue grew, until his thoughts blurred and he began to drift off. Suddenly, Eren felt the air around him grow dense and still, an oppressive sensation that made his skin crawl. Then came the whispers, maddening, eerie, and strangely alluring. The voices surrounded him as if dozens of unseen figures were murmuring directly into his ears. No matter how hard he tried, Eren couldn't decipher the words. Instead, the whispers only intensified his headache, each syllable like a hammer to his skull. As the pain reached its peak, the cacophony abruptly ceased. The whispers retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Eren's surroundings felt weightless and surreal, as though his very soul had been unmoored. It was as if he had crossed an invisible boundary, entering an unknown realm. When he opened his eyes again, his vision was consumed by swirling white mist. Where is this? The bizarre scene before him had Eren on edge. Carefully observing his surroundings, he realized he was floating at the edge of an infinite silver river. The dense white mist clouding his vision seemed to emanate from the river, glimmering like liquid mercury. In front of him loomed a massive, ethereal silver scale, standing resolute at the riverbank like an ancient monolith. It continuously drew in the mist that rose from the river's surface. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Eren cautiously extended his hand toward the scale's ghostly image. The moment his fingers touched it, an inexplicable wave of information surged into his mind. Through this enigmatic transmission, Eren began to grasp the nature of the scale. The scales of fate, a supreme artifact born from the river of fate, now tainted by an unknown entity and displaced into Eren's previous world. Under the guidance of fate, it had found Eren and saved him at the moment of his untimely death, transporting him to this new world. So, I died before crossing over? Eren muttered. I guess this thing actually saved my life. Then he frowned. But of all places, why send me to the dangerous Marvel universe? Couldn't it have been a safer world? The scale remained unresponsive, silent, and unmoving like a lifeless object. Yet Eren, having received some of the transmitted knowledge, knew it wasn't just a simple artifact. While its external form was a scale, it could manifest its abilities in ways most comprehensible to its host. For a programmer like Eren, what could be easier to understand than a system? With a single thought, the white mist began to swirl and coalesce before him, forming a simple interface. Name: Eren Lin. Fate Compass. 100 fate points required to spin the compass. Fate Manifestation. Unlocks items from the river of fate locked. Talent: the unpredictable. Your fate is ever-changing and unknowable. As the host of the scales of fate, no one can capture your destiny or predict your future. Skills: driving beginner. English 11th grade. History 11th grade. Math 11th grade. Chemistry 11th grade. Antique appraisal novice. Programming advanced. Power rating weakling. Fate points 100, a gift from fate. Looking at the interface, Eren felt mixed emotions. Midtown High's high-standard education was evident in the solid foundation of his academic skills, even despite the personal losses his predecessor had suffered. As for his programming advanced skill, it was likely a remnant of his past life as a professional programmer. Having lived until 2023 in his original world, it wasn't surprising that his expertise in coding had carried over as a valuable asset. The weakling power rating, however, didn't surprise him. It only heightened his sense of urgency to grow stronger. Turning his attention to the only available option, the fate compass, Eren focused on it. Spinning the compass cost 100 fate points. Was that expensive or not? He had no reference, but at least he had one spin thanks to what seemed like a newbie gift. Without hesitation, Eren activated the fate compass. There was no elaborate animation, just a fleeting image of a colossal compass spinning rapidly before the pointer stopped. In the next moment, the compass dissolved into light, leaving behind a pale blue orb floating before him. A reward. Heart pounding, Eren reached into the glowing orb. His hand closed around something cold and smooth, and as he pulled it free, a message appeared. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Seer's Potion. What emerged was a vial of deep blue, viscous liquid contained in a test tube. Checking its details, Eren read. Seer's Potion. Origin: from a world tainted by outer gods, utilizing a unique sequence-based power system. Grade: Sequence 9. Effects: Upon consumption, moderately enhances physical attributes and grants the seer aptitude for mysticism. This includes efficient learning and utilization of divination abilities, partial resistance to the dangers of divination, and the ability to perform rituals such as spirit summoning. Note: any power system from a world polluted by outer gods carries inherent risks of madness and corruption. Consuming this potion may erode the user's sanity. Failure to fully assimilate the potion could result in losing control and transforming into a monstrous entity. Holding the seer's potion, Eren felt conflicted. As a fan of Lord of the Mysteries, he had once marveled at its world-building and fantasized about wielding its powers. But now, faced with the reality of its perilous system, he wasn't so sure. The madness inherent in the sequence system was a well-known double-edged sword. Even reaching godhood wouldn't free him from its grip. It required anchors to maintain one's sanity, a burden he wasn't eager to shoulder. Still, with all his fate points spent on the spin, Eren had no way of attempting another draw. If he let go of the seer's potion now, who knew how long it would be before he encountered another extraordinary power system? In this world dominated by ordinary people, obtaining supernatural abilities was no simple feat, and even if he did acquire them, most of the powers in the Marvel Universe couldn't match the potential of the sequence-based system. Without sufficient strength, how could he hope to survive in a world rife with danger? Moreover, there was no guarantee that accumulating another 100 fate points would yield something as useful as the Seer's Potion. Considering the scales of fate had already been tainted by an unknown entity, Eren doubted his next reward would fare much better. And time was not on his side. Even now, trouble was likely brewing outside, waiting for him. Resolving himself, Eren's gaze hardened as he looked at the potion in his hand. Suddenly, Eren felt a sharp heaviness in his body. The surreal surroundings faded into darkness before his vision abruptly returned. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his rented motel room. If not for the vial of dark blue potion still in his hand, he might have thought everything that had just happened was a dream. Phew, well, I guess this isn't so bad. At least I've got some sort of cheat system, he muttered, chuckling softly at his own joke. Without further hesitation, Eren tilted his head back and poured the seer's potion into his mouth. The cool, viscous liquid slid down his throat, spreading a chilling sensation through his body. It felt as if thin, icy tendrils were extending into every cell of his being. His body convulsed uncontrollably as the potion took effect. His vision blurred, his surroundings twisted into abstract shapes, and his thoughts grew disjointed. It felt as though his soul was being pulled into a higher dimension. In his disoriented state, Eren noticed strange, indescribable figures encircling him. These entities seemed intent on pulling him into their midst, beckoning him to join them and succumb to eternal madness. No, I won't let them drag me down. A sudden clarity struck him like lightning. With a determined effort, Eren's consciousness plunged downward, reconnecting with his body. Boom! In an instant, the abstract, chaotic visions dissolved. The figures around him vanished, and his motel room returned to normal. But Eren wasn't unscathed. An influx of knowledge flooded his mind, making his head feel like it was about to explode. His vision doubled, with faint silhouettes whispering incomprehensible words at the edges of his perception. A sharp pain pierced his forehead, and an overwhelming urge to destroy and lash out surged within him. Grimacing, he shook his head violently, fighting to suppress the chaotic impulses. After what felt like an eternity, the discomfort subsided. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Eren realized his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been submerged in water. What a horrible experience, he muttered with a bitter smile. Despite the ordeal, a hint of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. The Seer's Potion hadn't just brought him pain. It had granted him extraordinary powers and an initial grasp of esoteric knowledge. According to the information I've received, I need to meditate to stabilize my powers and learn to control them. Eren began by adjusting his breathing, slow, deliberate, and rhythmic. Gradually, he cleared his mind, focusing entirely on a vivid mental image, a grand, divine scale suspended in his thoughts. Meditation required envisioning objects that didn't exist in the material world. Only by transcending one's sense of self could one begin to align with the greater truths of the universe. Through the night, Eren meditated and practiced. Thanks to the Seer's Potion, he managed to stabilize the powers within him and gain a rudimentary mastery of spirit vision. However, his other divination abilities would require further study and training. At this point, even something as basic as interpreting a dream would likely be beyond his capabilities. Still, none of this could dampen Eren's excitement. From this day forward, he was part of the ranks of the extraordinary. Just as Eren's sense of crisis began to ease, a sharp knocking at the door broke his focus. Knock, knock, knock. The sound sent a chill down his spine. His pupils narrowed, and his right hand instinctively slipped beneath his pillow to grip the Beretta. In his current state, the pistol offered more tangible security than the fledgling abilities granted by the potion. This was no hotel with concierge service, and the Chinese motel owner wasn't known for acts of kindness like wake-up calls. Clutching the gun, Eren crept off the bed like a cat, carefully lifting his backpack and edging toward the window. The room and its location had been chosen with escape in mind. If trouble came knocking, the window offered a swift way out. But before Eren could act, the person outside spoke. "Kid, it's your Uncle Yuan. Open up if you're awake. Last night, we caught 3 thugs breaking into your place in Chinatown. They said they were here to deal with you. You should come take a look." Huh? Eren froze mid-step, his escape plan temporarily forgotten. Eren froze mid-step when he heard the voice outside. Uncle Yuan? Digging through his predecessor's memories, Eren recalled someone he called Uncle Yuan. He was a distant relative of Eren's grandfather, who had once helped Yuan settle in New York after sneaking over from mainland China. Back then, Uncle Yuan had even lived in Eren's grandfather's home before finding his footing. The bond forged during that time kept the two families close. As a child, Eren often saw Uncle Yuan visiting during holidays, bearing gifts. However, his mother had never been fond of Uncle Yuan's gang affiliations and discouraged Eren from getting too close to him. After his grandparents' deaths, the families drifted apart, though Uncle Yuan still made an effort to visit during Lunar New Year. Remembering these details, Eren hesitated briefly. He moved cautiously to the door, peering through the peephole. Outside, the corridor was empty except for a broad-shouldered, square-faced man with a scar over his temple. "Uncle Yuan?" Eren called out hesitantly. "Who else?" "Don't tell me you've already forgotten my voice, kid," came the gruff reply. Activating spirit vision, Eren confirmed that only Uncle Yuan was outside and sensed no malice. He pushed aside the cabinet barricading the door. Hearing the sounds of movement, Uncle Yuan's face briefly twisted with a peculiar expression. When Eren finally opened the door, he greeted Yuan sheepishly. "Of course not, Uncle Yuan." Yuan glanced at the cabinet by the door and nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You've learned a bit." With that, Yuan strode inside without waiting for an invitation, settling onto a chair and gesturing for Eren to explain. "What did you do to piss off the Shui Gue gang? Their turf is by the docks. Normally, they wouldn't bother with someone like you. It wasn't me provoking them. They came after me," Eren replied with a bitter smile. Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Go on. They're after my grandfather's house and the money my mom left me. They knocked me out, drugged me, and tried to record that kind of video to blackmail me into compliance. I managed to escape and called the police. They raided the place, rescued another girl they had kidnapped, and shot 2 of the gang members in the process. I'm guessing the 3 who came to Chinatown last night were sent to get revenge on me. Honestly, I'd never even heard of the Shui Gue gang before this." Although Eren trusted Yuan more than a stranger, he remained cautious. He omitted any mention of Gwen's true identity, George Stacy's involvement, or the potential conspiracy behind the incident. Yuan frowned deeply, his scarred face growing more intimidating as he processed the story. So, they're after your grandfather's property? Yuan mused. That makes sense if they're trying to expand their territory. But targeting Chinatown? He trailed off, lost in thought. After a moment, Yuan stood and said, "You're coming with me to see Seventh Uncle. Tell him what you told me, but emphasize that they're after your house. Chinatown is our turf. Neither Zhong-Yi Hall nor any other hall here will tolerate outsiders meddling in our territory." Eren's eyes lit up. Yuan's intent was clear. Frame the Shui-Gue gang's actions as a threat to Chinatown itself, ensuring Zhong-Yi Hall would intervene. Internal disputes might not warrant their attention, but territorial incursions certainly would. With Zhong-Yi Hall stepping in, Eren's safety would improve significantly. Understood, Eren replied solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, though he waved it off nonchalantly. It's nothing. Now let's go. Seventh Uncle's time is precious. Chinatown's history was one of resilience, forged in the face of systemic oppression, economic exploitation, and racial discrimination. During the most tumultuous periods, Chinese immigrants faced not only institutional challenges, but also harassment from local gangs. It was in this crucible that organizations like the Hongmen emerged, groups that united the impoverished and wealthy alike, navigating the delicate balance between cooperation with the authorities and resistance against exploitation. At its peak, 9 out of 10 Chinese immigrants were connected to Hongmen in some way. But as the organization grew, internal divisions emerged, leading to its fragmentation into numerous smaller factions. Zhongyi Hall was one such faction. Although not the largest or most powerful of the Chinese gangs, Zhongyi Hall was among the oldest, with deep roots and enduring influence. Under Yuan's guidance, Eren arrived at Zhongyi Hall's headquarters. They bypassed the main hall and entered side room. Inside, 3 bound and beaten men, faces bruised and bloodied, sat slumped on the floor. Their captors, a row of stern-looking young men, stood on either side of the room. At the head of the room sat an elderly man with meticulously combed silver hair, dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket. His piercing gaze fell on Eren as Yuan announced, "Seventh Uncle, I've brought the boy." The old man set down his teacup and nodded. "Speak. What did you do to anger the Shui-Gue gang enough for them to send 3 armed men to invade our territory in the middle of the night?" "This wasn't me provoking them." Eren gave a wry smile and carefully recounted the events in a way that downplayed the risks, following Uncle Yuan's guidance. As expected, Seventh Uncle's expression darkened with rage as he listened. "How dare they?" The old man's claw-like hand slammed down on the redwood table before him, shattering it into splinters with a deafening crack. The sound startled Eren, making him jump. He stared in disbelief at the frail-looking elder, unable to reconcile the image of the feeble old man with the sheer destructive force he had just witnessed. Even the others in the room flinched, falling silent like frightened quails. Finally, Uncle Yuan spoke up. "Seventh Uncle, please calm down. Those people have been eyeing Chinatown for a long time. There's no need to get worked up and risk your health." "Humph." Seventh Uncle snorted. "The foundation our ancestors built will not fall into the hands of outsiders while I'm alive." His sharp, hawk-like eyes turned toward the 3 bruised and bound men in the center of the room, fixing them with a glare that could have flayed them alive. "Yuan Li, deal with these 3 and send the Shui-Gue gang a warning," Seventh Uncle commanded. "Let them know that Chinatown is ours." "Yes." Uncle Yuan barked in acknowledgement and signaled for a few men to haul the 3 captives out. After they left, Seventh Uncle's fury subsided somewhat. He turned his gaze to Eren, his tone now colder. "Out of respect for Yuan Li, Zhongyi Hall will take on this trouble for you. But since you brought this matter to us, you must show some gratitude." As the leader of Zhongyi Hall, Seventh Uncle had seen through Eren and Uncle Yuan's plan from the start. However, as Uncle Yuan had pointed out, Chinatown was their turf, and no self-respecting Chinese gang would allow outsiders to encroach on it. Still, while he was willing to give Uncle Yuan face, Eren wouldn't get off without contributing something in return. Eren wasn't surprised by this demand. Zhong E Hall wasn't a charity, and he wasn't naive enough to expect a free ride. "Please, seventh uncle, guide me," Eren replied solemnly. Seventh uncle's eyes glimmered with approval. "Good. I like smart people. I'll give you two options. First, join Zhong Hall. If you're one of us, the hall will back you fully, and no one will question it. Second, if you don't want to be part of a gang, pay $100,000. That will cover the cost of our intervention. After Yuan Li warns the Shui Gue gang, you'll have some peace for a while. And as long as you stay in Chinatown, Zhong E Hall will ensure your safety." Having said his piece, seventh uncle sipped his tea and waited for Eren's decision. Eren didn't hesitate. Joining Zhong E Hall was out of the question. Although the hall wasn't particularly powerful, its strict hierarchy made it an unsuitable environment for someone like him. Even if he wanted to dabble in gang life, Zhong E Hall wouldn't be his first choice. "I'll take the second option," Eren said decisively. Seventh uncle nodded, unsurprised but slightly regretful. "Fine. Have the money ready in 3 days. I'll send someone to collect it." With that, the conversation ended. Seventh uncle lost interest in continuing the discussion and waved Eren off. Stepping out of Zhong E Hall, Eren felt a mixture of relief and pain. The $100,000 protection fee was a heavy blow to his finances, cutting his wealth in half. Still, safety was worth far more to him than money. Shortly after leaving, Eren's phone rang. It was Uncle Yuan. "Kid, just sit tight. Once we warn those cowardly Shui Gue gang scumbags, they won't dare touch you. Relax, huh?" Before Eren could respond, he heard the muffled sound of shouting and pleading on the other end of the line. "Shut up, you cowards!" Uncle Yuan barked at someone off-screen before returning to the call. "All right, I've got my hands full. Talk later." The call ended abruptly. "Well, that's an unexpected bonus," Eren muttered, pocketing his phone with a smile. He had prepared himself for a hellish start in this world, but found himself pleasantly surprised by the twists of fate. First Pepper Potts, now Zhong E Hall, they were all playing in his favor. After leaving Zhong E Hall, Eren treated himself to a simple breakfast at a nearby noodle shop and called Pepper to reassure her of his safety. A short while later, he spotted Uncle Yuan and 30 men from Zhong E Hall piling into 5 vans and driving off in a hurry. Curious, Eren hailed a taxi and followed them. At first, the driver refused, unwilling to take such a suspicious fare. But when Eren flashed $500 in cash, the man quickly changed his tune, promising not to lose sight of the vans. Half an hour later, they arrived outside a bar near the docks. Eren watched as the man from Zhong E Hall stormed into the establishment, their movements swift and deliberate. Looking at the sign above the entrance, Eren noted the bar's name, Morning Star. Morning Star? Is this their base of operations? Memorizing the name and location, Eren instructed the taxi driver to head back. For a seer, after all, battle wasn't limited to the physical realm. Returning to Chinatown, Eren immediately found a new, anonymous motel and checked in under a pseudonym. The ease with which Zhong E Hall had located him earlier left him feeling uneasy. If they could find him so quickly, who's to say the Shui Gue gang couldn't do the same? Evening was settling over the docks, gradually silencing the bustle of the day. Shops began flipping their signs to closed, but certain establishments remained lit, their neon signs flickering against the encroaching night. For workers who had spent the day laboring at the docks, there were 2 common options: head home in small groups or unwind with friends in a nearby bar. It was in this environment that numerous budget-friendly bars sprang up around the docks. Among them was Morning Star, a bar controlled by the Shui Gue gang. The dock workers knew the bar's affiliation, but turned a blind eye as long as the drink stayed cheap. In fact, there was an odd reassurance about gang-controlled bars. Trouble rarely started within their walls. Typically, 2 burly men in dark jackets stood watch outside the bar, their presence a clear warning. But not tonight. "Hey, where's the usual muscle?" a group of regulars muttered as they approached the door. Shrugging off their unease, they pushed the door open. What they saw inside froze them in their tracks. The dim, vibrant lighting of the bar danced over a chilling tableau. Dozens of people lay scattered across the floor, seemingly asleep. But their chests didn't rise or fall. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows, heightening the oppressive atmosphere. An inexplicable dread settled over the onlookers, their instincts screaming at them to leave. But just as they began to back away, they heard it. Faint, incomprehensible whispers. The whispers carried an unnatural cadence, stirring a primal anger in their hearts. Their heads pounded with the urge to scream and lash out at anyone nearby. Within moments, the group succumbed to their violent impulses, turning on one another in a brutal frenzy. Minutes later, the Morning Star bar returned to an eerie calm. The only sound was the haunting music that continued to play. If one looked closely, they would see that 3 new bodies now joined the original group on the floor. The bar's slightly ajar door seemed like the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing anyone who crossed its threshold. No one noticed anything amiss at the Morning Star bar until someone called the police. The situation quickly escalated, drawing the attention of the NYPD. Meanwhile, at Zhongyi Hall, 7th Uncle began to worry when Yuan Li and his men failed to return or answer their phones. Sensing trouble, he sent another team to investigate. When they arrived at Morning Star, the scene stunned them. The bar and its surroundings were cordoned off by dozens of police officers. The perimeter stretched a full 50 meters, marked with bright yellow caution tape. What's going on? The 5 Chinese youths sent by Zhongyi Hall gaped at the scene. The Shui Gui gang's bar is surrounded by cops. Did Yuan Li and his men get into a fight with them? Maybe the commotion was so big it drew the police. That could be it. Yuan Li brought 30 men with him. No way the Shui Gui gang could take them all. Maybe the cops swooped in and arrested everyone. You two go ask around. The rest of us will call 7th Uncle and have him reach out to the police. If Yuan Li and the others were arrested, we'll need to get lawyers to bail them out. No one informed Eren about what happened at Morning Star until the next day. When Zhongyi Hall finally called him, the news was grim. Uncle Yuan and his team had gone missing. Rushing to the hall, Eren immediately noticed something was off. The usual bustling atmosphere was gone, replaced by an oppressive gloom. Those who remained seemed distracted, their expressions vacant. As Eren entered, a wave of inexplicable sadness and anxiety washed over him, dragging his mood down. What's going on? Sensing the anomaly, Eren paused and activated spirit vision. The change was immediate. His surroundings lit up with the emotional auras of those present. The colors were dark and muted, blending into a nearly solid shadow that hung over the hall like a shroud of despair. Eren found 7th Uncle in his usual spot, but the old man looked visibly drained. His meticulously combed silver hair was slightly disheveled, and his face bore the weight of exhaustion. As Eren approached, 7th Uncle glanced up briefly before muttering, "Yuan Li and his men are in trouble." "What happened?" Eren asked. "Morning Star has a problem," 7th Uncle replied gravely. "Since yesterday, anyone who's gone and hasn't come out, not even the cops. I've heard rumors of strange occurrences. The NYPD has sealed off the area, and the case has reportedly been handed over to the FBI. Eren's pupils shrank. Strange occurrences? What does that even mean? This was Marvel, not some supernatural horror universe. 7th Uncle, mistaking Eren's reaction for ignorance, sighed in disappointment. The Shui Gui gang situation had started with Eren, and 7th Uncle had hoped he might know more. But clearly, his expectations had been misplaced. After a moment of silence, Eren asked, "Is Uncle Yuan alive?" "No one knows," 7th Uncle admitted, shaking his head. "The cops say there are over 100 people trapped inside the bar, but no one can confirm if they're alive or dead. If you want more details, you'll have to investigate yourself. The case is out of my hands now. It belongs to the FBI." Eren nodded grimly. "I understand." After saying goodbye to his 7th Uncle, Eren hailed a taxi and headed straight to the street where the Morning Star bar was located. By the time Eren arrived near the bar, it was already noon. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Yet, As Eren stepped into the street where the Morningstar bar was, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. At the same time, two sharply dressed men, one with a receding hairline, also arrived at the entrance of the Morningstar bar. They were Coulson and Grant Ward. "So, this is the suspicious bar? Doesn't look all that special," Ward remarked, glancing at the building. "Don't let your guard down, Grant. The NYPD already lost officers here," Coulson warned, taking a specialized protective suit handed to him by a nearby staff member and beginning to put on. Grant Ward followed suit, donning the protective gear and arming himself to the teeth. Once ready, they followed behind a tactical team, cautiously approaching the bar's entrance. When the team pushed open the doors, a wave of serene music spilled out, growing louder as the door opened. Inside, the bar's main hall was filled with people lying scattered across the floor. They looked as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, unmoving. Coulson signaled the team forward. The tactical team leader led his unit into the bar. As nothing abnormal immediately occurred, a flicker of doubt crossed Coulson's eyes. Outside, Ward, who was monitoring the situation, found himself unknowingly moving forward, drawn by the bar's music. Step by step, he approached the entrance. "Grant!" Coulson's sharp shout came through the earpiece. The loud rebuke startled Ward back to his senses. He realized he was already standing at the bar's threshold, his foot raised a step inside. Cold sweat drenched his back. "Fall back!" Coulson's voice barked again. Without hesitation, Ward retreated rapidly, stopping only when he was several meters away from the door. Exhaling deeply, Ward cast a wary glance at the bar. Its inviting lights and soothing music should have made it a place of comfort, but now it seemed like a den of horror. The brief lapse in his judgment sent a wave of unease coursing through him. As a professionally trained agent, he had still been compelled to follow the tactical team, against all reason. "What happened just now?" Coulson demanded, approaching Ward. "It was the music," Ward said grimly. "The sound interfered with my willpower like hypnosis. If not for your shouts snapping me out of it, I don't know what would have happened." The memory of his altered state sent chills down Ward's spine. To be controlled so easily by mere sound was terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine the potential danger if the music manipulated him further or even exposed his allegiance to Hydra. Such a revelation would mean doom for both himself and his family. Ward's growing fear turned into deep dread toward the unassuming bar. Music? Hypnosis? Coulson's eyes lit up as he considered this revelation. Could the strange occurrences at the Morningstar bar be linked to its music? Were all the people inside hypnotized by the sound, rendering them unresponsive to the outside world? Just then, something inside the bar changed. The people lying across the floor all suddenly turned their heads in unison, some twisting their necks a full 180 degrees, adopting grotesque poses to face the entrance. And then they smiled. A sea of twisted, lifeless smiles fixed on Coulson. He felt his skin crawl and cold sweat soaked his back. The synchronized grins etched into those pallid faces were utterly unnatural. Without hesitation, Coulson began retreating, stepping back until he was over 10 meters away. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, his breath uneven. As someone well-versed in human anatomy, he knew no living person could twist their necks to such angles. If they weren't alive, then what were they? Ward's grim voice broke Coulson's thoughts. "Sir, we've lost contact with the tactical team." Coulson snapped his head toward the bar's door. Through the crack, he could see the team they had sent in now, lying amongst the others inside, their faces frozen in those same eerie grins. "This is bad," Coulson muttered. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd behind the police barricade, Eren received a notification from the Scales of Fate. Ding! A foreign fate singularity has been detected. The forbidden item Moonlight DJ is disrupting the world's fate line. Capturing this item could yield significant fate points and unlock the ability to manifest fate. It is strongly recommended to contain this item. Ding! The Scales of Fate have captured methods to contain the forbidden item Moonlight DJ as follows. Method 1. A demigod-level transcendent can temporarily ignore the traits of Moonlight DJ by leveraging their divinity and forcibly contain the item. Method 2. Use the forbidden item silent box to neutralize the traits of Moonlight DJ and then contain it. Method 3. Under Moonlight, sing along with Moonlight DJ to achieve the accomplishment "Every moonlit night reminds me of you," temporarily containing the item. Of course, this depends on your singing not being too terrible. Method 4. Listening to the prompt from the scales of fate in his mind, Eren's thoughts were flooded with question marks. Were these containment methods serious? If he had the strength described in Method 1, he wouldn't be hiding from gangsters, constantly on the run like this. As for the forbidden item silent box mentioned in Method 2, he hadn't even heard of it, let alone used it to contain Moonlight DJ. Method 3 seemed somewhat feasible, but judging by the current situation at the Morningstar bar, Eren estimated that he'd be done for before even getting close to Moonlight DJ. And besides, the bar was now surrounded by cops. How could he even get inside? Wait a second. That man giving orders, wasn't he Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D.? With that iconic receding hairline, there was no way Eren could mistake him. Could it be that the situation at the Morningstar bar had drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? If that were the case, wouldn't it be even harder for Eren to secure the forbidden item inside? No. Eren shook his head. If he took a calculated risk, it might not be impossible. Forbidden items weren't native to this world, so the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were probably scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to deal with this situation. With that thought, Eren took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He began pushing his way through the crowd of onlookers. As the commotion caused by Eren's movement spread, a young patrol officer in his 20s shouted, "This is an active crime scene. No pushing. Everyone, stay back. Hey, you. Yes, you. Didn't you hear me? Stop pushing." Ignoring the officer's warning, Eren squeezed up to him and said, "Officer, could you please call over Agent Coulson?" The one holding the radio, with the receding hairline. "Huh?" The young officer, who had been ready to reprimand Eren, frowned slightly upon hearing Coulson's name. Could this guy actually know Agent Coulson? After a moment's hesitation, the officer said, "I can call him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree to see you." "Thank you." "Oh, and you might want to mention that I have intel about the issue inside the bar." Eren gestured toward the Morningstar bar as he spoke. "Intel about the bar? If what you're saying is true, I think the agent will want to meet you." Of course. Convinced that Eren wasn't bluffing, the young officer ran over to Coulson. "He claims to have intel about the situation inside the bar." Coulson glanced at the young man in the crowd, then nodded to the officer. "Bring him here." Standing nearby, Ward frowned. "You really think that kid knows anything?" Coulson smiled faintly. "Meeting him won't waste much of our time, and it's better than losing lives to gather information ourselves. Who knows? He might actually know something useful." Soon enough, the young officer brought Eren to Coulson. Instead of immediately asking about the Morningstar bar, Coulson first inquired, "What's your name?" "I'm Eren." "Well, Eren, how exactly do you know my name? I don't recall ever meeting you." Coulson fixed Eren with an unwavering stare, watching his micro-expressions carefully. "That's correct. You don't know me now, but in the future, you will. As you can see, I'm a diviner. Your name came to me during a reading." "A diviner?" Coulson's mind filled with question marks. Beside him, Ward shrugged with a knowing look, as if to say, "I expected as much." Even Coulson seemed a bit exasperated. "All right, my little fortune teller, I'm not in the mood for games. If you actually know something about this strange bar, spill it. If not, you're free to leave. You wouldn't want to be charged with obstructing justice by the NYPD, would you?" Eren wasn't intimidated by Coulson's subtle threat. He nodded earnestly. "Of course, I wouldn't waste your time if I didn't have real information. However, every successful divination comes at a cost." So, he held up his right hand and rubbed his fingers together, making the universal gesture for money. Ward's expression darkened. Great. A con artist daring to scam S.H.I.E.L.D. He must have a death wish. Clenching his fists, Ward raised an eyebrow at Eren. "Hey kid, has anyone ever told you that you've got a lot of nerve?" Before Ward could finish, Eren interrupted. $100,000. For that price, I'll share what I've divined. Considering the payout for a federal soldier's death benefit, you'd still come out ahead. This time, I'm being sincere. $100,000 wasn't much to the wealthy, but it was no small amount either. Most families in the country couldn't scrape together that kind of money. To Coulson, it sounded like highway robbery. But, as Eren pointed out, from a certain perspective, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. A single soldier's death benefit would cost several times more. If Eren's intel truly helped with this operation, the cost might even be worth it. Still, Coulson wasn't about to let himself be taken advantage of without trying to negotiate. 800,000 is no small amount. Before Coulson could finish, Eren cut him off. Fate doesn't offer discounts. The price is non-negotiable. If you think it's too steep, I'll leave now. Coulson, fine, but your information had better be worth it. Otherwise, crossing a law enforcement agency is a mistake you'll deeply regret. Ward, meanwhile, cocked his rifle slightly and sneered. Coulson, you're too kind. If his information leads to casualties, he'll be facing prison time. Grant Ward's obvious threat elicited only a calm smile from Eren, who casually added, "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the $100,000 is after tax." Coulson, Grant Ward, as the largest and most heavy-handed law enforcement agency in the Federation, the Federal Tax Bureau was infamous for its aggressive taxation. That $100,000 would lose at least $20,000 in taxes. Eren's cheeky remark effectively increased Shield's costs even further. Ward's face darkened, and he opened his mouth to retort, but Coulson quickly raised a hand to stop him. The last thing he wanted was for this shrewd kid to raise the price even more. "Fine," Coulson said, taking a deep breath. "You got a deal. Now, tell us what you know." "No problem." Eren shrugged. "From what I know, the situation at the Morningstar bar is caused by a forbidden item. Seal that item, and the bar will return to normal." "Forbidden item?" Coulson's brow furrowed. "What exactly is it? What does it do, and how do we seal it?" "Forbidden items are relics left behind by demons, taboos of the world. Each one has unique abilities. The forbidden item in the Morningstar bar is sound-based. It can hypnotize, pollute, and control living beings within a certain range through its music. Find the source of the music, and you'll find the item." Relics of demons? Coulson had never heard of such things before. Though skeptical, he couldn't deny that Eren's description aligned with their earlier suspicions. Ward's near-hypnotic experience had already pointed to the bar's music being the key to its strangeness. For now, Eren's information seemed credible. Eren then added gravely, "As for sealing it, I suggest you deploy a bomber to carpet bomb the Morningstar bar. Destroy the item physically, fast, safe, and effective." The forbidden item Moonlight DJ, as described by the Scales of Fate, wasn't particularly powerful. Eren wasn't sure if such a method would work, but if it did, it might open new possibilities for dealing with similar items in the future. Of course, he also knew Coulson would never go for such a plan. Predictably, Coulson immediately dismissed the suggestion. Not a chance. This wasn't some chaotic Middle Eastern war zone. It was New York, one of the most developed cities in the Federation. Using a bomber here would lead to a public outcry that could destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. overnight. Eren simply shrugged. "In that case, we wait." "Wait? For what?" "The moon. Moonlight is key to sealing this item. Until then, you'd best lock down the area and disperse the crowd. The more people enter the bar, the stronger the forbidden item becomes." The notion that the forbidden item grew stronger with more people caused Coulson's expression to tighten. "I understand. I'll ensure the area is cleared. But why wait for moonlight? Why can't we act now?" Coulson glanced up at the overcast New York sky. It was only midday. There were still hours to go before the moon appeared. Was he really supposed to just sit around and wait? As night fell and the moon rose, S.H.I.E.L.D. had surrounded the Morningstar bar with a massive tarp, concealing it entirely. This not only prevented news from leaking and causing panic, but also provided cover for the next phase of their operation. Even the surrounding buildings had been evacuated under the pretext of a gas leak. Inside a surveillance van parked near the bar, Coulson sat before a desk piled with detailed reports. On top of the stack was a file bearing Eren's name and a photograph. During the hours they'd been waiting, Coulson had thoroughly investigated Eren's background. According to the file, Eren had been an unremarkable high school student. None of this matched the confident and enigmatic figure he'd encountered today. The file also revealed that Eren had recently clashed with the Water Ghost gang, which owned the Morningstar Bar. 2 days ago, the gang had kidnapped Eren and the daughter of the NYPD commissioner. Somehow, the two had escaped, triggering a crackdown on the gang by both the police and City Hall, with Pepper Potts exerting influence. Was Eren here to get revenge on the gang? Wait, why had the gang kidnapped him in the first place? Could the strange events at the Morningstar Bar be connected to Eren? If so, the entire situation might have a very different explanation. Coulson closed the file and stepped out of the van. It was time to speak with Eren again. Meanwhile, Eren had returned to the bar after a brief trip to Chinatown, where he'd bought some snacks and eaten a burger and fries. The moment they met, Coulson got straight to the point. What's the next step? In 30 minutes, at midnight, the forbidden item will reach its peak power, and also its most vulnerable state. That's when you can try to retrieve it and seal it. How do we seal it? Coulson asked. Eren spread his hands and shrugged. That's up to you. Sealing dangerous forbidden items wasn't part of our original deal. Before Coulson could react, Eren continued with a sly grin, but as a personal favor to you, I can help seal it. In return, you'll owe me a favor. Coulson hesitated, then nodded. Deal. Well then, let's begin. Containing the forbidden item Moonlight DJ was Eren's main goal all along. Securing a favor from Coulson on top of that, a delightful bonus. More importantly, this was Eren's perfect excuse to contain Moonlight DJ openly and without suspicion. A few minutes later, a tactical team equipped with advanced soundproofing technology charged into the bar, led by Grant Ward. Once inside, the operatives immediately fired large net guns, ensnaring the dozens of seemingly entranced individuals sprawled across the bar's main hall. Meanwhile, others unleashed their weapons on every object capable of producing sound, leaving nothing untouched. Unlike ordinary objects, forbidden items are notoriously resilient. Not even gunfire could damage them. But this was precisely the straightforward method Eren had taught them to identify a forbidden item. Anything that remained unscathed was suspect. Outside the Morningstar Bar, Eren listened to the relentless gunfire echoing from within and silently reflected. Good Thing Shield was paving the way as the sucker. Without their resources, Eren had no idea how long it would have taken him to secure Moonlight DJ alone. Shortly after the gunfire subsided, Ward emerged from the bar alongside 2 heavily armed soldiers, shielding another operative carrying an old-fashioned record player. Behind them, an ominous human tide surged toward the bar's exit. The moment Ward cleared the threshold, he signaled to Coulson. In response, Coulson pressed a remote switch. With a loud crash, massive iron cages dropped around the bar's entrances and windows, slamming down with brutal force. Several figures attempting to escape were crushed, their bodies horrifyingly torn in half as the cages sealed the building. The sight of their well-laid trap springing into action prompted Ward to flip a middle finger at the struggling horde behind him. Idiots, he muttered. Still, his grim mood lingered. Despite their precautions and equipment to block the effects of the sound, the mission inside the bar had claimed 5 members of his elite 8-person team. The loss stung. Watching the frenzied crowd relentlessly hurl themselves against the barriers, Coulson asked, his face dark with concern, will sealing the forbidden item fix these people? Eren looked at the chaos, noting familiar faces among the crowd, including members of the Triad faction. His expression dimmed as he shook his head. I don't know. Truthfully, Eren hoped that once Moonlight DJ was sealed, its victims would recover. But this was his first direct encounter with a forbidden item, and he had no guarantees. Seeing Coulson's grim expression, Eren pointed to the soundproofing gear and said quickly, I suggest you wear this. If the forbidden item controls you, don't blame me for not warning you. Without waiting for a response, Eren busied himself putting on the layered soundproof equipment Coulson had prepared. When he finished, he turned to find Coulson already fully geared up. This sly old fox. Through hand signals, Ward's team positioned the old record player at the spot Eren had specified. Everything was ready. Now it was up to Eren. Under the watchful eyes of Coulson and the others, Eren took a deep breath. Then, he carefully placed 3 windproof candles around the record player in a triangular formation. At each corner, he scattered tulip, lavender, and lilac petals. Once the preparations were complete, Eren began to sing. If I were a DJ, Eren's voice carried surprisingly well, and as the song ended, the forbidden item Moonlight DJ abruptly stopped playing. A soft click sounded, as though it had surrendered to the melody. In that moment, Eren felt a strange sensation wash over him, a distinct awareness that he had succeeded. Simultaneously, the scales of fate in his mind quivered. A vortex in the river of fate smoothed out, and ripples of energy surged into the scales. Ding! The host has successfully contained the forbidden item Moonlight DJ, resolving the fate singularity. You have gained 1,000 fate points. Ding! Fate manifestation unlocked. Hearing the notifications, Eren finally allowed himself to relax. It's done. His tightly wound nerves eased, and he glanced around. Coulson and the others were still positioned defensively around him, their faces tense. Fortunately, their soundproof gear prevented them from hearing anything, sparing Eren from any awkward explanations. In the distance, the crowd controlled by Moonlight DJ collapsed in unison the moment the item was contained. With the forbidden item's power gone, they felt like puppets whose strings had been cut. Seeing this, Ward's eyes widened. What just happened? Did the containment actually work? Even Coulson turned to Eren, curiosity and doubt flickering across his face. As seasoned agents, both Coulson and Ward had harbored suspicions about Eren's claims, his supposed divination abilities, and his knowledge of forbidden items. But now, with the undeniable results before them, their skepticism began to waver. If Eren truly had prophetic abilities, his value would skyrocket. To Coulson, he was suddenly a prime candidate for recruitment in a shield. On the other hand, Ward, a Hydra operative, couldn't help but see Eren as a potential asset for his own organization. Still, both men knew more observation was needed before making a move. Unaware of their thoughts, Eren finally exhaled, his eyes scanning the fallen crowd. Only now did he truly feel the weight lift from his shoulders. Eren swept an inconspicuous glance at the fallen crowd, then began removing the soundproof equipment strapped to his body, letting his hearing return to normal. Seeing this, Coulson and the other SHIELD agents followed suit, taking off their gear. Much better, Coulson said with a faint smile. He pointed to the old-fashioned record player behind Eren and asked, "So, does this mean the containment was successful?" Eren turned to look at the record player and nodded. "It's contained for now. However, my abilities are limited, so I can't guarantee how long the containment will last. If you want to avoid future incidents, I suggest constructing a completely soundproof space to store it." "A soundproof space, huh?" "Noted." Coulson nodded thoughtfully, then cast a troubled glance at the hundreds of people lying lifelessly in the Morningstar bar. "And what about them?" Eren shrugged. "I'm no doctor. If you want to help them, you could try sending them to a hospital." Before he could finish, a soldier in tactical gear approached Coulson and whispered, "Sir, the people inside the bar, including the team that went in earlier, none of them have a pulse." The word struck like a thunderclap. Eren, Coulson, and the others froze. "They're all dead?" Eren sighed internally. So even Uncle Yuan didn't make it. Uncle Yuan, who had tried to help him, had left a positive impression on Eren. This crisis was indirectly caused by Eren, and part of his reason for cooperating with SHIELD was to try to save Yuan. But in the end, he still failed. After a moment of silence, Coulson personally went to check on the people in the bar. To his shock, he found that not only were they without a pulse, but their bodies were unnaturally cold and rigid. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, Coulson might have believed these people had been dead for days. So this is what a forbidden item does. Coulson muttered grimly. In a single incident, over 100 casualties. If they hadn't acted quickly, the toll could have been even higher. Truly, a devil's relic. Eren, standing nearby, softly murmured, "The 1,000-year shift is upon us. The gears of fate have begun to turn." All that was hidden in history will soon resurface. Though Eren's voice was low, Coulson's sharp ears caught every word. Before Coulson could question him, Eren preemptively said, "So many people died here today. You've got your hands full, Agent Coulson. As for me, containing the forbidden item drained me. I need to rest." Without waiting for a response, Eren turned and left, his weary expression making it clear he had no intention of staying longer. Coulson hesitated. He wanted to stop Eren, to ask about what he'd just said, but the sight of the lifeless bodies sprawled across the bar pulled his attention back. Eren was right. There were more urgent matters at hand. Over an hour later, Eren finally managed to hail a taxi and relocated to a new place to stay. After carefully checking the room for any abnormalities, he took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. Moments later, Eren found himself once again in the space of the scales of fate. Standing before the scales, Eren summoned his personal fate panel. Name, Eren. Fate compass. 100 fate points required for one spin. Fate manifestation. Unlocks items from the river of fate unlocked. Talent. Unpredictable fate. Skills. Driving beginner. English 11th grade. History 11th grade. Mathematics 11th grade. Chemistry 11th grade. Antique appraisal. Novice. Programming advanced. Combat system. Sequence 9 diviner. Strength evaluation. A novice with basic knowledge of the mystical arts. Fate points 1,000. The new section titled Combat System caught Eren's eye, likely a result of advancing to Sequence 9 and consuming the Diviner's Potion. His strength evaluation had upgraded from complete amateur to novice, which wasn't much of an improvement. Moving on, Eren's gaze shifted to the 1,000 fate points displayed on the panel. This was far more than the 100 fate points he'd started with as a newbie gift. With this amount, he could spin the Fate Compass 10 times. Additionally, the Fate Manifestation ability was now unlocked. However, after a brief review of the ability, Eren grimaced and dismissed it. Way too expensive. For instance, manifesting a simple Desert Eagle handgun cost 100 fate points. Advancing to the next potion, Clown, under the Diviner sequence, a whopping 2,000 fate points. Compared to that, spinning the Fate Compass felt like a much better deal. What's more, Eren didn't urgently need the Clown potion. He had barely begun digesting the Diviner potion. A series of 10 spins seemed far more appealing. With that decision, Eren activated the Fate Compass. A massive, ethereal image of the compass appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Click! As the compass needle stopped, a white orb of light materialized before Eren. Instead of checking the reward immediately, Eren continued spinning. 9 more times, he drained all his fate points. When the compass vanished, 10 glowing orbs hovered before him. 1 purple, 1 blue, 2 green, and 6 white. The colors likely indicated the rarity or quality of the rewards. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Eren reached for the purple orb. With excitement building, Eren reached into the purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique. Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique? What was this? Could it be from some mysterious wizarding world? Curious and eager, Eren crushed the purple orb. A burst of violet light enveloped him, and his consciousness seemed to enter another realm, one of knowledge and legacy. In this void-like space stood a serene, middle-aged man. He stood as though teaching a student, his voice calm and deliberate as he addressed Eren. I will now pass on the pinnacle meditation technique of the universe, the Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique. Without unnecessary words, the man began demonstrating the practice. Sitting cross-legged, his posture was stable, one hand upright with the palm perfectly rounded, the other hand resting naturally, touching the void. Watching this serene posture, Eren immediately felt his mind settle. Fear, doubt, and intrusive thoughts vanished as his spirit calmed and clarity bloomed. The man's hand movements then began to change, sometimes blossoming like a lotus, sometimes forming fists, interlocking, or forming rings. The transitions were fluid and mesmerizing. My meditation diagram above represents the cosmic brain. Meditating upon it will enhance your mental strength, solidify your willpower, purify your soul, and guide you toward profound wisdom, he explained. The accompanying mind seal gestures will mobilize your mental energies, harmonize your physical cells, and unlock the latent potential of your body. Looking up, Eren saw a breathtaking starfield above the man's head. The vast cosmos seemed endless, containing billions of stars grouped into nebulae. At a distance, the nebula resembled the structure of a brain. Billions of stars formed glowing neural pathways, their movements akin to brain cells constantly firing. This was the meditation diagram of the cosmic brain. Eren was utterly captivated. As he marveled, the man continued demonstrating the intricate seals and gestures. Their complexity burned into Eren's soul like vivid imprints. The man's words resonated deeply. The brain is will. Will is thought. Thought is spirit. Spirit is the soul. Meditate upon the cosmic brain, and your brain becomes the cosmic brain itself. Eren watched as the gestures and the massive nebula became deeply etched into his consciousness. When he finally emerged from the void, Eren found himself back in the scales of fate's space. The cosmic brain meditation technique was now firmly embedded in his mind, indelible. The gestures, the diagram, the vast cosmic nebula, all of it remained vividly clear. Just recalling it for a moment caused dizziness and a sharp headache. Eren stopped himself immediately. Though his face had gone pale, his smile was uncontainable. This is incredible. Compared to the beginner meditation technique that came with the diviner potion, the cosmic brain meditation technique was leagues more profound. It seemed to hail from a high-tech world, crafted by some supreme mental master. Its complementary mind seal gestures were among the most advanced techniques for hypnosis and mental manipulation. Once Eren mastered this meditation, he could quickly rise to become one of the world's top hypnotists. Beyond that, the meditation would rapidly enhance his mental strength, expand his intellectual capacity, and allow him to unlock the full potential of his physical body. Most importantly, its ability to purify his mind would help stave off the insanity that often plagued those who consumed mystical potions. This alone made the technique invaluable. Definitely worthy of being a purple-tier reward, Eren said, brimming with satisfaction. After calming himself, Eren turned his attention to the remaining 9 orbs. Following the order of rarity, he reached into the blue orb next. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the sequence potion, clown. Eren froze for a moment. No way. Just earlier, he had been debating whether to save up another 1,000 fate points to manifest the clown potion through the new ability. Now, here it was, handed to him by the compass. What incredible luck! Spending just 100 fate points had netted him a potion worth 2,000 fate points. This alone made the entire draw immensely worthwhile. Good thing I didn't save up for that manifestation. What a waste that would have been. Having already scored the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, Eren was thrilled. Let's see if the rest of these are just as good. With growing anticipation, Eren crushed the remaining orbs all at once. Pop, pop, pop. When the light from the bursts faded, the results of his first 10 spins lay before him. In addition to the meditation technique and the potion, the 2 green tier orbs had produced. Aside from the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, the 2 green tier orbs produced a pink paper crane and a set of emerald green vials. Seeking paper crane, simply tell it the name of the person you wish to find, and the crane will lead you to them. Notes: the pink paper crane symbolizes a desire to spread its wings and fly toward a loved one. Limitations: the crane cannot locate deceased individuals. Don't expect a sentimental paper crane to traverse heaven or hell for the dead. Remaining uses: 3. Universal antidote. Can neutralize all ordinary toxins and most extraordinary ones. Notes: crafted by a master alchemist. This antidote contains near-rule level power. A single dose cures any ailment. Quantity: 12 vials. The 6 white-tier orbs yielded more mundane items. A crystal ball, a nutritionist's recipe handbook, a sharp dagger, an elegant clown mask, a grenade, a vial of hallucinogen spray. Compared to the first 4 items, these white-tier rewards seemed lackluster. Most were simple, practical tools lacking any extraordinary properties. For instance, the crystal ball, dagger, clown mask, and grenade were all items one could purchase in the US. Spending 100 fate points on these items felt like a loss. Analyzing the rewards, Eren began to see a pattern in the fate compass's tiers. White-tier orbs, common and practical, but not extraordinary. Useful tools, but often mundane. Green-tier orbs, items imbued with extraordinary abilities, often unique or irreplaceable, though their uses may be limited. Blue-tier orbs, rare and powerful objects that enhance the user, often granting supernatural capabilities. Purple-tier orbs, exceptionally rare and potent, providing power with minimal risk or long-term advantages like transferable skills. Back in the scales of fate's space, Eren's mind churned as he examined his rewards. The clown potion was unnecessary for now. He still hadn't fully digested the diviner potion. Better to leave it in the scales of fate's space for safekeeping. The universal antidote was an immediate priority. Taking 1 vial for emergencies, Eren left the rest stored. The seeking paper crane would remain untouched for now. There was no urgent need for it. As for the other items, like the nutritionist's recipe handbook and crystal ball, they could wait until the current danger was resolved before being placed in his apartment. The dagger, clown mask, grenade, and hallucinogen spray, however, were perfect for self-defense and were immediately added to his gear. With that settled, Eren focused his mind, and the scales of fate's space dissolved around him. Eren's consciousness returned to his rented motel room. Compared to his previous experience, the transition was much smoother and faster this time. Could this be due to the diviner potion? Eren wondered. The enhanced spiritual strength and focus likely played a role. Making a mental note, he packed his new tools into his backpack before giving the room a final inspection. Once satisfied that everything was secure, Eren returned to the bed. Sitting cross-legged, Eren assumed the cosmic brain meditation pose from memory. With his hands forming intricate seals and his mind fixating on the vast neural cosmos, he began his meditation. As his fingers transitioned fluidly through the mind-sealed gestures, Eren's concentration sharpened. The visualization of the stellar brain intensified. His mental processes accelerated. It was as though every neural pathway in his brain fired simultaneously. Thoughts, connections, and solutions flowed at an extraordinary pace. If his brain had once processed dozens of computations per second, it now handled thousands, a tenfold increase. The deeper he delved into the meditation, the more his mental acuity grew. His thoughts became clearer, his perception sharper, and his will stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Eren's head. His vision blurred, and he felt hot streams trickling from his nostrils. Stopping abruptly, Eren wiped his nose and found his hand stained with fresh blood. Is this nosebleed from overusing my brain? Eren wiped the blood from his nose, reflecting on the impact of the cosmic brain meditation. The rapid mental acceleration had evidently overloaded his system, a classic case of mental exhaustion. This wasn't surprising. Tales of overthinking leading to physical decline, even death, were ancient and modern alike. Looks like the technique is powerful, but it's also a double-edged sword. Even completing a single cycle of the meditation was beyond his current limits. Overusing it could wreck his body. No sooner had he cleaned up than his stomach let out a loud, rumbling protest. Starving, Eren muttered, clutching his midsection. It wasn't ordinary hunger. It felt like he hadn't eaten for 3 days. The kind of hunger that could drive a man to devour an entire cow. But why? I even ate a midnight snack earlier. The realization dawned on him. It must be the meditation. It burns through nutrients like nothing else. Unable to endure the pangs, Eren grabbed his wallet, slung on his backpack, and left the motel to find food. The streets of Chinatown were dotted with eateries, many open 24/7. Fortune smiled on him as he found a burger joint still serving. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, Eren devoured 3 massive combo meals, each featuring a double patty behemoth, fries, and a drink. Even as his belly felt ready to burst, the gnawing hunger barely abated. "I can't keep eating like this. I'll explode." Suppressing the remaining hunger, Eren trudged back to the motel. The meditation's consumption rate far outstripped what ordinary eating could replenish. "I need a solution. Fast." Suddenly, he remembered something. The nutritionist's recipe handbook. Maybe it has a way to boost nutrient absorption. Eagerly, Eren quickened his pace. Back at the motel, he showered, then retrieved the handbook under the warm, dim glow of the room's pinkish light. Flipping through the pages, Eren quickly realized this wasn't just any book. It was a treasure trove from a futuristic world. The nutritionists it described specialized in crafting dietary plans and concoctions for genetically enhanced soldiers, whose caloric needs were astronomical. The book detailed not just meal plans but recipes for dozens of nutrient-dense elixirs designed to rapidly restore energy and vitality. If the ingredients exist in this world, I might really be able to make some of these potions. Excited, Eren continued skimming the book until a sharp headache forced him to stop. The after effects of the meditation. I overdid it again. He set the book aside, slid it under his pillow for safekeeping, and lay down. Sleep came almost instantly. Eren's body worked overtime as he slept. His stomach processed the high-calorie meal with astonishing efficiency, breaking it down into nutrients and distributing them throughout his body. On a cellular level, his body seemed to hum with activity, each cell regenerating and strengthening, his entire system recalibrating itself for optimal performance. When Eren woke the next morning, he felt like a new man. The fatigue and headache from a meditation were gone. His mind was sharper, his focus keener, and his body brimmed with energy. Even his senses felt heightened. He could hear the rhythmic beat of his heart and the subtle flow of his breath. Is this the result of just one meditation session? He marveled at how quickly his body was adapting. If this was what one session could do, the long-term benefits would be unimaginable. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone began to ring. Incoming call? Eren picked up the device and pressed the answer button. A familiar voice chirped through the line. "Eren, are you awake yet?" It was none other than Pepper Potts. "I'm awake, Aunt Pepper." "Good, you're up. I have some good news to tell you." On the other end of the phone, Pepper sounded unusually cheerful. Even over the call, Eren could clearly hear the excitement in her voice. "Good news? Could it be about my issue being resolved?" "Ha ha ha. Clever Eren, you guessed it right." After a brief pause, Pepper continued. "The culprit behind your kidnapping and that of your classmate was a gang entrenched in the Docklands. Over the past couple of days, I've leveraged Stark Industries' connections to contact a city councilman. Through his influence in the city government, we've been pressuring that gang. On top of that, Director George has been consistently causing them trouble, giving them enough of a deterrent. Just this morning, they sent someone to assure us they won't bother you two anymore." Although Eren had speculated something along these lines after leaving the Morning Star Bar last night, he hadn't expected the resolution to come this quickly. After all, the Morning Star Bar was the Water Ghost Gang's stronghold. Most of the Water Ghost Gang members usually gathered there. When the contamination from the forbidden object, Moonlight DJ, erupted, a significant number of the gang members were caught in the bar at the time. As a result, many of them perished due to the effects of Moonlight DJ, greatly weakening the gang's power. This sudden vulnerability exposed them to the opportunistic gaze of surrounding rival gangs. With wolves circling, the Water Ghost Gang now struggled to retain their turf, let alone make trouble for Eren. This really is good news. On the other end, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Yes, now you can rest easy. The school also called me earlier, so you should return to classes tomorrow. There's only half a semester left before you graduate high school. If you want to get into a good university, you don't have much time to waste." Eren was taken aback. Seriously? The Water Ghost Gang situation had just been resolved. and now he was being rushed back to school? That was something. Shaking his head helplessly, Eren replied, "All right, Aunt Pepper. I'll go back to school tomorrow." Before last night, Eren had been considering giving up on school entirely to focus on quickly growing stronger. After all, this was the perilous Marvel universe, where survival depended on power. But after flipping through the nutritionist compendium last night, Eren realized that he needed a more systematic understanding of botany and biology. Creating the serums detailed in the book required a strong foundation of theoretical knowledge, particularly to navigate the differences in nomenclature and classifications of plants and animals between this world and his original one. He needed to spend time and effort identifying cross-world equivalents before he could start producing those miraculous formulas. On the phone, Pepper seemed to pick up on Eren's reluctant tone and let out a soft laugh. After giving Eren a few final reminders, Pepper quickly hung up. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, her workload was far from light. She always had a mountain of tasks waiting for her, especially given the recent chaos surrounding Stark Industries. The fact that she had taken time out to resolve Eren's troubles showed how much effort she had put in. On the other end, Eren stared at the phone and thought. For the Water Ghost Gang to fold so quickly, the incident at the Morning Star Bar must have hit them hard. They were likely struggling just to stay afloat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to reassure Pepper so early in the morning. With the gang weakened and on the defensive, would this be the perfect opportunity to wipe them out for good? Following S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lead during the Morning Star Bar incident, Eren had managed to glimpse several key pieces of information about the Water Ghost Gang. The gang's leader, Anik, nicknamed the Giant Ghost, had built the gang with his own hands. Known for his brawn, cunning, and fearless personality, Anik had carved out a foothold for the gang in the docks. Anik had been absent from the Morning Star Bar that night, narrowly escaping the disaster. But 3 of the gang's 4 top lieutenants had been present and were killed. With most of their leaders and rank-and-file members gone, the gang was now left with only Anik and his brother-in-law, nicknamed Seaweed. If Eren could take out these 2, the gang would collapse into chaos. The surrounding gangs, smelling blood in the water, would swoop in like sharks, tearing the Water Ghost Gang apart. That would eliminate the threat entirely. The thought sent a dangerous glint through Eren's eyes. Now that their power was diminished, Anik would have no choice but to send his remaining lackeys to guard their territory, leaving himself relatively unprotected. This was the perfect time to strike. And with the Seeker origami crane in his possession, Eren could find Anik no matter where he tried to hide. With determination in his gaze, Eren muttered to himself, "If that's the case, let's put an end to this once and for all." As nightfall approached, Eren roamed the alleys of Chinatown, carefully purchasing the items he thought he might need for the night's mission. By the time darkness fully descended, Eren, now in disguise, silently slipped out of his 3-story home. Avoiding the street cameras at intersections, he followed the guidance of the Seeker origami crane in his hand. Step by step, he moved closer to Anik's location. Hell's Kitchen, the most depraved and filthy place in New York City, perhaps in the entire country, a cesspool of crime and chaos. The alleys lining the streets were littered with discarded trash, resembling makeshift garbage dumps, their stench polluting the air. Sunken and cracked roads bore scattered, empty bottles and crumpled cans that rolled listlessly in the occasional breeze. The air reeked of rotting food, mixed with strange, unpleasant odors. The environment was dreadful, the streets dilapidated, and law enforcement practically non-existent. Even New York's police officers avoided the area unless absolutely necessary. Their patrols hurried and perfunctory. Yet this very lawlessness made Hell's Kitchen a haven for criminals. Countless fugitives and lowlifes from across New York sought refuge here, hiding their identities and lying low in its shadows. The headquarters of the Giant Ghost, Anik, the Water Ghost Gang's leader, was a graffiti-covered red brick building nestled in the heart of this hellhole. Inside, the hulking figure of Anik, nearly 2 meters tall, guzzled beer straight from the can. With a single swig, he emptied the 500-milliliter can before crushing it into a twisted hunk of metal with his massive hand. The remaining beer dripped down his tattooed arm, pooling on the floor and accentuating the violent atmosphere of the dimly lit room. Ever since taking on a job from a mysterious benefactor, Onik had felt like everything was falling apart. The mission had failed. He hadn't secured what he was after, had lost several men, and had drawn unwanted attention. In the days since, the NYPD and city officials had been relentless, constantly breathing down his neck. As if that wasn't enough, the so-called gas leak at the Morning Star Bar, his gang's base of operations, had wiped out most of the Water Ghost Gang's members and leadership. The losses were devastating. He had to shell out a significant amount of money to placate the families of the deceased or risk the gang fracturing completely. To make matters worse, rival gangs had begun circling like sharks, eager to carve up the weakened Water Ghost Gang's territory. When Onik had finally swallowed his pride and reached out to his powerful backer for help, he was met with a barrage of insults. Useless idiot. The memory of the scolding made Onik's blood boil. F***ck, he growled, slamming his fist into the glass coffee table in front of him. The sturdy table shattered instantly, shards of glass flying everywhere and leaving cuts on his hands and face. FCK. FCK. His rage spiraled out of control. Roaring profanities, he began overturning everything within reach, smashing lamps, chairs, and anything else unlucky enough to be nearby. Outside the room, two gang members stationed at the door exchanged nervous glances as the sounds of destruction continued unabated. He's terrifying. How long do you think it'll take for him to calm down? One muttered, his voice trembling. No idea. Let's just hope he doesn't take his anger out on us. The other side, clearly uneasy. Suddenly, one of them sniffed the air. What's that smell? The other perked up, inhaling deeply. I don't know, but it smells kind of nice. Maybe it's perfume. Perfume? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way there's a woman in this building. Before he could finish, his eyes glazed over, and he slumped against the wall, unconscious. Alarmed, the remaining gang member rushed to his companion, only to collapse as well, succumbing to the effects of a potent hallucinogen. Moments later, a figure wearing an intricately designed clown mask slipped through a nearby window. Silent and methodical, the masked intruder slit the throats of both men before stabbing each in the heart. Eren glanced at the vial of custom hallucinogen in his pocket, impressed by its effectiveness. Not bad, he murmured. Using the same strategy, he sprayed the remaining hallucinogen under the door to Onik's room before readying his grandfather's Beretta handgun, chambering around and waiting patiently. The hallucinogen worked quickly. Within minutes, the sounds of Onik's rampage subsided. After waiting a little longer to ensure the air was less saturated with the drug, Eren carefully opened the door just a crack. Through the gap, he saw the massive figure of Onik sprawled motionless on the couch, his bulk resembling that of a grizzly bear. Perched silently on Onik's head was the Seeker origami crane, its presence confirming that this was indeed the leader of the Water Ghost Gang. Activating his spirit vision, Eren confirmed that Onik was in a deep, tranquil sleep. Exhaling slowly, Eren entered the room. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and drove his blade into Onik's chest, piercing his heart. The giant didn't even have time to make sound. In a matter of minutes, the leader of the Water Ghost Gang and his two subordinates were dead, their lives snuffed out in utter silence. Eren let out a deep breath, finally relaxing. Before entering the building, he had used spirit vision to verify that Onik and the two guards were the only occupants. With them gone, there was no immediate threat. To be honest, Eren's infiltration had gone far more smoothly than he anticipated. The Water Ghost Gang's leader, the giant ghost, Onik, was even easier to deal with than Eren had imagined. There had been no resistance worth mentioning. They were incapacitated by the hallucinogen and died without ever knowing who their attacker was. Of course, the ease of this operation owed much to the unexpectedly effective hallucinogen spray Eren had used. Looking at the bloodied corpses, Eren mused. Killing seems to be easier than I thought. People are more fragile than I expected. Too bad the other top lieutenant of the Water Ghost Gang wasn't here. Otherwise, I could have eliminated them all at once. Despite the killing, Eren felt neither discomfort nor twisted excitement. What he experienced was a calm, matter-of-fact acceptance, as if, deep down, he believed that taking a life wasn't such a big deal. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Eren donned gloves and began searching the house. Since he had avoided using firearms and made no noise during the operation, he had ample time to clean up and secure any valuables. Half an hour later, after meticulously erasing his traces, Eren left the house with a heavy backpack, skillfully avoiding the few working cameras in Hell's Kitchen. 15 minutes later, a simple trap was triggered. The faintest spark ignited the natural gas Eren had released into the building, resulting in a deafening explosion. Boom! The raging flames consumed everything inside, leaving no evidence of what had transpired. By the time firefighters extinguished the blaze, the house was unrecognizable, and only 3 charred corpses remained to tell the story. Meanwhile, Eren had already returned to his room in Chinatown. Dumping the contents of his backpack onto his bed, he began inventorying his spoils. First were stacks upon stacks of US dollars, over 100 bundles in total, along with loose cash from the bodies. The total came to $1,308,852. In addition, there were 15 gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram, and an assortment of jewelry and ornaments, loot Eren had retrieved from the house's safe. He wasn't entirely sure about the current gold prices, but he estimated the gold and jewelry were worth at least another couple of $1 million. Well, what do you know? With a wry smile, Eren thought of an old saying, "Murder and arson bring wealth, while labor leaves no bones." After hiding most of the cash, gold, and jewelry in a hidden compartment under his bed, Eren kept only a small portion of cash for emergencies. Afterward, he took a long shower and burned his clothing in the basement furnace of an old building, ensuring no trace was left behind. Finally, Eren lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. Elsewhere, Agent Coulson sat in his office, exhausted but satisfied. He had just finished constructing a soundproof chamber to contain the forbidden object and submitted his mission report. Just as he leaned back to relax, an agent knocked on his door to deliver news. The giant ghost Onyx of the Water Ghost Gang died in a fire, the agent reported. Fire? Coulson frowned. That seems a little too convenient. Given the role Onyx had played in the Morningstar Bar incident, Coulson had already marked him as a person of interest. The agent shrugged. It wasn't the fire that killed him. I checked with the NYPD, and the coroner believes Onyx and the others were dead before the fire started. The corpses' positions weren't consistent with death by burning. Plenty of groups have their eyes on the Water Ghost Gang's territory. My guess, one of the gangs took him out and staged it as an accident. I see, Coulson said, nodding. Any leads on who was behind it? The agent shook his head. The fire destroyed all evidence, and the surveillance cameras in the area didn't capture anything unusual. Whoever did it must have been a professional. A professional, huh? Coulson murmured, his mind wandering. Could this have been a simple gang rivalry, or was it a case of silencing loose ends? Coulson's instincts told him there was more to this story. He couldn't shake the image of the young fortune teller who had been at the Morningstar Bar. The next morning, Eren rose early and took a taxi to Midtown High School. The original host of his body had been reclusive since his mother's death, keeping to himself and avoiding friendships. His absence over the past few days had gone unnoticed by both students and teachers. This worked to Eren's advantage. At the school gates, the administrator greeted him with concern. "Eren, are you feeling better?" Eren guessed Pepper had used his illness as an excuse to get him time off, so he nodded and responded lightly, deflecting the question. Settling into his classroom, Eren had barely sat for a few minutes when someone caught his attention. Blonde hair, a sweet smile, and strikingly beautiful features. Gwen Stacy stepped into the room, immediately drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. She scanned the classroom briefly before locking eyes with Eren. When Gwen Stacy saw Eren, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over to him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and said, "Hi, I'm Gwen. Can I borrow a few minutes of your time, Eren?" "Of course." Eren shrugged and added, Honestly, there aren't many people at Midtown High who don't know you. With that, Eren stood up and followed Gwen out of the classroom. Behind them, the classroom erupted into a mix of whistles, teasing, and whispers. Gwen was undeniably the goddess of Midtown High. Every move she made captured the attention of her fellow students. A group of gossiping girls immediately started speculating about the relationship between Eren and Gwen, while a few members of the basketball team glared resentfully at Eren's back, their thoughts hidden behind clenched jaws. Outside the classroom, the walk was initially quiet. Neither Eren nor Gwen spoke until they reached a secluded corner, where Gwen finally broke the silence. "Thank you for what you did that day," she said, her tone sincere. Eren scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Honestly, I'm just glad you don't blame me." That day, trapped alone in a room together, both drugged, they had come dangerously close to crossing a line. While they hadn't taken the final step, much had already transpired between them. The memory cast an awkward tension between them. Gwen's ears flushed a delicate pink, as she likely recalled the events as well. Her flushed ears were strikingly delicate and, unintentionally, captivating. "How could I blame you?" Gwen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft. "You held back in the end, didn't you? If it had been someone else, I don't think." Ahem. Spotting a teacher approaching from a distance, Eren cleared his throat loudly, cutting her off. If Gwen had continued speaking and someone overheard, it would have been unbearably awkward for both of them. Understanding the unspoken warning, Gwen quickly fell silent. Once the teacher had passed, she changed the subject. "By the way, you were the one who called the police that day, weren't you?" "Yeah." Eren nodded. There was no reason to deny it. "Both of us had been drugged, and you were barely coherent. I had to run out on my own to get help." "I understand. If you had stayed to drag me along, neither of us would have gotten out," Gwen interrupted, her voice firm. "My dad said it was because you barricaded the door that they had enough time to take down those criminals. You saved us." Eren chuckled lightly, saying nothing. It wasn't hard to see why Gwen was so well-liked at school. She was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also perceptive and kind. Gwen suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression brightening. "Oh, by the way, my mom wanted to thank you for saving me. She's invited you to dinner at our house tomorrow evening. You won't say no, will you?" Eren blinked, startled. First, he had seen Gwen in ways no one else had. Now, he was being invited to her house for dinner? Was this some kind of meet the in-laws scenario? Shaking his head, Eren replied, "That's really not necessary. I didn't do much to help." Before he could finish, Gwen raised a finger and pressed it against his lips. "You're not allowed to refuse. I already promised my mom, and you wouldn't want to go back on my word, would you?" The warmth of her finger lingered on his lips, and without thinking, Eren lightly licked his lips. Gwen's reaction was immediate. She pulled her hand back as if shocked, her face glowing red. The blush spread across her cheeks, painting her porcelain skin with an enchanting hue. Before the moment could grow more awkward, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. "I wrote the address on this card. If you don't come tomorrow, you're dead." Taking advantage of the distraction, Gwen shoved a card into Eren's hand before dashing off in a flustered hurry, leaving him no chance to refuse. "Well," before Eren could process what had just happened, a voice sounded behind him. "She's already gone. Staring won't change that. You should hurry to class before your teacher starts docking your grades." Turning around, Eren saw the school administrator he had encountered earlier at the gates. The older man's plump face bore a knowing smile, and there was a glint of nostalgia in his eyes, as if the scene had reminded him of some fond memory from his youth. Eren didn't bother explaining. With an awkward smile, he nodded and headed back to class. Back in the classroom, Eren returned to find his math teacher already waiting. Fortunately, the teacher didn't make things difficult for him. After nodding in acknowledgement, the teacher allowed Eren to take his seat. Barely seated, Eren felt an elbow nudge his arm. Turning, he saw a round-faced, cheerful classmate leaning in with an eager expression. "Eren, you sly dog. Since when did you know Gwen? And why didn't you tell me?" The boy, Doug, was one of Eren's few acquaintances at school. A fellow Chinatown native and an Asian American like Eren, Doug was one of the few classmates Eren could have casual conversations with. But Doug's nosiness and loose tongue made him someone Eren preferred not to confide in too much. "You're overthinking it," Eren replied, keeping his voice level. "I was out sick for a few days, remember? Gwen's a student assistant, so she was just checking up on me to see if I needed any help." Eren intentionally spoke loud enough for nearby eavesdroppers to hear. His words served as a subtle warning to the curious students around him. He had no interest in becoming the center of gossip. After all, Eren's reason for attending school was to learn, not to waste time on meaningless drama. People always like hearing what they want to hear, regardless of age. Sure enough, when Eren spoke, the students eavesdropping nearby visibly relaxed, their expressions shifting to an that makes sense kind of look. Compared to the gossip about Eren and Gwen earlier, they were more inclined to believe the explanation he just gave. However, the chubby Doug rolled his eyes and deliberately said in Mandarin, "Who are you trying to fool? If that's all there is to it, why did you two need to step out and talk alone?" Both their families have been Chinese for 3 generations. Since childhood, they were taught Mandarin by their elders, so they sometimes used it to communicate in school when discussing things they didn't want others to overhear. Mandarin, renowned for its difficulty, was rarely spoken by anyone other than Chinese. At Midtown High, there weren't many who understood it. Using Mandarin ensured they wouldn't be overheard. Eren rolled his eyes and replied softly, "That's the truth. Believe it or not." "Hey," Doug, annoyed by Eren's response, raised his voice unconsciously. Just as he was about to say more, he caught the stern gaze of the math teacher. Though old, the math teacher was far from senile. He wasn't about to let his class be disrupted so blatantly. Doug immediately deflated like a balloon with a hole in it, shrinking back into his seat. The rest of the class, also wary of the teacher's wrath, fell silent. The room became eerily quiet. Satisfied with the restored order, the math teacher cleared his throat. He announced that, as graduating students, the school would be conducting a mock exam next week to assess everyone's knowledge level. The math exam would be held on Wednesday morning. The teacher didn't want his class to lag behind others, so he planned to use the upcoming sessions to review past lessons thoroughly. He urged everyone to pay close attention. As soon as he finished, the classroom erupted again. The top students looked confident and unperturbed. The struggling students, on the other hand, groaned as if mourning a loss. Eren's earlier smile also wavered upon hearing the announcement. "Seriously? First day back at school, and you're telling me there's going to be an exam?" Even though Eren had inherited the memories of this body, they were incomplete. Moreover, the original Eren wasn't exactly a top student. His grades usually hovered around the middle to lower ranks of the class. Now, it was his turn, with incomplete memories, to face an exam. Success seemed unlikely. The math teacher, of course, didn't care about Eren's plight. He picked up a piece of chalk and began scribbling formulas on the board, explaining the key concepts he had previously taught. As the teacher spoke, Eren's dual memories began to merge, rapidly enhancing his grasp of mathematical knowledge. Even concepts the original Eren had forgotten, or never mastered, were now quickly absorbed and retained. After consuming the seer potion, Eren's memory and learning abilities had already reached extraordinary levels. The cosmic brain meditation technique he had practiced further boosted his mental acuity, enhancing his ability to learn and retain information. Now, Eren's sharp mind devoured every piece of knowledge, turning it into something he could use. Midtown High was a prestigious school, even among elite institutions in New York and across the country. The teaching staff was top-notch. In just one class, Eren felt his mathematical skills improve noticeably. This was partly due to his 2 lives' worth of knowledge merging, but also thanks to the teacher's guidance. After the math class, it was time for physics, chemistry, and other subjects. Each session further solidified Eren's understanding, significantly boosting his overall knowledge. Though he still couldn't compare to the academic stars of his grade, he was no longer at the bottom of the class. At 3 p.m., Eren retrieved his books from his locker, preparing to attend his advanced placement, AP course. AP courses allowed students to earn college credits in advance, but participation was optional and left to the student's discretion. However, for anyone aiming to get into a top-tier university, AP course performance was a must. Federal high schools typically divided their courses into 3 difficulty levels. Basic difficulty, regular courses that were barely enough to earn a high school diploma. Intermediate difficulty, honor courses sufficient to secure admission to second or third-tier universities. Advanced difficulty, AP courses requiring a minimum of 5 subjects and an average score of 5 for admission into top universities. In the U.S., college preparation began the moment you enter high school. As a student at Midtown High, Eren was no exception. With his current plans, he intended to add a few more AP courses to his schedule beyond what the original Eren had chosen. For most people, taking on several new AP courses in one semester and scoring high on the exams was a daunting task. But with his enhanced memory and learning ability, Eren believed it wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Eren was about to leave with his books, he unexpectedly bumped into Gwen, who was carrying a stack of textbooks. "Eren, yeah, Gwen, what are you doing here?" "Heading to my AP class," Gwen said, raising her textbook slightly. She glanced at the book Eren was holding and asked, "You too?" Eren looked at his book and realized it was the same AP calculus textbook Gwen had. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to pick the same course." Gwen rolled her eyes playfully. Calculus is a required course for college. It's not surprising that many students choose it. Eren smiled. "Fair point. But there's only one AP calculus class this afternoon. I didn't realize we were in the same class. How did I not notice before?" Gwen wondered. Eren chuckled without answering. After all, the only one who hadn't noticed was Gwen. The original Eren had been so inconspicuous in school that he was practically invisible. Eren had been secretly glancing at Gwen during every AP class they shared, but Gwen had never noticed. The reason for Eren's momentary surprise earlier was simply because he hadn't recalled this particular detail right away. After all, in Eren's view, the original body's naive little crush had already ended before it even began. As for the memories tied to that crush, Eren wasn't interested in revisiting them. "Shall we go together?" Gwen raised the textbook in her hand, inviting him. The accidental physical contact earlier seemed to have elevated Eren's position in Gwen's mind, compelling her to want to know him better. Eren shrugged. "Sure, let's go together. I have something I wanted to talk to you about anyway." Gwen turned to face him, smiling. "As long as it's not about canceling tomorrow night. But even if you do, I'll pretend I didn't hear it." She added a playful wink. The difficulty of the AP calculus course was not as daunting as Eren had expected. It was comparable to the calculus he had studied in his previous life. One class session was enough for Eren, now refreshed by his past life memories, to make remarkable progress in his understanding of calculus. What amazed him even more, though, was Gwen. She seemed to find the university-level calculus course too elementary. Throughout the class, she spent most of her time engrossed in reading advanced mathematics papers. If it weren't for the dismissal bell, Eren suspected Gwen could have buried herself in those books at school until nightfall. After putting his AP calculus textbook into his locker, Eren retrieved his backpack and locked the door, ready to head home. Gwen, seeing him grab his bag, asked curiously, "You're not in any clubs?" Since the next day was the weekend, Friday afternoons were prime time for most clubs to gather and hold activities. Eren shrugged. "I was in one, but today I need to leave early." Gwen nodded and smiled. "Got it. I won't walk you out then. I've got a chemistry lab group meeting." "All right," Eren replied, then added, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After saying goodbye to Gwen, Eren hadn't even made it to the school gates before a chubby hand wrapped tightly around his neck from behind. "Gotcha, Eren. I knew there was something going on between you and Gwen. Deny it all you want, but I saw it with my own eyes. Now spill the beans." The culprit was none other than the chubby Doug, whose nickname was Big Dog. Doug's name sounded similar to the word dog, so his nickname stuck ever since someone first called him that. Eren pried off the pudgy arm around his neck and retorted, "Spill what? Gwen and I share the same AP class. You know that." Then, rubbing his slightly sore neck, he added, "Also, big dog, you really need to lose some weight. If you don't, you won't even be able to see your neck anymore." Doug's face turned green as soon as Eren mentioned his weight, completely forgetting about the gossip he was so fixated on earlier. He glared at Eren. "I've told you before, you can call me by my nickname, but don't call me fat. I've said 100 times, it's not fat, it's muscle. Feel my biceps if you don't believe me. Rock solid. Yeah, right?" Eren sneered, rolling his eyes at Doug's soft, fluffy arms. He left Doug to his own delusions. "Hey, what's with that look? I'm telling you." Before the chubby boy could finish defending himself, Eren swung his backpack over his shoulder and strode towards the school gates. Doug hurriedly followed, panting heavily as he tried to keep up. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up to Eren, who eventually flagged down a taxi and drove off. Gasping for breath, Doug watched in disbelief as the cab sped away. A taxi? How extravagant. Has Eren struck it rich or something? Normally, unless it was for a club activity, Eren would take the bus home with Doug. After all, a taxi ride from school to Chinatown wasn't cheap. For them, it was better to save that money for games or a better controller. Getting out of the cab, Eren unlocked the front door of his home. Sure enough, Pepper Potts, dressed sharply in professional attire, was sitting on the couch. On the table in front of her was an extra-large pizza box, a box of crispy fried chicken, and 2 drinks. Eren had rushed home today because Pepper had told him earlier she would be visiting. "Eren is back. I brought you a supreme pizza set from Crown Pizza and your favorite fried chicken. Oh, and Coke too." Pepper greeted him warmly. Although there was a hint of worry in her expression, she forced a smile and motioned for Eren to sit down. She then opened the boxes of pizza and chicken. Crown Pizza was a famous New York pizzeria with long lines every day. Getting their pizza wasn't easy. The moment the box was opened, the rich aroma of the supreme pizza wafted through the air. Compared to that, the smell of the fried chicken seemed less enticing. Eren didn't immediately go for the fragrant pizza or the golden, crispy chicken. Instead, he grabbed a drink and took a sip. Coke. "Aunt Pepper, you know me so well. You knew I'd prefer Coke over the juice that comes with the pizza set." Pepper chuckled. "I actually think their freshly squeezed juice is pretty good. You should try it sometime. A little variety wouldn't hurt." "Ha, Aunt Pepper, that's because you don't understand the joy of Coke." Pepper shook her head and said, "All right, enough joking around. The pizza and fried chicken are still hot. Let's eat before they get cold in this weather." As she spoke, Pepper picked the meatiest slice of pizza from the box and handed it to Eren. "Thanks, Aunt Pepper." Without hesitation, Eren took the pizza and began devouring it. Since practicing the cosmic brain meditation, Eren's appetite had grown significantly. He was eating more and feeling hungry faster. Whether it was due to the meditation consuming a lot of energy or his body now requiring more nutrients to sustain itself, Eren couldn't be sure. By the time the meal was over, Pepper had only eaten 1 slice of pizza and drank a cup of juice. The rest of the pizza and all the fried chicken had gone into Eren's stomach. Watching him eat like a ravenous wolf startled Pepper. She was almost worried something was wrong with his body. "Aunt Pepper, don't worry. I've been training lately, so I'm burning a lot more energy and eating more as a result." "Training?" "Yeah. Last time, I was kidnapped so easily, partly because I was physically too weak. Even if I couldn't fight back, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to capture me if I were stronger. Since escaping, I've been training to build up my stamina. My appetite has grown along with it." "I see." Pepper let out a sigh of relief after Eren's explanation. Intense physical training leading to a bigger appetite wasn't unusual, and as a growing boy, getting stronger was never a bad thing. After dinner, they began chatting leisurely. "All right," Pepper said. "I got a call from Chief George this afternoon. He said the leader of the Water Ghost Gang died last night, and the last remaining boss, that guy named Seagrass, was arrested for murder. You can finally relax and stop worrying." Eren froze for a moment. "So the leader, Seagrass, was captured by the NYPD? No wonder I didn't find him when I wiped out the Water Ghost Gang. Messing with the daughter of a New York police chief?" Eren had no doubt that Seagrass was finished. Plus, as the second in command of a gang, it was impossible that his record was clean. This time, the NYPD wouldn't let him go easily. Eren grinned. Well, karma sure does work fast. Looks like I can finally get a good night's sleep. Pepper smiled. You definitely need it, especially since you'll be at Gwen's house tomorrow night. You wouldn't want to look tired. Wait, Aunt Pepper, how do you know about that? Pepper chuckled. I know Gwen's mom, Helen. She invited me too. But Stark Industries is a mess right now, so I can't make it. You're on your own, kiddo. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she added, maybe it's for the best. You might just charm your way into Gwen's heart without me around. Oh, so that's how it is. Ignoring Pepper's teasing, Eren recalled the troubled look on her face when he first entered. Aunt Pepper, is something wrong with Stark Industries? Is that what's been bothering you? Pepper hesitated for a moment, then sighed. You noticed, huh? Of course. Well, I won't hide it from you. Tony's gone missing. Stark Industries is in chaos, and even the military keeps sending people over for updates. As Tony's personal assistant, I have to handle all of it. On top of that, there's a flood of reporters. These past few days have been overwhelming. Perhaps it was because she needed someone to confide in, or maybe she genuinely saw Eren as family. But Pepper began venting her frustrations to him. Apart from the company issues, she had also been worried about Eren's recent troubles, though she chose not to mention that part to him. Tony? You mean the famous billionaire playboy Tony Stark? When did he go missing? Pepper looked surprised. You didn't know? The news has been all over this for days. Eren shrugged. And Pepper, you know why. After that incident, I haven't watched the news at all. Oh my, I'm so sorry, Eren. I forgot about that. Pepper immediately pulled Eren into a tight hug, guilt written all over her face. After a while, she finally said, now that I think about it, Tony went missing on the same day you were kidnapped. What? The same day? Pepper didn't realize the storm her words had stirred in Eren's mind. As Marvel's chosen one, Tony Stark's disappearance marked the beginning of the extraordinary world of the Marvel Universe, the turning point for everything. The day Tony Stark went missing was the same day Eren arrived in this world. Was it purely coincidence, or was there some unknown connection? Suppressing his shock and doubt, Eren replied, What a coincidence, huh? Coincidence, my foot. Pepper rolled her eyes. Do you know how much I've been worrying about you two? Your issue is resolved now, but there's still no news about Tony. As she spoke, her eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry she couldn't hide. Don't worry, Aunt Pepper. Eren comforted her. Tony Stark is a genius. He'll be fine. But the military found several wrecked vehicles and soldiers' bodies at the site where he went missing. They suspect it was a terrorist attack. Pepper's voice trembled, as if she couldn't bear to think about the worst-case scenario. Seeing this, Eren offered another perspective. Aunt Pepper, think about it this way. If Tony Stark were really in trouble, wouldn't the terrorist group responsible have bragged about it by now? No group has claimed responsibility, which could mean Tony is still alive and well. If fate in this world was still on track, Eren remembered that Tony should currently be swinging a hammer in some cave. The conditions were harsh, but at least his life wasn't in immediate danger. Hearing Eren's words, Pepper forced a faint smile. I hope so. Seeing the gloom in Pepper's eyes, Eren sighed inwardly. Fine. For Aunt Pepper's sake, I'll help out. Having made up his mind, Eren said, Aunt Pepper, if you really want to find your boss, Tony Stark, I might be able to help. Pepper was momentarily stunned before she smiled and ruffled Eren's hair. It's sweet of you to offer, but finding Tony is something for the police and military to handle. Clearly, Pepper didn't believe Eren could help with such a major issue. Stark Industries and the federal military, two massive entities, have been searching for Tony for so long without success. What could a high schooler like Eren possibly do? Aunt Pepper, you don't believe me. Eren wasn't foolish. Pepper's patronizing tone was obvious. Pepper smiled, but said nothing, her attitude crystal clear. Well, I believe him. At that moment, a magnetic, calm voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Startled, Pepper immediately stood up and placed herself protectively in front of Eren, glaring at the middle-aged man who had entered uninvited. Sir, this is private property. Please leave. The intruder Carlson quickly raised his hands, one holding his identification and the other a briefcase, to show he meant no harm. He explained hastily, "Please don't be alarmed. My name is Phil Carlson, an agent with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Eren can vouch for me." Pepper frowned, not recognizing the lengthy name, but she did catch the word agent. Keeping a safe distance, she examined Carlson's ID carefully, then turned to Eren with a questioning look. "He's indeed an agent from that long-named organization," Eren confirmed flatly, then turned to Carlson with a cold expression. "But I don't recall inviting you into my home, Agent Carlson. Are you planning to trespass, or does your agency have the authority to override federal law?" "Don't misunderstand," Carlson said quickly. "The door was unlocked, and I overheard your conversation, so I—" He paused mid-sentence, then added apologetically, "All right, my bad. I should have knocked first. But since I came bearing money, maybe you can let it slide this time." He raised the briefcase in his hand with a sheepish smile. "Money?" Pepper frowned in confusion. Eren, however, seemed to catch on. "Is this about the reward for the last mission? Your strategic something works fast, huh?" "It's the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division," Carlson corrected with mild exasperation, then added proudly, "Our efficiency is top-notch, unlike some bloated organizations." With that, he unzipped the briefcase, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. The sight of the money made Eren's eyes light up. "All right, since you came all this way to deliver money, I'll let it slide this time. But if you barge in uninvited again, I'll hire a lawyer to sue your agency." Eren casually took the briefcase from Carlson's hand. As he did, Carlson scratched his head awkwardly. The briefcase is my personal property. Once you take the cash and tax receipt, could you return it to me?" Eren rolled his eyes, but obliged, pulling out $100,000 in cash and a tax receipt with his name on it before tossing the briefcase back to Carlson. "Thanks," Carlson said as he caught the briefcase and zipped it up. Meanwhile, Pepper's expression turned grim as she stared at the stacks of cash on the table. "Eren, don't you think you owe me an explanation for this?" She was both worried and scared. $100,000 was no small sum. Even for someone like Pepper, who had been working for years, saving up that much would take over a month. For a high schooler like Eren, why would this mysterious agency hand him so much money? The last thing Pepper wanted was to hear that Eren had joined some secretive government agency, let alone one as dangerous as this. Seeing Pepper's stern expression, Eren knew she had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "It's like this, Aunt Pepper. I have some special abilities. During one of Agent Carlson's missions, I happened to help out, and this is my reward. I wasn't kidding earlier when I said I could help you find your boss. That's also related to my abilities." Carlson chimed in, "That's right. Eren does possess extraordinary talents. I can vouch for that. When I heard him say he could find Tony Stark, I got a little too excited and came in without knocking." Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of Carlson's organization. Because of that connection, coupled with Tony's extraordinary genius, he had always been a high-priority figure for the agency. After Tony Stark went missing, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD, had also been searching for him. Unfortunately, they had yet to uncover any clues. That's why, upon overhearing Eren claim he could locate Tony, Carlson couldn't resist barging into the house. As Eren and Carlson exchanged words, Pepper began to waver. Could Eren truly possess some ability she didn't know about that could help locate Tony Stark? If it were just Eren saying so, Pepper might dismiss it as a kind gesture to comfort her. But with a SHIELD agent also affirming it, she couldn't help but start to believe there might be some truth to it. After a moment of hesitation, her worry for Tony overpowered her doubts. Pepper asked, "Eren, can you really find Tony?" Eren nodded. "I have a mystical item that can locate Tony Stark, but it's a rare and valuable consumable." Before he could finish, Carlson interjected, "If you truly have something that can help us locate Tony Stark, SHIELD will gladly compensate you generously, just as we did before." Eren shot Carlson a sidelong glance. "That item is a consumable," and its value far exceeds $100,000. How about $200,000? Coulson ventured cautiously. Eren rolled his eyes, ignoring him entirely. Pepper, on the other hand, said, "If it's about money, I do have some savings." Eren cut her off. "Why would I take your money, Aunt Pepper? You've helped me so many times. Can I do this one thing for you? Besides, if Tony is really being held by terrorists, finding him is as good as saving his life. He's a billionaire. Do you think he wouldn't reward me?" "Of course not." Pepper immediately replied with a smile. Tony Stark wasn't one to owe people favors. If Eren were to save him, Tony's prideful nature wouldn't allow him to skimp on repaying the debt. Hearing this, Eren shrugged. Exactly. However, while the item can locate Tony Stark, that's all it can do. If he's really been kidnapped, someone still needs to rescue him. Aunt Pepper, isn't Tony well connected with the military? You could ask them to. Before Eren could finish, Coulson cut him off. If the credit for rescuing Tony Stark were handed to the military, Coulson knew his one-eyed boss would glare him to death. No need for that, Coulson said quickly. If you can pinpoint Tony Stark's location, S.H.I.E.L.D. will dispatch its most elite agents to rescue him immediately. Trust me, when it comes to rescue missions, we agents are far more skilled than the military. This is what we're trained for. Coulson's confident demeanor was hard to argue with, and even Pepper nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Eren shrugged. All right, you can handle the rescue. But in that case, Coulson, you owe me another favor. Another favor? What? Coulson asked, visibly baffled. Eren smirked. Don't play dumb. Rescuing Tony Stark would be a massive achievement for both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D., letting you claim all the credit. Don't you think that earns me a favor? Who knows, Coulson? This might even get you a promotion and a raise. Coulson sighed in defeat, raising his hands as if surrendering. Fine. If we rescue Tony Stark, I owe you another favor. With that assurance, Eren nodded and said, Wait here. He ran upstairs to retrieve a glass jar containing a pink origami crane he had used once before. About 10 minutes later, Eren returned to the living room, holding the jar with the pink crane fluttering inside. As soon as he walked in, both Coulson and Pepper's eyes were drawn to the strange object in his hands. Coulson immediately noticed the pink crane flapping its wings and bumping against the jar's glass walls. Is that the item you mentioned? Pepper asked skeptically. No, Eren replied, shaking his head. The pink crane inside the jar is the item. I just performed a divination to locate Tony Stark and imprinted the information on this crane. It will now lead you to him. Don't worry. Unless someone breaks the enchantment I placed on it, the crane won't stop flying until it finds Tony Stark. So we just follow the direction it points to find him? Coulson asked, interjecting. Eren glanced at him. Exactly. But you'd better wait until you're in Afghanistan before letting the crane guide you. Afghanistan? Tony Stark is still in Afghanistan. Coulson's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed up. According to my divination, yes. The crane will take you to his exact location. All right. I'll report to my director and arrange for our best agents to head out and rescue Tony Stark. As Coulson stepped forward, he naturally reached out for the jar containing the pink origami crane in Eren's hands. However, before he could grab it, Pepper swiftly took the jar from Eren. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, since this item can locate Tony, I'll keep it safe. I'll also accompany you to Afghanistan, Pepper said decisively. Coulson froze, his outstretched hands awkwardly hanging midair. After a brief pause, Coulson tried to reason with her. Miss Pepper, Afghanistan is not New York. It's chaotic and extremely dangerous. Pepper countered. Are you saying you can't ensure my safety? If you can't protect me, how can I trust you have the ability to rescue Tony? Of course, that's not the case. Coulson began to explain hastily. But before he could finish, Eren frowned and interjected. Aunt Pepper, maybe it's better if you stay in New York and wait for news. Leave the rescue to professionals like Coulson. Coulson wasn't exaggerating. Afghanistan at this time was synonymous with chaos. Armed groups ran rampant, and even the locals lacked basic security. Eren didn't want Pepper to put herself in harm's way and try to persuade her. Pepper, however, remained resolute. Shaking her head, she said, "I've never heard of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, so I don't know what they're capable of. If they can't even protect me, I'd rather rely on the military. Their strength is well documented. If that's the case, let's involve the military." Eren didn't want Pepper to take unnecessary risks. If she insisted, he was more than willing to hand the task over to the military, even if it meant forfeiting Coulson's favor. Realizing his opportunity was slipping away, Coulson panicked. "No, S.H.I.E.L.D. can guarantee Ms. Pepper's safety. We've worked with Eren before, and we're familiar with his unique talents. That's why we trust him and are willing to deploy our best agents to rescue Tony Stark. As for the military, do you think they believe in divination or a pink origami crane? Even if they did, assigning the wrong personnel might put Tony in even greater danger. With S.H.I.E.L.D., you don't have to worry about that." Coulson's arguments were logical and persuasive. Even Pepper couldn't help but agree and abandon the idea of involving the military. She compromised slightly, saying, "All right, I won't contact the military, but I'm still going to Afghanistan. Don't worry, I'll only guide you and won't be a burden." In the end, unable to change her mind, both Eren and Coulson reluctantly agreed to her request. After everything was settled, Coulson immediately called Nick Fury. Briefing Fury on the situation, Coulson requested, "Director, I don't know how many people this terrorist group has, so I'd like to request additional manpower for this mission." On the other end of the line, Fury didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, "Coulson, do you really believe that high school kid is some kind of seer? Do you trust that crane to lead us to Tony Stark?" Coulson replied confidently, "Director, I trust my judgment. The Morningstar Bar incident shattered my worldview and made me realize this world isn't as simple as it seems. Besides, if we don't find Tony Stark, all we'll lose is a bit of time. But if we do rescue him, the benefits will be immeasurable." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, as Fury seemed to weigh the pros and cons. Finally, Fury's voice came through. "All right, I approve this mission. I'll assign you 5 tactical teams, along with Hawkeye and Iron Rider, to assist you." TL, I think the author meant the cavalry. Hawkeye and Iron Rider. Hearing those names, Coulson's eyes lit up. These two were among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents, and their involvement greatly increased the chances of success. "Thank you, Director. I won't let you down." After expressing his gratitude, Coulson hung up and prepared to leave with Pepper. They headed for the nearest S.H.I.E.L.D. base, where a helicopter was ready to fly them directly to Afghanistan. Hawkeye and Iron Rider would rendezvous with them en route. After Coulson and Pepper left, Eren sighed deeply. For a brief moment earlier, he had clearly felt the seer potion within him digest further. More people were beginning to believe in his role as a seer. But the frustration of being unable to change Pepper's mind left him feeling restless. Even the progress in digesting the potion couldn't lift his spirits. What Eren didn't realize was that Pepper's insistence on keeping the jar and joining the mission wasn't solely out of concern for Tony Stark. As someone who had fought her way up to become Tony's personal assistant and managed half of Stark Industries, Pepper had seen her fair share of darkness. She didn't trust agents like Coulson completely. Pepper worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. might become curious about the crane's secrets, take it for research, and accidentally break the enchantment Eren had placed on it. If that happened, not only would they lose their chance to find Tony, but they might also turn the blame on Eren, accusing him of fraud. As Tony Stark's personal assistant and Eren's aunt, Pepper felt it was her responsibility to protect Eren from potential exploitation by people like Coulson. In this world full of cold-hearted people and treacherous deeds, her caution was far from excessive. Even though Coulson's character seemed reliable, it never hurt to stay vigilant. On this unexpectedly lively Friday night, after Pepper and Coulson had left, Eren's home received another group of guests. An elderly man dressed in a traditional Chinese tunic, his neatly combed silver hair gleaming under the dim streetlights, arrived at Eren's 3-story home. A crowd of people flanked him, so dense they blocked the street in front of the house. The scene quickly drew the attention of Eren's neighbors, who began whispering among themselves. Some speculated whether Eren had gotten himself into big trouble given how many people from Zhongyi Hall had shown up at his door. With such a commotion outside, it was impossible for Eren not to notice. He had yet to begin his meditation when he grabbed a jacket, descended the stairs, and opened the front door. Standing in the doorway, Eren looked at the group of Zhongyi Hall members, their expressions not exactly friendly. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "I didn't expect Seventh Uncle to honor me with his presence. What brings you here?" Seventh Uncle glanced at the curious onlookers peeking at them from various angles and said coolly, "What? Am I not welcome? Invite me in. This isn't the place to talk." "How can I not welcome you, Seventh Uncle?" "Please come in," Eren said as he stepped aside, motioning for the elderly man to enter. Seventh Uncle seemed pleased with Eren's attitude. The coldness in his expression softened slightly. Turning to the group behind him, he said, "Xiaoyang, Shaoli, you two come with me. The rest of you, stay outside and keep watch." "Yes, Seventh Uncle." With two muscular men flanking him, Seventh Uncle entered the three-story house. Eren guided them to the sofa in the living room and brewed a pot of aged tea, an heirloom left by his grandfather. Even before the tea was fully brewed, the rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Seventh Uncle's nose to twitch. This scent, could it be the treasured tea left by the Lin family elder? Though aged tea wasn't particularly expensive, Seventh Uncle and elders like Eren's grandfather had a fondness for its robust flavor. The aroma alone improved Seventh Uncle's mood considerably. However, despite the pleasant tea, Seventh Uncle didn't forget the reason for his visit. Yuan Li and his men died mysteriously on the Water Ghost Gang's turf. The government claims it was a gas leak, but I don't buy it. Our people saw you talking to those who sealed off the Morningstar bar, and their leader even came to see you this afternoon. Lin family boy, tell me the truth. How did Yuan Li and the others die? Did the Water Ghost Gang kill them? I can't let my men die without answers. Eren shook his head. Uncle Yuan and the others didn't die from a gas leak, nor were they killed by the Water Ghost Gang. In fact, the Water Ghost Gang suffered even more casualties. After a pause, he continued, Uncle Yuan and his men were victims of a cursed artifact left behind by a demon. A demon's cursed artifact? Before Seventh Uncle could respond, the two muscular men beside him, Xiaoyang and Shaoli, scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? There are no demons in this world. A cursed artifact? Ha, what nonsense! Eren ignored their mocking and looked directly at Seventh Uncle. Do you not believe me either? Seventh Uncle didn't answer. His gaze became unfocused, as if he were lost in some distant memory. Xiaoyang and Shaoli exchanged puzzled looks. Finally, one of them called out softly, Seventh Uncle? The voice seemed to pull Seventh Uncle from his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, No wonder no matter how much we inquired, the officials kept giving us that ridiculous gas leak excuse. They wouldn't even let us see Yuan Li's body, claiming it was contaminated. So that's what happened. Seventh Uncle looked deeply at Eren, then cupped his hands slightly in thanks. Thank you for telling me. Xiaoyang, Shaoli, we're leaving. Without waiting for a response, Seventh Uncle turned and headed for the door, leaving the freshly brewed tea untouched. He's leaving already? Xiaoyang and Xiao Li were visibly confused, but followed obediently, their respect for Seventh Uncle preventing them from questioning him. Seventh Uncle, wait. Before they could leave, Eren called out, stopping them in their tracks. Seventh Uncle turned back, his brows furrowed in confusion. What is it? If you're here, take this $100,000 with you, Eren said, pointing to a bag on the table containing the money. $100,000? Seventh Uncle immediately recalled the payment he had accepted to protect Eren. Seeing the money now, his heart filled with regret and guilt. By accepting this job, he had indirectly caused the deaths of over 30 members of Zhongyi Hall on the Water Ghost Gang's turf. 30 lives for $100,000, a deal he would regret for the rest of his life. If he could turn back time, Seventh Uncle would never have taken this job. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Seventh Uncle shook his head and gestured to Shaoli. Take the money and use it to buy better urns for Yuan Li and the others. Let them rest in peace. Though seventh uncle found the $100,000 increasingly unpleasant to look at, he wasn't about to turn it down. After all, refusing money offered to a gang would be unheard of. Yes, the burly man known as Shaoli responded, stepping forward to pick up the bag of money. With a firm grip, he hoisted it over his shoulder and quickly returned to seventh uncle's side, following him out of Eren's three-story home. The sound of the heavy front door slamming shut echoed as Xiao Yang strode ahead to open the car door for seventh uncle, respectfully helping him into the vehicle. Once inside, Shaoli, still holding the money, couldn't help but ask, "Seventh uncle, why are we leaving just like that? $100,000 to settle this matter? Isn't that way too cheap? Yuan Li and the others died for practically nothing. And that kid, he's just spouting nonsense, claiming Yuan Li and the others were killed by a cursed artifact left by a demon? What kind of fairy tale is that? There's no such thing as demons in this world." Before Xiao Li could continue, seventh uncle, who had closed his eyes as if to rest, spoke in a low, eerie voice. "Are you so certain there aren't?" Xiao Li's mind went blank, a metaphorical question mark forming over his head. What does that mean? Could demons actually exist? Without letting Xiao Li dwell on his confusion, seventh uncle began recounting, his tone tinged with recollection. "When I was younger, during Zhongyi Hall's heyday, we tried to expand beyond New York and establish Chinatown in other states. I was sent to Texas. There, we encountered a demon, a real one. Knives, swords, even guns, they were useless against it. Of the 70 or 80 men we sent, only 3 of us survived. I was among the lucky few. If it weren't for the legendary Ghost Rider of Texas appearing and burning that demon with hellfire, none of us would have lived to tell the tale." After that incident, Zhongyi Hall declared Texas off limits. No one has dared set foot there since. The car grew eerily quiet as Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, and even the driver listened in stunned silence. There are really demons in this world? Had it been anyone other than seventh uncle, a man they deeply respected, they would have dismissed the story outright. Xiao Yang suddenly had a realization. "Seventh uncle, does this mean leaving with the $100,000 has something to do with that?" Seventh uncle gave Xiao Yang an approving glance before nodding slightly. "That kid isn't as simple as he appears. How does he know things the police don't? And why was he able to enter the sealed-off Morningstar bar multiple times? Until we figure out what he's hiding, we can't act recklessly. Besides, he shared the truth about Yuan Li and the others with us. Zhongyi Hall owes him for that." With that, seventh uncle closed his eyes again, lost in deep thought. No one in Zhongyi Hall understood the terror of demons better than he did. That's why he believed Eren's claim about Yuan Li and the others falling victim to a cursed artifact left behind by a demon. The Water Ghost Gang's territory. Why would something like that appear there? Could they be connected to demons somehow? Initially, seventh uncle had intended to capitalize on the chaos within the Water Ghost Gang, hoping to absorb some of their operations to offset Zhongyi Hall's losses. But now, learning that the Water Ghost Gang was entangled with something as dangerous as a demon's cursed artifact, he couldn't help but reconsider. What if more of those cursed artifacts are hidden within their ranks? Seventh uncle had no desire to see Zhongyi Hall destroyed from within by something as deadly as what had devastated the Water Ghost Gang. Better to prioritize safety. We'll leave the Water Ghost Gang's mess alone. Meanwhile, back at Eren's house, he stood by the window, watching the convoy fade into the distance. Zhongyi Hall, Uncle Yuan. Eren sighed deeply, his thoughts drifting to Yuan Li's past. Yuan Li had been a bachelor. Though once married, his wife had left him, tired of living a life filled with fear and uncertainty due to his gang affiliations. The divorce court had granted her full custody of their daughter, believing a father with ties to the underworld couldn't provide a stable childhood. Despite their separation, Yuan Li had continued to support his ex-wife and daughter financially, sending them money every month. Now that Yuan Li was gone, what would happen to them? I think they still live in Chinatown. I should visit them when I have the chance, Eren muttered to himself. If not for Yuan Li's willingness to help, he wouldn't have gone to that cursed Morningstar bar. And if not for that, Yuan Li might still be alive. Eren couldn't ignore the plight of Yuan Li's daughter, especially not after everything Yuan Li had done for him. As night fell and the city lights flickered to life, Eren finished his meditation session. Stretching his legs, he massaged his slightly numb limbs before picking up the teacup by his side and taking a sip of water. This time, his meditation wasn't focused on the cosmic brain visualization technique, but rather on the method tied to the seer potion. Though less profound and powerful than the cosmic brain technique, the seer's meditation method was excellent for alleviating mental fatigue and sharpening focus. It provided a slight boost to Eren's attention and memory in a short time. After drinking his water, Eren leaned against the headboard, grabbed a book on divination he had purchased earlier that day, and began reading under the soft glow of his bedside lamp. Divination has an extensive history, with countless variations developed over time. In the East, there are methods like coin divination, facial fortune-telling, birth chart analysis, and turtle shell divination. In the West, there are coffee ground readings, hexagram divinations, holy triangle readings, tarot card readings, great cross divinations, and mirror scrying. Some techniques, such as dream divination and astrological readings, are universally recognized in both the East and West. Despite the variety, divination methods can generally be categorized into three main types. 1. Symbolic connection to the Eren. This category includes techniques like tarot cards, pendulum readings, and hexagram casting. These methods rely on the querent's spiritual resonance to communicate with the intangible concept of fate, gaining partial insights. The diviner interprets these insights to obtain results. Most divination methods, such as tea leaf readings and dream divination, fall into this category. 2. Calculation and deduction. This involves gathering ample objective information and then deducing results through calculation and interpretation. Examples include ancient Eastern turtle shell diagrams and Western astrology. These methods analyze natural information to predict future events or natural disasters. 3. Third-party guidance. This type involves soliciting answers from entities or forces beyond the Eren and diviner. Examples include spirit-invoking games like the use of spirit boards. Ancient tales of divine revelations also fall into this category. Ordinary individuals often fail in attempts to directly communicate with these mysterious entities. Worse, contacting a malevolent force can lead to catastrophic consequences, as such entities often corrupt or harm those who reach out to them. As a bona fide mystic diviner, Eren had tools and techniques to discern malicious intent and extract detailed results with minimal risk. Often, by observing the aura's thickness, brightness, and color through surface-level spirit vision, Eren could assess a person's health and emotional state, using this as supplementary data for divination. Once his abilities improved further, Eren might even discern deeper insights, such as a person's lifespan or hidden secrets. At the highest levels, some beings could use advanced spirit vision to observe any event at any time, past or future. Although Eren had consumed the seer potion and gained supernatural powers, his journey as a seer had only just begun. Not only had he yet to master the core skills of a seer, but much of the esoteric knowledge remained partially understood, a foundation without deeper comprehension. This lack of mastery could hinder Eren's progression in the future. Therefore, whenever he had free time, Eren immersed himself in studying various related topics. Through this comprehensive approach, he hoped to quickly assimilate and master the seer potion. After 3 hours of focused reading, Eren set down his book and rubbed his dry, tired eyes. He turned off the reading lamp, leaned back onto the bed, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. While meditation helped alleviate mental fatigue, it could not yet replace sleep entirely. When Eren awoke, the dim morning light filtered through the curtains, painting the room in soft gray hues. Glancing at the clock on the bedside table, he saw it was only 5 a.m., barely 2 hours since he'd fallen asleep. Despite the short duration, Eren felt fully refreshed, his body brimming with energy. Deep sleep truly works wonders, he murmured with a satisfied smile. Though his attempt at practicing the cosmic brain visualization had been incomplete, it had brought him numerous benefits. Beyond enhancing his mental and physical control, it had granted Eren the ability to enter a state of deep sleep with ease. Studies had shown that 1 hour of deep sleep was far more restorative than 7 to 8 hours of light sleep. 2 hours of deep sleep gave Eren the equivalent of an extended, restful night, freeing up valuable hours for study or other pursuits. Over time, frequent deep sleep could unlock hidden brain potential, significantly boost memory, and improve mental sharpness. Some even suggested it could enhance physical health and extend lifespan. In just a few days, Eren had become enamored with the unexpected bonus provided by the cosmic brain visualization technique. After a quick wash, Eren headed downstairs to the second-floor kitchen. Don't ask why the kitchen was on the second floor. It was an old family quirk. Back when his grandparents were alive, the first floor had served as a small general store. After their passing, his mother had neither the time nor energy to keep it running, so the store was closed and converted into a living room. Entering the kitchen, Eren began preparing breakfast. He rinsed a pot of rice, added water, and mixed in a few drops of sesame oil. Next, he retrieved green onions and pork from the refrigerator. He chopped the onions into short segments and set them aside in a small bowl. The pork, already marinated with salt overnight, was sliced into strips and then diced into small cubes. After blanching the pork in boiling water, he added it to a rice cooker along with the rice and preserved egg, setting it to cook. In about 30 minutes, the pot would yield a steaming batch of preserved egg and pork congee, ready to be garnished with fresh green onions. While the rice cooker worked its magic, Eren changed into athletic wear and went for a morning jog. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he returned home, took a refreshing shower, and changed into clean clothes. Back in the kitchen, he placed a dozen eggs into a pot, covering them with water to boil. Once the eggs were ready, he grabbed a jar of pickled vegetables from the refrigerator, its crunchy tang perfect for breakfast. Finally, Eren added chopped green onions, a pinch of MSG, and a dash of salt to the rice cooker, stirring it all together before ladling himself a generous bowl of hot. After devouring an entire pot of preserved egg and pork congee, plus a dozen boiled eggs, Eren finally leaned back, clutching his overstuffed stomach and letting out a series of loud burps. Ugh, if I keep eating like this, my stomach is going to explode, he muttered, shaking his head at his predicament. I need to find a way to replicate the recipes and nutritional formulas from the nutritionist guide sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I'll either break my budget or my body. Eren thought about the $100,000 he'd taken from the Water Ghost Gang stash. That should be enough to set up a basic lab. I'll start small, work on recreating those nutrient-rich meals and supplements, and maybe even run some trials on lab mice to see if the formulas are compatible with humans in this world. He frowned, though, realizing the challenge ahead. Setting up a proper lab won't be cheap. High-precision equipment, safe materials. Where am I even supposed to buy all that? Ugh, more headaches. Still, in the U.S., money often most solve problems. Let's just hope the Water Ghost Gang's stash doesn't run out too fast, he sighed, wondering how his supposed wealth had vanished into a sea of logistical nightmares. With his stomach finally settling after several trips to the restroom, Eren donned a warm-down jacket, grabbed $50,000 in cash from upstairs, and headed out the door. This time, his destination was the address he'd learned earlier that morning, the residence of Uncle Yuan's ex-wife. A short taxi ride later, Eren arrived at a rundown 7-story apartment building. Its weathered walls and peeling paint spoke of its age, though its proximity to the local Chinatown police station ensured a relatively safe environment. Paying the driver and tipping generously, Eren stepped into the apartment's dimly lit lobby. Inside, an elderly Chinese man sat behind a counter, engrossed in an illustrated novel titled The Plum in the Golden Vase. He barely acknowledged Eren's presence, occasionally casting critical glances at the book's risque illustrations. Eren didn't bother disturbing the man. He ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, quickly finding Unit 304. Knocking lightly, he waited for a response. Moments later, A shadow moved behind the peephole, and Eren felt someone scrutinizing him from the other side of the door. "Is that you, Aunt Fong?" Eren called, his voice gentle and polite. The figure hesitated before a soft, cautious voice replied, "Who are you?" "It's me, Eren. Don't you remember? My grandparents brought me to your wedding with Uncle Yuan years ago." "Eren." The voice trailed off, as if searching its memory. After a moment of silence, recognition dawned. "Oh, you're old Mr. Lin's grandson. My goodness, you've grown so much. If it weren't for that familiar face, I'd never have guessed it was you." The door opened to reveal Feng Qingwu, a woman in her 30s with delicate features. Though life's hardships had left their mark, she retained a refined air. Eren smiled warmly. "It's been years, Aunt Feng. I'm about to graduate high school now, so I've changed a lot since you last saw me." "That's true," Feng Qingwu said with a small laugh, stepping aside. "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down." Inside, the modest apartment was clean but sparsely furnished, with signs of wear and tear visible in every corner. After offering Eren a pair of house slippers, Feng Qingwu asked, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Juice? Just hot water, please," Eren replied. "It's perfect for this chilly weather." "Good choice," she said, smiling. "I just boiled a pot of water, so it won't take a moment." She poured Eren a steaming cup and sat across from him at the small dining table. "So, Eren, what brings you here today? Are you in need of help? If it's money, don't hesitate to ask. I can spare some," Feng Qingwu said, pulling out her wallet. She began counting the larger bills, ready to hand them over. Eren froze for a moment, caught off guard by her assumption. Seeing her sincere concern, he realized she must have heard about his circumstances, the loss of his grandparents, then his mother's passing in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. To her, his unexpected visit must have seemed like a plea for assistance. "Aunt Feng, that's not why I came here," Eren said quickly, waving his hands. It was precisely because of this thought that Feng Qingwu decided to use her savings to help Eren. Young people borrowing money often feel embarrassed. By offering it first, she could save Eren for the awkwardness of asking for help. Everyone has moments of struggle. Although her own savings were limited, Qingwu never hesitated to lend a hand when she could. Looking at the thickness of the stack of cash in Qingwu's hand, Eren's gaze grew complicated. That stack of bills was at least $1,000, a considerable sum that Qingwu couldn't give away lightly. Yet, she was willing to lend it to someone she had only met a few times, suspecting he might be in need. Even without using his spiritual vision, Eren could feel the kindness emanating from Qingwu. Seeing Eren hesitate to take the cash, Qingwu mistook his reluctance for embarrassment. She stepped forward, pressing the money into his hand with a smile. "Take it, little Eren. Don't feel bad. Aunt Qing just found a well-paying job recently, so I can afford to help now and then." Eren shook his head and placed the cash back on the coffee table in front of him. "Aunt Qing, I didn't come to borrow money, and I'm not short on funds." In truth, though Eren still had a significant funding gap for building his lab, his financial situation was far better than Qingwu's. This much was clear just by observing her living conditions. Though Qingwu's apartment was neat and tidy, much of the furniture was old and damaged, some pieces even visibly chipped. Perhaps the only newer items in the apartment were the children's toys neatly stored in cardboard boxes. Hearing Eren's explanation, Qingwu blinked, a faint blush of embarrassment rising to her cheeks. "Is that so? I'm sorry, little Eren." Aunt Qing must have misunderstood. After a brief, awkward explanation, Qingwu asked, "So, why did you come here this time?" Looking at Qingwu's awkward smile and recalling her earlier kindness, Eren found it difficult to speak for a moment. After a long pause, he rasped, "Aunt Qing, did you know that Uncle Yuan had an accident?" "Uncle Yuan? You mean Yuan Li? What happened this time? Did someone break his arm, or his leg? Or maybe he was arrested by the police?" As she spoke, the always gentle Qingwu became agitated. "I've told him so many times, don't join a gang. Don't join a gang. Why can't he just find a stable job and help me raise Nan Nan? But he never listens. To be honest, if he had just listened to me, we wouldn't have ended up divorced. And now, when something goes wrong, he remembers me? back when he refused to leave that gang. Did he ever think about how I felt? Although Qingwu's words were harsh, Eren could sense her unease and lingering concern for Yuan. Aunt Qing, Uncle Yuan, he's dead. Dead. Qingwu froze, her eyes losing focus. She seemed utterly stunned. After a long moment, she asked in a trembling voice, "You're saying Yuan Li is dead?" Eren nodded. "Do you remember the big gas leak incident at the docks recently, Aunt Qing?" Qingwu slowly nodded, still dazed. The gas leak, orchestrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. to clear out the area around Morning Star Bar, had caused a massive uproar. Over 100 people had died inside the bar. The incident had been widely reported, and if not for efforts by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the federal government to suppress the news, it would have dominated headlines across New York. Even now, its impact hadn't subsided. Clearly, Qingwu had heard about it as well. She looked at Eren and asked hoarsely, "Are you saying Yuan Li was there?" Eren nodded again. "Not long ago, I was kidnapped by the water ghost gang at the docks. After escaping, 7th Uncle ordered Uncle Yuan to lead over 30 men to warn the water ghost gang on my behalf. But they encountered the gas leak. Eren didn't mention anything about the anomalous objects involved. Some things were better left unknown to ordinary people. If it weren't for me, Uncle Yuan wouldn't have died." With that, Eren took out $50,000 from his backpack, along with a piece of paper with his phone number written on it. He placed both on the coffee table. "This money is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Aunt Qing. And here's my number. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to call me. I'll do whatever I can." However, Qingwu, still in a daze, barely glanced at the stack of money. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. "Yuan Li's death isn't your fault. Zhang Yitang probably only stepped in because you paid them, right?" Having been married to Yuan, Qingwu knew Zhang Yitang's ways better than Eren ever could. 7th Uncle wouldn't have sent over 30 men to help Eren unless there was significant compensation involved. Yuan's death. I wouldn't blame you for that. People who join gangs, how many of them ever meet a good end? Even if he hadn't died at the docks this time, Yuan would have lost his life somewhere else eventually. I saw through this long ago. That's why I insisted on divorcing him back then. But he wouldn't listen. And now, we've been divorced for a long time. Whether he's alive or dead has nothing to do with me anymore. Take your money back, little Eren. I can't accept it." As Feng Qingwu reached for the cash on the table to return it, Eren pressed it firmly back down. Seeing her reddened eyes and resolute refusal to accept the money, Eren said firmly, "Aunt Qing, you must take this money. Even if you're divorced from Uncle Yuan, Nan Nan is still his only child. If not for yourself, you have to think about her future. Nan Nan is still young. A proper education will require substantial expenses. Even though the U.S. advocates for relaxed education, all those who truly succeed and rise above the rest started receiving elite training from a young age. Aunt Qing, you don't want Nan Nan to struggle at the bottom of society like so many others, do you?" A parent's heart is always full of concern. As Eren spoke, Feng Qingwu couldn't help but waver. As a mother, she couldn't ignore her daughter's future. Feng Qingwu knew all too well the harsh realities of life at the bottom of the Federation's social hierarchy. She didn't want Nan Nan to follow the same path she had. Raising a child to become a true elite in society required significant financial resources. When Yuan was alive, Feng Qingwu still had a fallback. She could have asked Yuan to contribute to their daughter's education. After all, it was his responsibility as a father. But now that Yuan was gone, she faced a cruel question. Could she earn enough on her own to provide Nan Nan with a better future? The Federation was a pragmatic place, where life without money was incredibly difficult. With Eren's reasoning cutting through her doubts, Feng Qingwu's resolve to return the money began to falter. That $50,000 was no small amount. If she spent wisely and supplemented it with her own earnings, it might just cover Nanan's education expenses. Feeling her resistance weaken, Eren pressed on. "Aunt Qing, you know a bit about my situation. Although my mother has passed, she left me a sizable inheritance. This $50,000 is nothing to me. Please keep it for my peace of mind. After much persuasion, Eren finally convinced Feng Qingwu to accept the money. Before she could change her mind, Eren quickly said his goodbyes and left, closing the door behind him. With a soft click, the door of apartment 304 shut behind Eren. Inside, Feng Qingwu stared at the $50,000 on the coffee table, frozen in place. Tears welled in her eyes, and she began to sob quietly. Outside, Eren paused. His sharp hearing caught the faint sound of crying from the apartment above. Looking up at the apartment building, he sighed softly. This visit to see Yuan's family had taken an unexpected turn. Feng Qingwu was kind-hearted, and it was clear to Eren that she still cared deeply for Yuan. Their divorce had likely been her desperate attempt to push Yuan away from his gang life. But in the end, she had failed. No, Eren thought, Yuan must have understood her intentions. So why did he agree to the divorce? Was it to sever ties with them and protect them? Or was there another reason? Eren shook his head, setting aside thoughts of the complicated relationship between Yuan and Qingwu. Through this interaction, Eren realized that while Qingwu was gentle, she was also incredibly determined. Unless she faced absolute desperation, she wouldn't accept help again, not even from him. How could he continue to help her and her daughter? Wait, Eren remembered something. Gang members like Yuan often bought high-value life insurance policies. If Yuan had such a policy, why hadn't the insurance company stepped in after his death? Perhaps Qingwu wasn't aware of it. Eren decided to investigate. If Yuan had insurance, he could help Qingwu claim the payout. She'd be more likely to accept it than direct financial assistance. As Eren pondered, he made his way back to Chinatown. Once there, he visited a bookstore and bought several books on hypnosis before heading to his 3-story building on the edge of Chinatown. Shortly after arriving home, Eren's phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. Gwen Stacy speaking. Is this Eren? Yes, Gwen. What's up? Eren asked curiously. Nothing much, just a reminder that you're coming to dinner at my house tonight. My mom's already bought a ton of food and is looking forward to cooking for you. Oh, by the way, do you have any dietary restrictions we should know about? None at all. Your mom can cook whatever she likes. Great. She'll be thrilled to hear that. Don't forget to be here by 6. I won't. See you then. After hanging up, Eren sighed and shook his head. He had almost forgotten about dinner at Gwen's house. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens tonight, he murmured. Since arriving in this world, Eren felt like he hadn't had a moment to rest. Every day was packed. After placing the hypnosis books in his bedroom, he settled in for another round of studying. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. At around 5:30, Eren followed the directions on Gwen's note and arrived at her high-end apartment building in the city. The building had excellent security. As soon as Eren stepped inside, a security guard stopped him. It wasn't until Gwen came down to meet him that he was allowed to enter. Inside the elevator, Gwen pressed the button for the top floor, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Her slightly squinted gaze seemed to conceal laughter from what she had just witnessed. Eren rolled his eyes. What's so funny? Gwen quickly wiped the smile off her face. Nothing. Oh, what's that in your hand? Handing the gift box to Gwen, Eren replied, It's a bottle of fine baijiu my grandfather collected from China. I thought it would make a good gift for this visit. Gwen immediately returned the box to him, saying seriously, There's no need to be so formal. Trust me, if you bring that bottle into my house, Mom will kill me with a glare. Eren shrugged. Then that's not my problem. Good evening, Mrs. Helen. Eren greeted as the door opened. Good evening, Eren. Helen Stacy warmly welcomed him in. Come in quickly. Eren followed Gwen inside, thanking Helen as he entered. Dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes. Gwen, why don't you keep Eren company in the meantime? After greeting Eren, Helen hurried back to the kitchen to continue preparing the evening feast. Sure, Mom. Oh, Eren brought a bottle of liquor for Dad. Where should I put it? The liquor? Just lock it in the cabinet. You know where the key is, right, Gwen? Of course. Gwen retrieved a key, unlocked the cabinet, and secured the baijiu before dragging Eren up to the second floor. Once inside her room, Gwen shut the door and whispered, That's the first time I've seen anyone give liquor to Dad without Mom getting upset. I'm honored, Eren said with a wry smile, though I doubt that bottle will ever see the light of day again. Thinking back to the thick layer of dust he had noticed on the liquor cabinet, Eren couldn't help but remark. Gwen laughed brightly. Of course not. Unless it's a major holiday, Mom never lets Dad drink. You know how it is. He's a cop, always getting called out for emergencies in the middle of the night. That's a smart move. Exactly, Gwen said proudly. That decision has probably saved him countless times. About 10 minutes later, George Stacy, informed by Helen, left his unfinished work and drove home. That kid is here, chatting with Gwen in her room, Helen replied. George's brows furrowed immediately. Just the two of them. Seeing his expression, Helen quickly reassured him. Stay here and help me. Don't go upstairs and cause trouble. George grumbled. A boy and a girl alone in a room. You're okay with that? If they were going to do anything, it would have happened long ago. Why wait until today? Helen retorted. George fell silent at her words. He remembered the last time Gwen had been in danger, kidnapped and drugged with Eren. Even under the influence of a potent hallucinogen, Eren had fought his instincts, escaped through the window, alerted the authorities, and even barricaded the room to protect Gwen. George had to admit that the boy had guts. That self-restraint and quick thinking were why Helen had extended the dinner invitation in the first place. Gwen had needed over 6 hours in the hospital to recover from the drug's effects. Meanwhile, Eren had relied solely on his willpower to resist the drug. What George didn't know was that the drug's potency had been partially neutralized when Eren had transmigrated into this world, making his feat less miraculous than it seemed. Still, it was enough to impress even the toughest critics. Helen, noticing George calming down, smiled. If you want that boy out of Gwen's room sooner, help me finish dinner quickly. Grumbling, George tiptoed upstairs to stand outside Gwen's door for a moment. After hearing nothing suspicious, he returned to the kitchen. Helen rolled her eyes at him. Hurry up and help. Fine, George relented, casting one last reluctant glance upstairs before joining Helen in the kitchen. Though not much of a cook, George proved to be a capable assistant. A few minutes later, Helen called out from the dining room. Gwen, dinner's ready. Gwen grinned and turned to Eren. Let's go. Eren nodded and followed her downstairs. In the dining room, Eren was introduced to the rest of Gwen's family. Helen, Gwen's 3 younger brothers, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt with brown hair, George Stacy. Despite looking slightly weary, George's handsome features hinted at his striking appearance in his youth. Gwen, introduce me, George prompted. Dad, this is Eren. Eren, this is my dad, George Stacy, Gwen said. Nice to meet you, Mr. George, Eren greeted. George nodded and extended a business card. Nice to meet you too, Eren. Thank you for saving Gwen. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to call me. Though he still felt uneasy about Eren's past encounter with Gwen, George was genuinely grateful for his actions. Without Eren's restraint and quick thinking, George didn't want to imagine what could have happened to his daughter. Eren chuckled bitterly. I was just trying to save myself at the time. But Gwen was saved because of it, George pointed out. All right, you two, stop chatting and eat, Helen interrupted, handing Eren a plate. Here, Eren. Thank you, Mrs. Helen, Eren replied. Eren accepted the plate Helen handed him with a smile and thanked her politely. You're welcome, Helen replied, adding with a gentle smile. And no need to call me Mrs., just Helen is fine. Let's not be so formal. Like George, Helen was deeply grateful to Eren for saving Gwen. As a woman, she understood all too well the devastating impact such an event could have had on Gwen's life. Oh, by the way, tonight's main course is lemon sea base. I hope you like it, Helen said as she introduced the dish. Eren glanced at the plate of sea base before him. Interesting. Lemon sea base. Probably one of the most iconic dishes in the Marvel Universe. It hadn't even been a week since he arrived, and here he was getting a taste of it. Even Spider-Man himself might not have been so lucky. Speaking of Spider-Man, Eren had been curious and had discreetly asked around at school. Oddly, no one seemed to know anyone named Peter Parker. Could it be that in this world, thanks to the existence of Tony Stark, Peter Parker, who was supposed to be Gwen's classmate at Midtown High, had become the wisecracking Spidey from the Marvel Cinematic Universe? George's cough interrupted Eren's thoughts. Sitting directly across from him, George seemed a bit miffed by Helen's warm attitude toward their guest. So, Eren, George began, what's your connection to Pepper Potts? If it weren't for her pressure on the city government, our investigation into the Water Ghost Gang wouldn't have progressed as smoothly. Gwen perked up. Pepper Potts? You mean the Pepper Potts who's currently Tony Stark's assistant and the de facto chairwoman of Stark Industries? George nodded. That's right. Tony Stark's personal assistant herself. As the largest industrial conglomerate in the Federation, Stark Industries was well known to George, especially since a significant portion of the NYPD's equipment came courtesy of their sponsorship. It was no small matter for Eren to have connections with someone like Pepper Potts. Eren chuckled and explained, Pepper is my mom's best friend. After my mom passed, she's looked after me. So when I got into trouble, she stepped in to help. That makes sense, George said with a nod. At this point, Helen chimed in. In fact, after Eren's mother passed, Pepper even wanted to adopt him as her own son. If Eren had agreed, she would officially be his guardian now. Though Helen and Pepper weren't particularly close, they were friendly enough for Helen to have gathered this information after Gwen's incident. Really? I didn't know that, George remarked, surprised. Eren nodded. Aunt Pepper has always looked out for me. While not as legal guardian, Pepper had taken on a role nearly as significant. Without her guidance, Eren wasn't sure what his life would have become after his mother's death. George continued to ask Eren more questions, which Eren answered openly. As they talked, George gradually warmed up to Eren, his demeanor softening. Meanwhile, Eren's attention wasn't just on the conversation. The lemon sea base, though unassuming in appearance, was surprisingly delicious. Helen had chosen the freshest sea base straight from the docks. The lemon's tangy aroma neutralized the fishiness, enhancing the base's natural flavor. Paired with a special sauce, the dish exceeded Eren's expectations. It was no wonder Helen had chosen it as the main course to welcome him. In addition to the sea base, Helen had prepared several side dishes and a selection of fresh fruits for dessert. Eren thoroughly enjoyed the meal, frequently complimenting Helen's cooking. His praise kept Helen smiling throughout dinner. Her culinary skills were truly impressive. As Eren savored the food, he couldn't help but wonder how George had managed to win over someone as exceptional as Helen. Beautiful, capable, and a fantastic cook. After finishing the meal, Eren prepared to leave. It was getting late, and staying any longer would have been overstepping. In the living room, Eren turned to Helen and George, who were tidying up the kitchen. Mr. George, Helen, thank you for having me. The lemon sea base was amazing. I'll be heading out now. Helen smiled warmly. You're welcome anytime, Eren. She glanced at Gwen and added, Gwen, why don't you see Eren off? Sure, Mom. Gwen nodded toward George and Helen before standing up to accompany Eren. Just as they were about to leave, George rose from the sofa. I'll see him off instead. The city's been a bit chaotic lately, and I'll drive him home to ensure his safety. Gwen, stay and help your mom clean up. After washing his hands, George grabbed his jacket and car keys, gesturing for Eren to follow him. Gwen pouted, but ultimately yielded to George's authority, throwing Eren an apologetic look before heading to the kitchen. Outside, George led Eren to the building's underground garage. Pressing the key fob, George unlocked his car, its lights flashing in response. Mr. George, it's late. I could just grab a cab home. You don't need to go out of your way, Eren said. George waved him off. You saved my daughter. Driving you home is the least I can do. Besides, I wasn't exaggerating. There have been a lot of incidents in New York lately. Many people have gone missing after taking cabs at night. So don't argue. Get in the car. George patted the car door as he spoke. Is that so? Hearing this, Eren hesitated briefly before climbing into the car. As soon as Eren fastened his seatbelt, George handed him a small box. Mr. George, what's this? It's a gift, George replied. A token of thanks for saving Gwen. Nothing fancy, just take it. Seeing Eren's hesitation, George opened the small box himself. Inside was a single black card and nothing else. A membership card for Tom's Club, George explained. The instructors, they're all retired Special Forces soldiers. You can get the most professional firearm training there. New York has been chaotic lately, and learning some skills might help you protect yourself better. As he spoke, a trace of worry flickered in George's eyes. Eren didn't notice George's concern, but instead focused on the card with an eager gleam in his eyes. Professional firearm training, just what he needed right now. Eren had access to firearms, including the pistol his grandfather had left him and several weapons he'd confiscated from Onyx's group. But turning those guns into effective tools for self-defense wasn't as simple as having them. Without proper training, Eren's shooting skills were barely sufficient to hit a human-shaped target 5 meters away. And in New York City, finding a place to discreetly practice shooting was no easy task. As a seer in the early stages of the sequence, combat strength was a significant weakness. If Eren could develop solid shooting skills and pair them with a reliable weapon, his survival chances would improve dramatically. The Tom's Club membership card George had provided was a perfect fit for this need. Taking the card, Eren said, "To be honest, ever since that kidnapping, I've felt a severe lack of security. I'll gladly accept this membership card." George smiled. He had anticipated Eren's reaction, which was why he had prepared this card. If you go to Tom's Club, ask for an instructor named Old Jerry. He used to be a sharpshooter in the military. If it weren't for an operation where his leg was injured by a grenade, he'd probably be a senior officer by now. Eren nodded. Old Jerry, got it. From George's recommendation, Eren could tell that Old Jerry was likely one of the best shooting instructors at the club. George was clearly looking out for him because of what had happened with Gwen. With the card now in Eren's possession, George started the car and drove toward the parking garage exit. Bang! The car had barely moved 10 meters when something round suddenly smashed into the windshield. In an instant, dark red liquid splattered across the glass, staining most of it a gruesome crimson. Inside the car, both Eren and George froze, their eyes wide in shock. Almost instinctively, George slammed on the brakes. Screech! The sharp screech of tires echoed through the underground parking lot, bouncing off the walls in haunting reverberations. Neither Eren nor George paid any attention to the sound, their focus entirely on the windshield. From the passenger seat, Eren's expression turned grave. That was ahead, wasn't it? Though it was only a fleeting glance, Eren was certain of what he'd seen. The dark red liquid on the windshield was blood, mixed with brain matter. Even through the closed windows, the metallic tang of blood filled the air, nauseatingly pungent. Sitting in the driver's seat, George said nothing. What Eren recognized, George, a seasoned detective with years in the major crimes unit, could hardly fail to identify. But instead of stepping out to check, George shifted gears and pressed hard on the accelerator. Vroom! The Chevy's engine roared as the car reversed swiftly for 10 meters. With a sharp turn, George maneuvered the vehicle into a side corner. From his position, George finally got a clear view of the gruesome object rolling on the garage floor, a human head. Seeing the bloody, still dripping head sent a chill down George's spine. A murder. As a precinct chief of the NYPD, George had seen his share of gruesome scenes, but the realization that this had happened in his building's parking lot was deeply unsettling. If a murder had occurred here, his family living in the building could also be at risk. Unbuckling his seatbelt, George pulled out his gun. "Stay in the car and call the police," he instructed Eren. "Don't move. It's safer here." While the car was a more secure spot compared to the unknown dangers lurking in the dimly lit parking lot, as a police officer, George couldn't ignore the situation. Just as George reached for the door handle, Eren grabbed his arm. "Mr. George, I think it's best if you stay in the car for now, for safety's sake." As he spoke, Eren's gaze remained fixed on a particular spot ahead. His eyes didn't waver, and even his peripheral vision didn't shift toward George. George frowned, sensing that Eren wasn't simply scared but had a specific reason for his warning. Following Eren's line of sight, George turned his head to look. What he saw made his expression freeze. His pupils constricted in disbelief and fear as he stared at the horrifying sight ahead. In the direction Eren was watching, hanging upside down, was a massive crimson spider. The creature's grotesque body was formed entirely of blood and flesh. Its dark red liquid surface appeared viscous and almost alive, flowing like it might drip at any moment. But what sent a shiver down George's spine was that the upper half of the spider's body was human, a naked upper torso of a woman. Her head, perched atop the human portion of the spider's body, was horrifyingly beautiful and wicked. The crimson glow in her eyes radiated malice and cruelty. Even though she was dozens of meters away, George felt as if those eyes pierced straight into his soul, filling him with a bone-deep chill that made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. The severed head that had smashed onto George's car earlier appeared to be the handiwork of the spider-like creature. Its lower body's massive spider legs still skewered a headless corpse. "It seems we've interrupted this lady's meal," Eren muttered, his tone laced with tension. "And she doesn't look happy about it." Activating his spiritual vision, Eren could clearly see the creature radiating anger and malice. Had it not been preoccupied with its unfinished meal, Eren suspected it would have already charged at them, shredding both him and George into pieces with its blood-red limbs. "Lady? That thing's no lady. It's a man-eating monster." George spat under his breath, regaining some composure. Where the hell did this thing come from? What kind of lab creates such a horrifying creature? When I find out who's responsible for these inhumane experiments, I'll personally make sure they pay for this. Clearly, George had attributed the spider-like monstrosity to some secret laboratory's experiment gone wrong. But Eren had his doubts. Thanks to his spiritual vision, he could sense a familiar yet twisted aura emanating from the creature, a sinister, corrupt energy similar to what he'd felt when consuming potions, but far more malevolent and depraved. A pollutant from the outer gods? Damn it, what's something like this doing in the Marvel Universe? Wait, could this world have caught the attention of those damned eldritch beings? As he mentally cursed, Eren paused. The Marvel Universe didn't exactly need help spawning malevolent deities. It already had plenty. For instance, Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, was essentially an eldritch god in his own right, and those who worshipped him often transformed into grotesque, half-human monstrosities. Who knew if this creature was another victim of such corruption? Though his thoughts briefly wandered, Eren quickly refocused on the immediate threat. Taking a deep breath, he addressed George. "Mr. George, we need to call for reinforcements immediately. I have a bad feeling this thing is beyond what we can handle. And if it really is some lab experiment, who knows if it's carrying a virus or something equally dangerous?" The mention of a virus made George tense up further. His family, Helen, Gwen, and the others were just upstairs, right above the parking lot. If this creature carried some kind of contagion, could his loved ones be at risk? But years of experience as a police officer had taught George to remain calm under pressure. Forcing himself to stay composed, he said softly, "There's an emergency alarm system installed in my car. When I reversed earlier, I pressed the button. The police station should already be aware of the situation. Still, I think we should make another call just to be sure." Eren rolled his eyes internally. So asking me to call earlier was just a pretext to keep me in the car. Were you worried about my safety, or just afraid I'd mess things up? Despite his mental grumbling, Eren quickly dialed 911. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Before the operator could even speak, George leaned over and barked. "This is Gwen Stacy, Deputy Chief of the NYPD's 13th Precinct, badge number XXXXX. I'm at the underground parking lot of 114 7th Avenue in Queens. I've encountered what appears to be an escaped bioweapon. Immediate heavy firepower support is required. Be advised, the creature may carry an unknown virus. Ensure all response units have protective gear." The urgency in George's voice seemed to spur the operator into action. After confirming his identity, they swiftly relayed the request to the station's Special Operations team. "Support is en route. Please take precautions and await rescue," the operator responded. But before the operator could finish speaking, the Spider-Woman reacted violently. Dropping the corpse skewered on its legs, the creature lunged toward them with terrifying speed. Using the parking lot's pillars and pipes for leverage, The Spider-Woman's 8 legs blurred as they propelled her forward, rapidly closing the distance to George's car. Her sheer speed exceeded anything Eren or George had anticipated. Eren's skin crawled as he saw the spider's sharp limbs puncturing concrete walls and pillars with ease. "Drive!" Eren shouted. George, having already gauged their overwhelming disadvantage, tossed his pistol to Eren. "Take this!" Gripping the wheel with both hands, George slammed the accelerator to the floor, sending the Chevy roaring out of its spot. Virum! The car shot forward like an arrow, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. George expertly maneuvered the vehicle, weaving through the parking lot to put as much distance as possible between them and the monstrous spider. While the parking lot was large for its purpose, its confined space limited the Chevy's top speed and mobility. In contrast, the Spider-Woman moved with terrifying agility, her slender limbs allowing her to leap effortlessly between walls and ceilings. The gap between them shrank rapidly. Only George's expert driving, pulling off sudden drifts and sharp turns, kept the Spider-Woman at bay. But her anger grew with each maneuver. With a furious screech, she accelerated further, her monstrous legs carving deep gouges into the concrete as she closed the distance. Screech! As George executed another tight turn, one of the Spider-Woman's limbs lashed out like lightning, piercing the roof of the Chevy with a sickening crunch. "Watch out!" Eren, constantly monitoring the rearview mirror and the approaching Spider-Woman, suddenly yanked George by the shoulder. An instant later, a razor-sharp, crimson spider leg tore through the Chevy's metal roof, grazing George's left shoulder and embedding itself into the seat behind him. Had Eren not acted, the spider leg would have disemboweled George on the spot. Barely escaping death, George stomped on the gas pedal, pushing it to the floor. The engine roared as the Chevy surged forward. The embedded spider leg dragged the massive creature along, its weight creating a grotesque, blood-streaked trail across the concrete floor. In just a few seconds, the creature's body was shredded against the ground, leaving chunks of flesh and skin behind. One of its legs struck a concrete pillar and twisted unnaturally, rendering it useless. Screech! The Chevy reached the end of the parking lot in moments. George executed a sharp drift, sending the Spider-Woman flying into a row of parked cars with a thunderous crash. The impact shattered windows and set off a cacophony of car alarms. "This is our chance. Let's get out of here." Eren's eyes lit up as he saw the creature struggling to get back on its legs. With George's driving skills, a few seconds was all they needed to escape the parking lot. Once outside, the Spider-Woman would have a much harder time pursuing them. Eren's plan was sound, one that most people would instinctively follow in such a scenario. But George Stacy was not most people. "No," George said firmly, his face grim. "If we leave now, this creature will follow us out. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If this thing gets loose, who knows how many people it will kill. We have to contain it here." "You idiot!" Eren was nearly livid. He resisted the urge to scream at George, the only thing stopping him being the fact that George still had control of the steering wheel. Was now really the time for heroics? Before Eren could speak, George added quietly, "Spiders are excellent climbers, and Gwen and Helen are upstairs. I can't risk losing them." If George's earlier reasoning stemmed from his duty as a police officer, this revelation showed his true motivation. George was willing to risk his life to protect his family. For family. Eren clenched his teeth, finding George's reasoning infuriating but reluctantly acceptable. "I'll take responsibility for this," George continued. "I won't let you risk yourself. We're close to the exit now. I'll stop the car briefly. Use that chance to get out." Eren's anger softened slightly at the thought of George's selflessness. But before he could respond, George said, "If I don't make it, tell Helen and Gwen. I love them." Eren's face darkened. It was clear George had already prepared himself for death, intending to use his life to buy time against the Spider-Woman. As Eren opened his mouth to argue, a voice, both real and unreal, suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! A destiny-supporting character is about to die prematurely, causing a ripple in the river of fate. Stabilizing this ripple will grant fate points. The host is advised to eliminate the aberrant Spider-Woman to prevent further disruption. Note: the nascent Spider-Woman's flesh is imperfectly mutated. Its head and heart remain its primary weaknesses. However, with continued consumption of flesh, it will gradually shift these vulnerabilities. A ripple in the river of fate? Eren blinked in surprise, realizing the system was referring to George Stacy. His premature death would apparently cause a significant ripple in destiny. Eren recalled that in The Amazing Spider-Man, George Stacy had died during the climactic battle between Spider-Man and the Lizard. His intervention had been crucial for Spider-Man's victory. Moreover, as Gwen's father, George's death had a profound impact on Spider-Man's life. From this perspective, George was indeed a key supporting character in that storyline, a destiny character. So that's what a destiny character is. After a moment of hesitation, Eren reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against a familiar object. He clenched his jaw and turned to George. "You're going to tell them yourself?" Eren said firmly. "You don't want Gwen to lose her father, do you?" George glanced at Eren, surprised. He hadn't expected this young man to make such a bold declaration. A person's true character reveals itself in times of crisis. George's respect for Eren deepened, but that only strengthened his resolve to protect him. "You're brave, kid," George said, shaking his head. "But bravery alone won't defeat that thing. Staying here won't change anything. It'll just get you killed for nothing." "Is that so?" Eren retorted, pulling an object from his pocket and holding it up. "What if we add this?" George's eyes widened as he caught sight of the item in Eren's hand. A custom high-explosive grenade. An eggshell high-explosive grenade, a custom product from Stark Industries, George said, his voice heavy with disbelief as he stared at the item in Eren's hand. "It's the size of an egg, but 5 times as powerful as a regular grenade. With that, can we handle this monster?" He then fixed Eren with a stern gaze. "Where did you even get something this dangerous?" Eren shrugged. "You know the connection between Pepper Potts and Stark Industries. After getting kidnapped once, it's not surprising that I used her channels to acquire something like this for self-defense." Self-defense with a high-explosive grenade? Such a weapon wasn't comparable to a simple handgun. Even in the freedom-loving, gun-toting United States, high-explosive grenades were strictly controlled. Possessing one privately was a federal offense. George doubted Pepper would willingly let her nephew acquire such a dangerous item. But now wasn't the time to argue over the legality of the grenade. In their current predicament, it might be their best chance at survival. After a long look at Eren, George barked, "Under the back seat, there's a Remington shotgun. Get out." Eren's eyes lit up. A Remington shotgun, a name synonymous with devastating power. A single shot could leave a gaping hole in its target. In their fight against the Spider-Woman, this weapon would undoubtedly be a major advantage. Eren unbuckled his seatbelt, crawled into the back, and located the shotgun beneath a concealed compartment. Along with it was a box of shells, already preloaded into the weapon. Meanwhile, the underground parking lot echoed with sudden, sharp screams. "What's that?" Eren looked out the rear window to see 2 young women standing at the staircase exit, their faces frozen in horror as they stared at the blood-soaked Spider-Woman. The Spider-Woman's rage reached its peak. 2 of her sharp legs swung in a blur. Splat! Splat! The next instant, her legs pierced through the girls' mouths and exited through their heads, killing them instantly. Eren didn't even have time to make out their faces before they fell lifeless, their bodies skewered like grotesque trophies. "Damn it!" George cursed as he caught the scene in the rearview mirror. He slammed the wheel, sending the car into a screeching drift before accelerating straight toward the Spider-Woman. The Chevy roared like a beast as it charged at the monstrous creature, now bristling with corpses. The Spider-Woman screeched back in defiance, her limbs clawing the air as if daring the vehicle to come closer. The collision was brutal. Crash! The Chevy's reinforced frame smashed into the Spider-Woman, slamming her massive body into a parked SUV. Sparks flew, metal twisted, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere. The impact's sheer force left the Chevy's hood crumpled and blood-slick, while the Spider-Woman's legs spasmed violently, some snapping under the strain. Eren and George, who had jumped from the car moments before the collision, tumbled to safety, albeit with bruises and cuts. "Hand me the grenade," George demanded, ignoring the blood dripping from his forehead. Without hesitation, Eren tossed the high-explosive grenade to George. Taking advantage of the Spider-Woman being pinned between the cars, George pulled the pin and hurled the grenade with all his might. Boom! The explosion rocked the entire parking lot. Shards of glass rained down as dozens of car windows shattered. Flames roared, illuminating the area in an infernal glow. The Spider-Woman, caught in the heart of the blast, let out a soul-piercing screech as the concussive force and shrapnel tore into her. Hiding behind a concrete pillar, Eren clutched the Remington tightly, his heart pounding. "It's still alive?" The screech sent chills down his spine. This monster's resilience was beyond belief. It had to die. Eren's expression hardened, a fierce resolve overtaking his fear. Flipping off the safety on the Remington, he bolted out from behind cover and charged toward the flames. Amid the inferno, Eren saw the Spider-Woman's mangled form. Half her body had been blown apart, and several legs were severed, leaving her writhing helplessly in the flames. Her once human upper body was now a charred, grotesque mass of flesh. Any semblance of humanity had been obliterated by the explosion. Eren didn't hesitate. He raised the shotgun, aimed at the creature's still struggling torso, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The Remington roared like a cannon, the recoil jarring his shoulder as the first shell ripped into the Spider-Woman. Boom! 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 Eren kept firing, emptying the shotgun's magazine into the creature until the parking lot echoed with deafening blasts. When the final shell was spent, silence returned, broken only by the faint crackle of the lingering flames. Eren lowered the shotgun, sweat pouring down his face, and exhaled a shaky breath. The monster lay still. Under the relentless barrage of bullets from the Remington shotgun, the agonized screeches from the Spider-Woman ceased. The writhing, fiery silhouette grew still, melting into the flames that surrounded it. "It's over, kid. That thing's dead." George, limping and bruised, approached cautiously. His years as a seasoned officer taught him the fragility of human psychology after a traumatic event. He kept his distance, avoiding any sudden gestures that might startle Eren. He knew all too well how first-time killers, especially those untrained, could react violently to even a well-meaning touch. Ding! Host has killed the aberrant Spider-Woman, stabilizing the Destiny Ripple. Awarded 300 fate points. Dead, huh? Eren's tense expression relaxed slightly as he processed the system's confirmation. Still, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. 300 points? That's it. The previous encounter with Moonlight DJ had netted him 1,000 fate points, while this life-threatening ordeal had earned him only 300. He couldn't help but feel that fate itself was being stingy. But, comparing the two incidents, he realized the difference. The Moonlight DJ incident had involved over 100 casualties, and he'd only succeeded thanks to the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. By contrast, the Spider-Woman had claimed far fewer lives. Sighing, Eren muttered inwardly, "Fine. I guess it makes sense. But still, 300 points for risking my life feels like a ripoff." The fire from the car explosion gradually subsided, consuming all the flammable materials until only faint embers flickered in the darkness. The parking lot grew dim as the overhead lights, damaged by the grenade shockwave, remained shattered. Eren's vision quickly adjusted to the low light, revealing the aftermath of the battle. The ground was smeared with sticky black liquid that oozed from the remains of the Spider-Woman. Her once massive form had been reduced to broken legs, charred flesh, and a pool of dark ichor. Among the debris, 2 burnt human corpses hung limply from the Spider-Woman's remaining limbs. Then, something caught his eye, a faint glimmer of silver amidst the wreckage. Eren squinted, spotting a delicate silver thread swaying gently in the dying embers. Despite the flames licking at it, The thread remained untouched, its pristine shimmer unblemished. A treasure. Eren's instinct screamed that this thread was extraordinary. Before he could investigate further, the distant sound of footsteps and muffled voices echoed through the parking lot. "Hurry up. Let's find out what caused that explosion. I think I heard screaming before the blast." "Do you think?" "Shut your damn mouth. If something happened, we're all in deep trouble." The burly leader of the building's security team barked orders as he led a group of guards toward the source of the disturbance. Each guard carried a flashlight, cutting through the darkness with beams of light. George frowned as he saw the approaching lights. "Looks like the building security team heard the commotion. Let's go meet them." He turned and hobbled toward the beams of light. Despite his injuries, his steps were steady. George didn't want too many people entering the scene before it could be secured. Not only was there the potential for contamination from an unknown virus, but the very existence of the Spider-Woman could spark panic if news got out. As George moved, Eren subtly reached out, grabbing the silver thread and slipping it into his pocket. With the thread safely hidden, he followed George toward the security team. Neither Eren nor George noticed the pair of hateful eyes glaring at them from the shadows. The gaze lingered on their retreating backs until they reached the security guards. Only then did it vanish into the darkness. Minutes later, the wail of sirens pierced the air. Dozens of police cars, SWAT vehicles, and ambulances converged on the area, flooding the street outside the parking lot. Uniformed officers and armed SWAT teams moved with purpose, securing the scene as paramedics stood ready to assist. The once quiet neighborhood now buzzed with activity, the chaos spilling over as the NYPD launched a full-scale investigation. In an ambulance, Helen sat beside George, her face tense as she watched the doctor clean and disinfect his wounds. "Doctor, is he going to be okay?" she asked anxiously. George waved dismissively. "It's just some scrapes and bruises. Nothing to worry about. I need to check on the kid." Before he could get up, the doctor glared at him, pushing him back into his seat. "Stay still," the doctor barked, annoyed at his restlessness. After finishing the bandaging, the doctor said, "While the injuries seem minor, given that the patient jumped out of a moving vehicle, there could be internal trauma. I strongly recommend a full examination at the hospital." Helen shot a sharp look at George. "You heard the doctor. You're going to the hospital. Don't even think about arguing with me." Turning to reassure Helen, the doctor added, "Don't worry. Your daughter is with Eren, and he seems to be doing much better than your husband." Indeed, Eren had escaped with only minor injuries. After the doctor finished cleaning his cuts and covering them with bandages, Gwen draped a blanket over his shoulders and wrapped her arms around him tightly. "Thank you, Eren," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "If you hadn't been there, my dad might have." She trailed off, her reddened eyes and quivering voice betraying the depth of her fear. Eren awkwardly patted her back. "Honestly, it's your dad you should thank. He's the one who took down the monster. I was just there to help." But Gwen shook her head. "If Dad hadn't been taking you home, he wouldn't have been in the garage. But if he'd gone down there alone tomorrow, I can't even imagine what might have happened." At that moment, George, now bandaged and limping, approached them. Ignoring Helen's piercing glare, he directed his attention to Eren. "Gwen's right," George said. "I owe you a debt of gratitude." However, as his gaze landed on Eren's arms, still loosely wrapped around Gwen, his expression darkened. His eyes seemed to ask, "How long are you planning to hug my daughter?" Eren quickly released Gwen and coughed awkwardly. "So, I guess I won't be going home tonight, will I?" George's stern demeanor returned. "Of course not. Not until we confirm that there's no risk of infection from the creature. You'll also need to stay for questioning. We'll have to take statements and file a report." He gave Eren a pointed look, signaling that he wanted to speak privately. Once they were alone by a patrol car, George's tone lowered to a near growl. "Listen, kid, I don't know where you got that grenade, but owning something like that is illegal. This time, I'll cover for you and claim it was mine. But there better not be a next time." Eren nodded, feeling the weight of George's sharp gaze. "Understood, George." "Good." Satisfied, but still wary, George shot him another warning look before walking away. Moments later, the scene was disrupted by the arrival of several armored vehicles that broke through the NYPD's barricade. Eren instantly recognized one of the figures stepping out, Grant Ward. Flanked by heavily armed tactical teams, Ward strode confidently toward George, holding out an official-looking document. Deputy Commissioner Stacy, I'm Grant Ward, FBI. This is now a federal matter, and we're taking over. George's face darkened. I haven't received any notification of such an order. Without proper authorization, you can't just take over my crime scene. Ward smirked, his confidence unwavering. You'll receive it shortly. As if on cue, a uniformed officer hurried over, phone in hand. Deputy Commissioner, the commissioner's on the line. As everyone knows, George was merely the deputy chief of New York's 13th precinct, and above him, there was of course the actual chief. The caller at this moment was none other than Damon Jones, the chief of the 13th precinct and George's longtime superior. George stared at the phone held by an officer, his expression shifting for a while before he finally picked it up. Chief. Before George could say another word, a weary voice from the other end interrupted him. Listen, George, hand this case over to them. I know what you're trying to do, and I understand how you feel right now, but this case involves unknown creatures far beyond our jurisdiction. This isn't something we should be handling, and besides, orders have come from higher-ups. Even if you want to fight for it, you can't win. George, unwilling to accept it, responded, Chief, this is New York. We're the NYPD. Is there anything happening in this city that we're not allowed to handle? As the economic hub of the U.S., the NYPD wielded significant authority within its jurisdiction. Even when facing agencies like the FBI, they hardly felt inferior. The FBI's strength lay in its vast scope of jurisdiction. But when it came to enforcement authority, local police departments like the NYPD were not necessarily weaker. It was precisely this that gave George the confidence to stand firm against the FBI. Hearing George's words, Damon sighed tiredly on the other end. George, you know the string of strange cases lately has drawn significant federal attention. After the news that you took down one of those creatures, the FBI, Homeland Security, and more than 5 other agencies called me. And the calls keep coming. They all want the corpse of that creature you killed. This case is beyond us, and since we don't have any research departments, keeping the creature's body serves no purpose. I'm retiring in 6 months, George. I don't want any trouble now. Damon paused before adding, George, I mentored you and chose you as my successor for the 13th precinct. Trust me, let this one go. I wouldn't harm you. George gradually fell silent. Meanwhile, across from him, Grant Ward's smirk grew wider. Just as Ward prepared to signal his team to take over, several vehicles bearing FBI insignias arrived at the scene. What's going on? More FBI vehicles? Could these reinforcements have been called by Ward and his group? Seeing the vehicles, George's already sour expression darkened further. But when he looked up, he was surprised to see that Ward, rather than looking pleased, seemed visibly unsettled, even awkward. What's happening here? Soon, a group of people stepped out of the vehicles. Among them was a portly man who opened his arms with a smile and approached George. Hey, George, long time no see. Seeing the overly familiar man, George frowned. Joaquin. The man, Joaquin, was a veteran FBI agent George had worked with on several occasions. Noticing George's expression, Joaquin feigned hurt. Hey, buddy, don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything to offend you. George gave him a cold glance and sneered, You didn't offend me, but someone in your FBI sure did. With that, he shot a cold look at Ward and his group across from him. Joaquin, adept at reading people, quickly picked up on George's implications. He frowned, scrutinizing Ward and his team. You're FBI too? I don't recall seeing any of you before. Ward replied coolly, We're with the Special Operations Division. Joaquin scoffed, Nonsense. I'm the operations chief for the FBI's New York division. Any FBI operation in New York requires my authorization. How is it I've never heard of your so-called Special Operations Division? Turning to his team, Joaquin gestured. Check their credentials. I suspect these people are impersonating FBI agents. Yes, sir. As several agents moved toward Ward's team, the latter's forced composure began to crumble. Gritting his teeth, Ward stepped forward. Chief Joaquin, can I have a word with you in private? Minutes later, faced with Joaquin's unyielding stance and unable to secure reinforcements, Ward had no choice but to retreat with his group of fake FBI agents, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in disguise. When imposters meet the real deal. Normally, S.H.I.E.L.D. using the FBI's name to operate wasn't a big deal. After all, they paid a hefty branding fee to the FBI every year. But the moment their missions clashed, the FBI wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. After driving Ward's group away, Joaquin turned to George with a grin. Hey, buddy, don't let those imposters ruin our relationship, okay? Yeah, right, George rolled his eyes. Aren't you here to steal this case too? Shrugging, Joaquin replied helplessly. What can I do? Our boss specifically wants the creature you took down. But I can promise you this. As long as it's not classified, I'll share all the follow-up intel with you unconditionally. Hearing Joaquin's assurance, George's mood improved. At least Joaquin's approach was far more agreeable than Ward's arrogance. Still thinking about the retreating group, George asked, who exactly were those people? Using your FBI banner to operate like that, and you just let them go? Since when has the FBI been so lenient? Joaquin's face darkened as he thought about how close S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to hijacking their case. Sorry, George, I can't tell you who they are, but I'll report this to my boss and let him handle those people. You can't say either? George looked at Joaquin in surprise. Joaquin nodded. This involved a classified department, so I'm sorry, George. All right. Since Joaquin had put it that way, George had no choice but to comply. As a police officer, he understood the federal confidentiality regulations well. In the end, George had no choice but to let the FBI take over the scene. Thanks, George. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me. You have my number. As the head of operations for the FBI's New York division, Joaquin clearly didn't want to sour relations with George, the promising deputy chief of the NYPD. After expressing his gratitude, Joaquin led his team to take over the scene. All personnel, search the area again thoroughly and make sure nothing is overlooked. Report immediately if you find any new information. Forensics, start analyzing the creature's movements and behavior. Find out where it came from. Biotech team, run tests on the creature's blood and tissue samples. Check for any infectious viruses. I need answers immediately, understood? Under Joaquin's commands, the FBI agents moved in an orderly manner. Elsewhere, Grant Ward, who had left in disgrace, reluctantly dialed Nick Fury's number. Director, I'm sorry. I messed up. On the other end, Nick Fury responded calmly. A temporary setback is nothing, Grant. Trust me, that thing will end up in our hands eventually. That's the mandate given to us by the World Security Council. After World War II, the World Security Council had established S.H.I.E.L.D. to address unusual and supernatural incidents. Although Ward had been humiliated by the FBI today, Fury, backed by the World Security Council, remained unconcerned and unhurried. At worst, they could simply buy the data from the FBI. S.H.I.E.L.D. was never short on funds, and if all else failed, he could always ask Pierce for help. The FBI acted swiftly. Not long after Eren finished giving her statement in one of their vehicles, the biotech team had already produced several reports from analyzing the flesh and blood of the melted-face spider. Holding the reports, Joaquin approached George and the others. Good news. While the creature's tissue is disgusting, it doesn't carry any infectious viruses. George let out a long sigh of relief. That's the best news I've heard all night. Nearby, Eren looked up and asked, In that case, Mr. George, can I go home now? George glanced at Joaquin. Since the FBI had taken over the case, Eren's departure naturally depended on their approval. Joaquin nodded. The statement is done. As long as you're sure you're fine, you can leave any time. That said, I recommend getting checked at a hospital to ensure you're uninjured. Don't worry, we'll cover the costs. He then turned to George. Same goes for you, my friend. That's great. George didn't mind, but didn't reject Joaquin's goodwill either. No need for a checkup. It's just some scrapes. Eren waved her hand, showing the bandages on her forehead with a smile. Honestly, I'd rather go home, take a nice bath, and get some sleep than go through hospital exams. Fair enough. If you feel unwell, you can always call the number on this card. Perhaps sensing a close relationship between George and Eren, or simply wanting to monitor someone who had encountered the creature, Joaquin handed Eren a business card after a brief moment of thought. "Thank you, sir." At this moment, George spoke up. "Joaquin, can you arrange a car to take Eren home? It's late, and getting a cab now won't be easy." He glanced at his watch, which pointed to 1 a.m. Of course, Joaquin promptly called over an FBI agent to drive Eren home. Eren didn't refuse George's kind gesture and thanked both men politely. "Thank you." George waved it off. "Go home and rest." Half an hour later, Eren waved goodbye with a smile to the FBI agent who had escorted him to his door. After watching Eren enter his home, the agent quickly left. Behind the closed door, Eren's expression darkened. He removed her jacket, walked in the bathroom, and stared at his reflection in the mirror, bandaged forehead, tired and disheveled. Then he slapped himself hard. Not even a simple divination before heading out? Some seer you are. Before leaving home, Eren hadn't considered how dangerous this trip might be and hadn't thought to use his divination skills. If not for his growing paranoia after being kidnapped, a fear that led him to always carry that egg-shaped grenade for protection, he might not have survived tonight, let alone defeat the melted-face spider and earn fate points. Having recently become a seer, Eren had learned some basic divination techniques, but hadn't yet developed the habit of applying them to daily life. This was a cognitive gap. Only after reflecting on this crisis did Eren realize the flaw in his thinking. I'm still too weak. From now on, I need to divine the outcome before leaving the house and adjust my mindset quickly. Sighing bitterly, he turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face, and composed himself. Despite the dangers of the encounter, Eren had earned 300 fate points, and he had no intention of saving them. Tonight's ordeal had underscored his vulnerability. He needed to arm himself quickly and grow stronger. Closing his eyes, Eren felt his soul pass through a thin veil, entering the space where the Wheel of Fate resided. Having visited this space several times, Eren no longer felt curiosity. He summoned the Fate Compass without hesitation and initiated a 3-spin draw. In an instant, the 300 fate points he had just earned were spent. The massive, glowing shadow of the Wheel of Fate spun once again before Eren's eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Following 3 soft chimes, the Wheel of Fate disintegrated into countless points of light and vanished. In its place, 3 glowing orbs materialized before Eren, 2 blue and 1 white. Huh, a jackpot? Seeing this result, a rare 2 blue orbs and 1 white orb, Eren was stunned. What kind of luck was this? A miracle on a single draw? Could it be that I secretly have the Chosen One gene? Eren, who had been feeling down moments ago, was now elated by the sight of the 2 blue orbs. Risking his life to earn those 300 fate points suddenly felt worth it. Without hesitation, Eren reached for the white orb first. Better to save the best for last. Leave the blue orbs as the grand finale. Pop! As the white orb burst, what appeared before Eren was a grenade. A grenade identical to the one he'd received before. Eren, it seemed he was destined to ignore George's warnings. After all, how could he resist using something so practical? Besides, it wasn't his fault. It was a reward from the Wheel of Fate, right? As Eren habitually pocketed the grenade, he froze, his expression shifting. He pulled a small bundle of silver threads from his pocket. A cluster of shimmering, silver-white threads wound into a ball. This wasn't just any thread. It was the fireproof strand Eren had taken from the melted-face spider's corpse. Why is this thread in my pocket? Eren knew that his current presence in the space of fate was purely spiritual. Though he appeared as he did in the real world, even wearing the same clothes, it was all a manifestation of his subconscious. In truth, his real clothes and possessions couldn't follow him here. He'd tested this countless times before. Only items obtained through the Wheel of Fate could exist in this space. And yet, the silver thread, clearly an external item, had followed him here. How could this not shock him? Could it be that this silver thread was an extraordinary item of some kind? Fascinated, Eren instinctively picked up the silver thread. At that moment, the ethereal image of the Wheel of Fate hanging above the River of Destiny emitted a beam of white light, illuminating the silver thread. Ding! An instant later, a stream of information about the thread entered Eren's mind. Ding! Appraisal complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the extraordinary item, Poisoned Threads of Resentment. Poisoned Threads of Resentment, formed from the resentment of a young girl betrayed by her lover, who was turned into a monster while alive. After her death, her lingering hatred coalesced into this thread. Remark: a young girl's love is the most beautiful thing in this world. But when that beauty is shattered and boundless love falls into despair, it becomes the sharpest weapon. Trait 1. When imbued with spiritual energy, the poisoned threads can transform into a razor-sharp spear, capable of piercing any armor and converting pure love into a venom that devours flesh and corrodes the soul. Trait 2. The threads can grow stronger by consuming flesh and souls. The more it devours, the more powerful it becomes. Trait 3. Faithless shall perish. Once every 24 hours, the threads will absorb a sliver of the host's blood. If it detects the aura of a betrayer, it will inject accumulated poison into the host. Evaluation. Before using it, you should ask yourself, are you into Netherware? How powerful? Eren's eyes widened as he read the information. When imbued with spiritual energy, the poison threads could transform into a weapon capable of cutting through any armor, turning love into a deadly poison to devour the body and soul. If the thread weren't so short, its armor-piercing trait alone could make it a highly coveted, extraordinary item, not to mention its growth potential. Of course, its third trait, a glaring drawback, might make others undervalue or outright reject it. After all, the constant risk of backlash wasn't something everyone could accept. But for Eren, this wasn't a concern. Without hesitation, he channeled a sliver of spiritual energy into the poisoned threads. Instantly, the threads became an extension of his will, shifting between soft and rigid, long and short. In his hands, the threads took on countless forms with ease. What a treasure! After experimenting for a while, Eren transformed the threads into a ring and slipped it onto his pinky finger. With that done, he turned his attention back to the two blue orbs before him. The poisoned threads had been an unexpected boon, but Eren hadn't forgotten the blue orbs, which were likely the real prizes of this draw. Reaching out, Eren crushed the lighter blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the starting potion for the assassin path, assassin. The starting potion for the assassin path? What? Staring at the potion in his hand, Eren couldn't help but recall a famous line from an emperor. The taste of witches is truly divine. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. What bad luck! Was the surprise of the poisoned threads enough to drain all my good fortune? Muttering curses under his breath, Eren frowned and pocketed the potion. Admittedly, while the assassin path becomes a massive hurdle for men at Sequence 7, its early stages, starting with the assassin potion, make it one of the strongest paths in terms of combat. Eren mused that a single assassin could probably take on 10 seers in battle. Having such a powerful resource on hand was invaluable, even if he didn't plan to use it himself. After all, just because he wouldn't use it didn't mean he couldn't give it to someone else. Besides, who said the assassin potion was strictly for men? Women could use it too, avoiding the dreaded gender change entirely. Though, Eren couldn't help but be curious. If a man were to undergo the transformation, would he really become as enticing as the Emperor had described? Cough, cough. It was just curiosity. With that thought, Eren put away the assassin potion and reached out to crush the remaining blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the psychic spell, Gaze of Dread. Gaze of Dread. Description: a psychic spell that forces opponents to undergo a mental will check through direct eye contact. Effect: anyone making eye contact with the user must pass an intermediate-level mental will check. Those who fail will experience confusion, fear, or even fainting in severe cases. Each use, regardless of outcome, drains the user's stamina and mental energy. Remark: in some worlds, this psychic spell is also known as Dragon's Might. Evaluation: a rare growth-type psychic spell. The stronger your mental power, the greater the pressure on your opponents. The spell's core can also be upgraded for further enhancements. When Eren crushed the blue orb, the spell's rune seed transformed into a stream of light, embedding itself deep within his soul. A psychic spell? Did I just unlock a skill? After examining Gaze of Dread, Eren's eyes gleamed with excitement. This spell directly targeted the mind. No matter how physically powerful an enemy was, if their mental will failed, they'd tremble or faint. For foes with weak mental fortitude, this spell was a game-changer, especially when paired with Eren's ever-growing spiritual power. Moreover, Gaze of Dread wasn't limited to combat. Eren could already think of numerous creative uses for it in daily life. Eren spent a long time in the Fate space this time, only leaving when his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Notably, the Assassin Potion remained in the Fate space. It was too risky to bring it into the real world. Eren had several reasons for this decision. No immediate need. He had no intention of using the potion himself, nor any suitable candidates to give it to. Security concerns: displaying something akin to a super soldier serum would inevitably attract danger. Lack of confidence in his home security. His old house, vulnerable even to petty thieves, was practically defenseless against S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Since Eren was already on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, he couldn't rule out the possibility of them investigating his home in his absence. If they found the Assassin Potion, who knew what they'd do? For these reasons, leaving the potion in the Fate space was the safest choice. Back in the real world, Eren felt considerably better. After a refreshing shower, he made himself a small meal in the kitchen before heading to his bedroom for meditation. Strangely, today's meditation felt unusually effective. Eren could distinctly sense an improvement in both his mental strength and spiritual energy. Could this be an unforeseen benefit of Gaze of Dread? Comparing today's meditation to his usual sessions, Eren quickly pinpointed the spell as the cause. During meditation, the rune seed of Gaze of Dread seemed to spin deep within his soul, absorbing unknown substances from the void. An unexpected perk. Smiling faintly, Eren opened his eyes to find daylight streaming through the window. Morning already? Last night's events had kept Eren up until nearly 2 a.m., and by the time he'd finished his midnight snack and started meditating, it was past 3 a.m. No wonder the sun was already up when he finished. Looking out the window, Eren watched the bustling street below. The aroma of buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and pancakes wafted through the air. Distinctly Chinese-style breakfasts rarely found outside of Chinatown in New York. Feeling a pang of hunger, Eren changed into workout clothes, grabbed some cash, and headed downstairs. After buying a pile of breakfast items, he jogged to a nearby park, eating as he ran. Despite the recent gifts from the Fate space, Eren didn't abandon his morning runs. He had grown to enjoy the slight sweat that came with exercise. Today, however, as he jogged, he noticed a new presence in the park, a striking figure with flowing red hair. The woman's tight-fitting outfit accentuated her graceful curves, drawing countless admiring glances. Even elderly men out for their morning strolls couldn't help but steal a look. Initially, Eren didn't pay much attention to her. Even when he occasionally glimpsed her figure, he merely appreciated her beauty before shifting his focus back to his run. But when she lapped him and he caught a clear view of her exquisitely beautiful face, Eren's demeanor changed instantly. His entire body tensed with vigilance. Moments later, however, Eren quickly masked his wariness. Because this wasn't just any woman. She was Natasha Romanoff, better known as Black Widow. Why was she here? If the person in question had been an ordinary individual, Eren might have thought this was a coincidence or an accident. But if the person involved was Natasha Romanoff, a top-tier agent, Eren couldn't believe it was so simple. Was she here for me? With lingering doubts, Eren continued jogging in the park for another half hour. To his surprise, Natasha never approached him or initiated any conversation. What Eren didn't know was that Natasha herself was equally puzzled as she jogged with her earbuds in. During their brief eye contact earlier, Natasha had clearly caught a fleeting moment of surprise and wariness in Eren's eyes. It was not the gaze of a teenage boy unexpectedly encountering a beautiful woman. That momentary look made Natasha abandon her original plan of using a shared morning jogging routine to get closer to Eren. Was I mistaken? Still slightly suspicious, Eren left the park and pulled a leftover quarter from his pocket. He decided to use a coin flip for divination to determine if Natasha was here because of him. In the realm of divination, coin flips were famous for their convenience and speed. However, their simplicity meant they could only reveal broad answers. Heads for yes, tails for no. For Eren, who only wanted to confirm Natasha's intentions, this was more than sufficient. He infused a sliver of spiritual energy into the coin, tossing it into the air and leaving the answer to fate. Just as Eren watched the coin flip midair, intending to catch it and interpret the result, a delicate hand with vibrant red nail polish caught the coin before him. Snap! Natasha, smiling brightly, stepped around Eren and held out the coin she had just caught. Your coin! Glancing at the coin in Natasha's palm, with its head side facing up, Eren sighed internally. Heads! Great, no doubt now. She's definitely here for me. Thank you. After politely expressing his thanks, Eren retrieved his coin and stood silently, looking at Natasha. Noticing his gaze, Natasha frowned slightly. Staring at a lady like that isn't very gentlemanly, you know. Eren responded calmly. I'm waiting. Waiting for what? For you to speak. Natasha paused briefly, then smiled slightly. The combination of her exquisite features and the athletic curves emphasized by her workout attire added a youthful vibrance to her charm. That's an unusual way to start a conversation. No. Eren shook his head. I just don't want to waste unnecessary words. Agent Natasha Romanoff. Hearing her full name spoken aloud, Natasha's pupils contracted sharply. You know me? Eren replied, cryptically, sort of. During one of my divinations, I caught a glimpse of your death. That's how I know some things about you. Natasha's interest was piqued. My death, you say? What did you see? Judging by her curious expression, she seemed genuinely interested in how she might die. But Eren noticed there was no fear of death in her eyes, something ordinary people would undoubtedly display. After a moment's thought, Eren replied, It was a touching scene. You sacrificed yourself to save countless others. Is that so? Natasha shrugged with a smile. Didn't expect my death to be so noble. Eren chuckled. What I saw was merely one of many possible futures. It doesn't mean it will definitely happen. Fate is ever-changing, and no matter how powerful a seer is, they can never guarantee their visions will come true. More importantly, I'm curious why you're here, Miss Romanoff. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Oh, aren't you a seer? Why not divine it yourself? Eren held up his quarter. I already did. Unfortunately, fate didn't reveal your intentions. Natasha's gaze shifted to the coin in Eren's hand, recalling how he had tossed it earlier. Her brows furrowed slightly. Was that divination? Assuming her act of catching the coin had interfered with his process, Natasha apologized. Sorry, did I mess up your divination? Though she was still skeptical about Eren's so-called divination, Natasha couldn't deny that he seemed to possess some unique abilities. Otherwise, her director wouldn't have assigned her to make contact with him despite her busy schedule. But who could have predicted that Eren would reveal her identity so directly, throwing her original plan out the window? Eren simply smiled and didn't answer her question. Seeing this, Natasha felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. When she first received this mission, she thought that getting close to a teenage boy with her charm and skills would be a piece of cake. But Eren's behavior had completely upended her expectations. Left with no choice, Natasha adjusted her approach. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to thank you for helping us locate Tony Stark. They found him already? Eren's expression briefly betrayed his surprise. He had to admit, S.H.I.E.L.D. worked with impressive efficiency. In such a short time, they had crossed half the globe, found Tony Stark, and apparently rescued him from the terrorists. Otherwise, Natasha wouldn't have said what she did. Your thanks are noted. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With a polite nod to Natasha, Eren turned as if to leave. Natasha, left standing there, felt a trace of disbelief flash in her eyes. Did he just walk away? She even began to question herself. Is my charm failing me? Watching Eren turn and start walking away, Natasha wondered if there was something wrong with her outfit today. Why else would Eren, who had just ignored her, this stunning beauty, act this way? However, when she turned and caught a glimpse of the men nearby, their gazes burning as if they wanted to strip her bare and devour her whole, Natasha quickly dispelled any doubts about her own charm. It's not me. Instead, she speculated, he must have found out about my identity beforehand and is wary of my role as an agent. That's why he's so cold to me. With this thought, Natasha frowned slightly and tapped the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear, speaking in a low voice. The plan failed. The target seems to have learned about my identity through some unknown source and is now highly cautious of me. Should I try a different approach to get close to him? It wasn't long before a deep voice responded on the other end. No need. If he's discovered your identity as an agent, just return for now. Tony Stark appears to have invented something incredible in Afghanistan. I've already arranged an interview for you tomorrow morning. You can come back and familiarize yourself with your new cover identity. Hearing this, Natasha raised an eyebrow. Looks like my vacation plans are ruined again. The mission is urgent, so your vacation will have to be postponed. Fine, she replied, resigned to Nick Fury's relentless scheduling. Meanwhile, back at his old apartment, Eren was somewhat surprised but relieved to find that Natasha hadn't followed him or tried to pester him. It seems that while I'm on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar now, they haven't prioritized me yet. This suited him just fine. After taking a shower and tossing his clothes into the washing machine, Eren sat down at his desk and pulled out the morning's edition of the New York Times from his mailbox. On the front page was an eye-catching headline. Norman Osborn, chairman of Osborn Corporation, gravely ill and near death. Accompanying the article was a photo of Norman Osborn lying in a hospital bed. The lengthy article detailed Norman Osborn's illustrious career, his groundbreaking achievements, and his tragic downfall due to the Osborn family's hereditary disease. The tone seemed to lament the loss of such a brilliant scientist and entrepreneur while carrying an undercurrent of irony. Norman Osborn, seated at his desk, Eren tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. From the moment he found the newspaper in his mailbox that morning, Eren realized this might be an opportunity, a quick path to wealth. Since becoming aware of his potential financial challenges, Eren had been actively seeking ways to make money. Tony Stark, soon to be rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D., represented one such opportunity. Similarly, the deathly ill Norman Osborn was another. The Osborn Corporation, while not as valuable as Stark Industries, was still a giant worth billions. In the field of biotechnology, its prominence rivaled Stark Industries' dominance in weaponry. There was no doubt about it. Someone like Norman Osborn wouldn't lack money. If Eren could offer something to save his life, Osborn wouldn't hesitate to pay handsomely. But can I really save him? Eren's gaze fell on the vial of universal antidote in his hand, and he pondered. Does the Osborn family's hereditary disease count as a virus? After a moment of contemplation, Eren retrieved the coin he had infused with spiritual energy and began divining whether the universal antidote could treat the Osborn family's condition. To ensure accuracy, Eren channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into the coin, causing its surface to shimmer with a radiant glow. Clink! Flipping the coin in his hand, Eren revealed its result, a clear affirmation. It actually works? Seeing the outcome of his divination, Eren realized he had underestimated the potency of the universal antidote. If this can cure the Osborn family's disease, then I must seize this opportunity. With that thought, Eren turned on his computer and began searching for Norman Osborn's home address. The location of Osborn's estate wasn't hard to find. After locating the relevant information online, Eren packed the universal antidote into his bag and hailed a taxi, leaving Chinatown. Norman Osborn's estate, situated in the affluent Long Island area, occupied a considerable expanse of land. It took over an hour for Eren's taxi to reach the southeastern corner of Long Island, where the estate was located. At the entrance stood a massive iron gate, guarded by 2 uniformed security personnel who remained vigilant. Inside, additional patrols provided robust security, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to trespass. This level of security didn't surprise Eren. He had anticipated it when he saw photos of the estate online. Fortunately, Eren had prepared for this. Stepping out of the taxi, he walked straight to the estate's gate. One of the guards quickly approached, wary of his presence. "Sir, who are you?" Before the guard could finish his sentence, Eren subtly activated dreadful gaze. The moment his eyes swept over the 2 guards, their bodies froze, trembling violently, as if they had seen something horrifying. Their minds descended into chaos. Had Eren not restrained the power of dreadful gaze, those guards would likely be unconscious on the ground by now. It took several moments for them to regain their composure. When they did, their fear-filled eyes fixed on Eren. "Open the gate. I have an appointment with Norman Osborn. Take me to him." As Eren spoke, he subtly employed a hypnotic technique from the mind imprint, modulating his voice into an enchanting rhythm that irresistibly drew others in, compelling trust and obedience. Combined with the residual effects of the earlier dreadful gaze, the 2 guards standing before Eren quickly surrendered their willpower. Subconsciously, they treated his words as absolute truth. After a brief flash of confusion in their eyes, one of the guards took out a key card and opened the gate, leading Eren into the Osborn estate. "Very well, sir. Mr. Osborn is resting in his bedroom. I'll take you to him." Eren nodded and followed the guard into the estate. The large iron gate opened to reveal a striking angel fountain. The estate itself was vast, meticulously maintained, and radiated an aura of orderly sophistication. Despite its grandeur, there were few people within the estate. Besides a gardener tending to the plants, Eren saw no one else on his way inside. Entering the main building, a castle-like mansion, they were quickly approached by a middle-aged butler with a balding head, wearing a suit and white gloves. He frowned as he walked toward them. "Jarwin, I recall telling you that the estate is not accepting visitors today. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you may need to start looking for a new job tomorrow." The guard quickly responded, "Butler Brian, this distinguished gentleman has an appointment with Mr. Osborn, so I brought him in." Butler Brian frowned. "An appointment with the master? Why wasn't I informed?" As Brian turned to scrutinize Eren, his gaze was abruptly engulfed by the icy depths of Eren's eyes. "You know now," Eren said calmly. Activating dreadful gaze once again, Eren swiftly dismantled Brian's mental defenses. With practiced ease, he followed up with the hypnotic technique from a mind imprint. Brian, despite his stronger willpower compared to the guards, quickly succumbed under the layered assault. Eren's soft, modulated voice, combined with a series of intricate hand seals he performed in front of the butler. The shifting seals created afterimages, almost mesmerizing in their complexity, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to resist. A few minutes later, Eren stood before a wooden door. "This room will be quite dark, sir. It may take your eyes some time to adjust," Brian said before opening the door. Eren nodded, and the butler opened the bedroom door. Just as Brian had warned, the room was exceptionally dim. Heavy curtains blocked most of the sunlight, allowing only a faint glimmer to filter through. In the center of the large, spacious room was a luxurious canopy bed surrounded by high-tech medical equipment. A feeble coughing sound emerged from the figure lying in the bed, seemingly triggered by the sound of the door opening. Seeing this, Brian immediately approached, pulling back the semi-transparent curtain to help the figure sit up. "Sir, shall I call for a doctor?" Brian asked respectfully. The man waved a trembling hand dismissively. "No need." After catching his breath, the man looked up at Eren, standing at the doorway. A bitter smile spread across his face. "Wow, another one? To think someone could bypass my knowledge and have Brian bring you here. Impressive. Let me guess, Another important figure coming to take their piece? Huh, I'm not even dead yet, and you're already so eager. So what is it you want? Who do you represent? Eren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gestured toward Brian. Seeing this, Norman Osborn waved his hand again. The butler obediently left, closing the door behind him. With the door shut, the room became even darker, almost pitch black. Interestingly, Osborn's expression visibly relaxed as the light faded further. You seem to dislike light, Mr. Osborn, Eren remarked. That's correct, Norman replied, raising his diseased, trembling right hand and smirking bitterly. I'm like a vampire from the legends now, allergic to sunlight. He chuckled weakly, then continued, how ironic. I gave millions the chance to live in the sunlight again, and now look at me, reduced to this. Norman waved his hand again as if trying to say more, but his arm fell limply to his side. Eren broke the silence. The Osborn family's hereditary disease? Yes, I've heard of it. An extremely rare genetic condition that remains untreatable to this day. Indeed. So why are you here? Eren answered directly. In fact, that's precisely why I'm here. Norman raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his weakened eyes. Let me clarify. I'm not one of those opportunists hoping to carve out a piece of Osborn Corporation. I won't reveal whom I represent, but I'm here to propose a deal that could change your fate and save your life. With that, Eren reached in his backpack and pulled out the universal antidote, placing it on a nearby machine. This is the universal antidote, a rare magical potion created by an alchemist from an extraordinary world. It can cure most diseases in existence, including your family's hereditary condition. Norman scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the vial. A universal potion? Magic? Do you think I'm a fool? There's no such thing as a true panacea. If you expect me to believe that this concoction can cure the Osborn family's disease, you'd better come up with a more— Oh, really? Eren chuckled lightly. As I said, this is a magical potion. In the mundane world, it's true that no panacea exists, but that doesn't mean the same holds true in the mystical realm. With those words, Eren activated Dreadful Gaze, intending to give Norman Osborn a first-hand experience of the incredible and mysterious power he wielded. The overwhelming mental pressure condensed into a palpable force, crushing Norman Osborn's already feeble mental defenses. It penetrated deep into his psyche, planting a seed of fear. To Eren's surprise, Norman Osborn's mental resistance was shockingly fragile, far weaker than even the guards he had encountered earlier. It was as if Osborn's mind, ravaged by his illness and drained of vitality, was on the verge of shattering. The mental force of Dreadful Gaze met no significant resistance, easily breaking through his defenses and sowing terror in his soul. A moment later, Norman Osborn collapsed unconscious. Eren frowned momentarily at the sight, then exhaled a breath of relief. So, this Norman Osborn is indeed the weakest version, the ordinary human one from the Amazing Spider-Man. If he were even remotely connected to the Green Goblin, my Dreadful Gaze wouldn't have subdued him so easily. But on the bright side, Norman's frailty presented an opportunity. Initially, Eren had only planned to use Dreadful Gaze to demonstrate the existence of the mystical realm and validate the efficacy of the universal antidote. The goal was to strike a deal and secure significant funds from Norman Osborn. However, Norman's vulnerability gave rise to a far more ambitious and audacious idea. If his mental defenses are so weak, could I directly take control of Norman Osborn through hypnosis? Could I seize control of Osborn Corporation and have this colossal entity serve my purposes? Of course, Eren was well aware that his current spiritual strength was insufficient to permanently alter someone's mind. Even with the advanced techniques of Dreadful Gaze and Mind Imprint, his hypnosis would be temporary at best. External stimuli or enough time could break the spell. That limitation was why Eren had initially planned to negotiate with Norman Osborn rather than attempting direct control. After all, the Green Goblin, whether in the Marvel Universe or elsewhere, was a notorious figure. Eren's mastery of hypnosis wasn't nearly advanced enough to subjugate such a dangerous individual. If his hypnosis failed and provoked the Green Goblin's hostility, it would backfire disastrously. Yet now, faced with Norman Osborn's glaring frailty, Eren saw an opportunity to experiment. Without hesitation, Eren approached Norman's bedside. Using a secret technique recorded in Mind Imprint, he condensed a wisp of his spiritual energy into a seed and implanted it deep into Norman's subconscious, planting a seed of trust. Simultaneously, he used the hypnotic modulation of his voice to reinforce the impression in Norman's mind, solidifying the hypnotic mark. 5 hours later, when Eren emerged from the Osborn estate, his backpack held a document notarized by a lawyer, a stock transfer agreement. This agreement had elevated Eren's status from a modestly wealthy man to the third-largest shareholder of Osborn Corporation, owning 5% of its shares. Despite the recent turbulence in Osborn Corporation stock due to Norman Osborn's illness, it remained a titan valued at over $200 billion. That 5% stake was worth over $10 billion. With just one contract, Eren had become a billionaire. However, this visible windfall was only part of the gain. What Eren truly valued lay hidden beneath the surface. Meanwhile, back at the Osborn estate, Norman Osborn, who had consumed the universal antidote, watched in astonishment as the blemishes on his skin faded and his body rapidly regained vitality and energy. His hands trembled, not with weakness but with excitement. Beside him, the butler Brian's face was filled with disbelief. Were it not for the sharp pain in his leg, a result of pinching himself, he might have thought he was dreaming. Minutes turned into hours. Having changed into fresh clothes, Norman stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror in his room. He marveled at the strength and life coursing through his body, which had felt like a prison mere hours ago. A genuine smile of relief crossed his face. "Being alive feels so good," he murmured. Behind him, Brian's eyes shone with joy. As Osborn's loyal butler for over 2 decades, Norman's recovery was a blessing. At least now, Brian wouldn't have to worry about losing his well-paying job. After standing by the window for a long while, Norman finally broke the silence. "Brian, have Felicia inform all members of the board. Tomorrow, I want a meeting at Osborn Tower. Every board member must attend." "Yes, sir," Brian replied, bowing slightly. He immediately understood what his master intended to do. The news of Norman Osborn's critical condition had caused turmoil not only in the stock market, but also within the company itself. Internally, power struggles and schemes had begun to surface. Before, Norman had been too weak, both physically and mentally, to address any of it. But now everything had changed. Brian, feeling reinvigorated, bowed again and left the room. As the butler exited, Norman caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. A subtle, almost imperceptible glint of cruelty and malice flashed in his eyes. "It's time to clean out the rats." After hailing a cab from Long Island back to Chinatown, Eren didn't head straight home. Instead, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he walked toward the main street of Chinatown, home to its largest supermarkets and shops. With the weekend almost over, Eren decided to stop by the mall and buy a safe. After all, his backpack now held a stock transfer contract worth over $100 billion. He felt it would be almost disrespectful not to enclose such a valuable document in a proper safe. Smirking at the thought, Eren made his way toward the main intersection of Chinatown. Chinatown was vast, divided into several sections: Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, with the main intersection serving as the central hub. Eren's 3-story apartment building was located on the western edge of Lower Street. These names, of course, were terms coined by the Chinese residents themselves. Before Eren could reach the main street, a chubby hand suddenly smacked his rear from behind. Smack! The loud, unmistakable sound of skin-on-skin contact echoed, causing heads to turn. The hand, belonging to none other than Doug Wong, had landed squarely on the leather skirt-clad backside of a passing woman. Pervert! The woman's high-pitched scream pierced the air, followed by the sharp sound of a slap as she landed a solid strike on Doug's round face. "And no, I didn't mean to," Doug stammered, clutching his reddened cheek. But before he could explain further, the furious woman stormed off, leaving him standing amidst a crowd of onlookers. The surrounding crowd quickly cast disdainful looks at Doug, their eyes filled with judgment, as if he were some irredeemable scoundrel. Amid the disapproving gazes, however, a subtle mix of envy and admiration glimmered in the eyes of several male bystanders. They marveled at Doug's audacity and secretly envied the sensation his hand must have felt. A few older men even seemed to wish they could trade places with him. After all, the woman in the leather skirt had a stunning figure that left more than a few jaws slack. "Ugh, pervert. So disgusting. Let's stay away from that sleazy guy," one young woman muttered to her friend, glaring at Doug. "Yes, let's go quickly." The crowd's disdain extended to Doug as women, young and old alike, hurriedly distanced themselves from him, looking as if they feared being targeted next. Doug, clutching his cheek and on the verge of tears, protested weakly. "I'm not a pervert. I didn't mean to touch her butt." A short distance away, Eren sidestepped the chubby boy's wandering hand, crossing his arms as he watched the scene unfold with an amused smile. Doug, catching sight of Eren's smirking face, turned bright red. Humiliation and frustration bubbled up inside him. My reputation is ruined. I'll get you for this, Eren." With a roar, Doug charged at Eren, his chubby hands outstretched toward his friend's neck. Eren easily sidestepped the attack and rolled his eyes. Ignoring the commotion, he resumed walking toward his destination. Despite the humiliation, Doug wasn't one to give up. Fueled by indignation, he chased after Eren, determined to vent his frustrations. After several dozen meters, Eren glanced over his shoulder at the panting Doug and said, "All right, that's enough. Stop pretending." "Pretending? I'm not pretending." Doug huffed. "Ugh, my reputation. If my dad finds out, he's going to kill me with a frying pan." Though Chinatown was large, gossip traveled fast. A juicy scandal could spread from one end to the other within hours. Doug knew that if his hot-tempered father heard about him being labeled a pervert for smacking a woman's butt, he'd be in deep trouble. "So how did it feel?" Eren asked suddenly, his voice dripping with mockery. Doug's mind instinctively recalled the fleeting moment of contact, and he blurted out, "It was bouncy." "Serves you right." Eren interrupted with a smirk, resuming his walk. Realizing what he had just said, Doug's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He wished he could disappear into the ground. After a while, Doug managed to compose himself and caught up to Eren. "Eren, what's with the backpack? Where are you headed? It's been ages since I've seen you out and about." Doug's curiosity wasn't unfounded. It had been so long since he'd seen Eren in public that when he spotted him in the crowd earlier, he couldn't resist sneaking up to prank him. Unfortunately, his attempt had gone awry, leading to his current predicament. "I'm just out to buy a safe," Eren replied casually. "A safe? You should have come to me," Doug exclaimed, puffing out his chest. "My uncle sells safes. If you're serious, I can take you to him. He'll give you the best discount." Eren's eyes lit up. "Your uncle sells safes? All right, take me there." Eren wasn't particularly enticed by the discount, but appreciated the reliability of buying from someone recommended by a friend. At least the quality would be trustworthy. "Sure thing, but what do you need a safe for?" Doug asked as they walked. "Just so you know, my uncle's safes are top tier, so even at cost price, they're not cheap. Don't blame me if you think it's too expensive and feel like you..." Enough talking, lead the way. With Doug Wong guiding him, Eren soon arrived at an upscale furniture mall in Chinatown. Doug's uncle's safe store was located within. Navigating through the familiar layout, Doug led Eren upstairs to the second floor. After winding through a few aisles, they stopped in front of a discreet, yet luxurious safe shop. Before they even stepped inside, Doug shouted, Uncle, stop napping and come out to greet your customers." A disgruntled voice came from within. "I hear you, you noisy brat. Do you want to deafen me?" Moments later, an enormous figure, easily several times Doug's size, rose slowly from behind the cashier counter. The man, weighing at least 300 pounds, bore a striking resemblance to Doug. Eren's gaze flickered between Doug and his uncle, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The genes in this family are truly something. Unfazed by his uncle's scolding, Doug grinned and said, "Uncle, this is my best friend from school. He's looking to buy a safe. Help him out, would you?" Doug's uncle turned to scrutinize Eren, noting his youthful, student-like appearance. Shaking his head, he remarked, "At your age, you don't really need a safe. If you're just looking for a place to stash some Playboy magazines or workout DVDs, I can give you an old, small safe that your parents won't be able to open." Before Eren could respond, Doug jumped in excitedly. "Wait, Playboy? Eren, do you have that kind of stuff?" Eren shot Doug an exasperated glare. "Seriously? Do you think I need to hide magazines in my school locker like you? I live alone. I don't need to hide anything." Before Doug could retort, flustered and indignant, Eren continued, "I'm buying a safe to protect my valuables. My house was almost broken into recently by a group of burglars. I figured it's safer to lock things away." Mentioning the burglars brought a grimace to Doug's uncle's face. "If that's the case, then you definitely need a good safe. Trust me, those idiots wouldn't know how to open a high-end safe even if they tried." After throwing in a jab at the burglars, Doug's uncle asked Eren about the safe's intended location and size requirements. He then introduced a few cost-effective models suitable for home use. Despite being labeled cost-effective, the shop's premium safes were far from cheap. The most affordable model started at over $2,000. After comparing features, Eren ultimately chose a medium-sized alloy safe, roughly the size of a refrigerator, to place in his basement. Additionally, he bought a small, compact safe similar in size to the hidden compartment under his bed, intending to see if it could fit there. The two safes cost Eren over $10,000, even with a 40% discount thanks to Doug's family connection. Without the discount, the bill would have easily exceeded $20,000. Both safes were heavy. The larger one required precise measurements and professional installation to ensure security and stability. Fortunately, the shop offered delivery and installation services, saving Eren considerable hassle. Doug's uncle, despite his size, worked with surprising efficiency. After Eren signed the check, the shop staff promptly retrieved two brand-new safes from the warehouse and arranged for a team to deliver and install them at Eren's house. They even offered Eren a ride back as part of the delivery. Back home, Eren supervised the installation team as they moved the larger safe into his basement and began securing it in place. Meanwhile, he carried the smaller safe upstairs to his bedroom. However, as Eren climbed the stairs to the third floor, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. His mood darkened, weighed down by an oppressive and gloomy feeling. "What's going on?" He paused, sensing something amiss. Scanning his surroundings carefully, he activated his spirit sight. His vision shifted, revealing faint gray mist seeping from the partially open door of his bedroom. The ominous, shadowy hues seemed to shroud the entire house in an aura of dread. At the same time, a faint yet pungent stench of decay began to permeate the air, worming its way into Eren's nostrils. Calmly but warily, Eren set down the heavy safe. His right hand moved instinctively to the pistol at his waist, while his left hand reached for the grenade in his pocket. Approaching the bedroom door cautiously, he used his spirit sight to observe every detail. When he reached the door, what he saw through the narrow gap made his pupils contract sharply, and his entire body tensed. The sight before him was grotesque. The only window in the bedroom had been covered with curtains, plunging the room into a dim, grayish light. The walls, once pristine and orderly, were now adorned with frames. Dozens of wooden frames nailed meticulously across the walls. Inside these frames were spiders of all shapes, sizes, and colors. Hundreds of spiders had been turned into specimens, pinned to the frames with silver nails. They were arranged in an intricate, grotesque pattern resembling an inverted spider spread across the walls. The specimens, despite being arranged with precision, had clearly been hastily prepared. The faint odor of decay emanating from the spiders suggested that they hadn't been fully preserved. It seemed whoever had put them up was in a rush, completing their work hurriedly. Judging by the struggle marks on some of the spiders, they had likely been alive when pinned, their lives slowly ebbing away. Now, they were deathly still. Only their dark, desiccated eyes remained, gazing eerily into the upside-down world they had.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.